How you living, Logan? Well, how are you, Alicia?
Hey man, just oh, it's 11:11 right now, bro. 11:11.
6 o'clock, baby.
I was just marking, like I was thinking, oh yeah, is it 11:11 for you? But I realized you're like 20 minutes away from me.
Exactly. I'm probably 11 minutes away on the 405. What's new in your neck of the woods?
uh, I've been working a lot with like Chat GPT, like doing a lot of like Chat GPT stuff, and I don't know, kind of just getting some like work done, uh, to like trying to like make some money. What about you?
Word. I have been using ChatGPT as well. Not using it to make money, but just using it to solve the world's problems. Um, I find though it's not as useful as it was months ago, and it is progressively degrading, I guess, or essentially the uh, the types of answers that I used to get out of it are not as beneficial. I really have to work and pull. It's like pulling teeth now to get some interesting answers. Have you found similar results?
No, I don't know what you mean. I think maybe you have to give it like be more specific with what you want. Maybe, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would ask it, I guess, on controversial subjects, and I think it's gotten better at hiding some of the answers. So I could be incorrect as well, but many times it says that it's not, um, like those types of like even with like I'll ask it questions about how to prevent tornadoes, and it'll say like there are no current useful technologies and how to prevent tornadoes. So essentially, then I'll have to like look up a little research, and there are you can use like wind turbines, you can use large fans, you can use explosives, you can use cloud seeding perhaps to lessen the storm. So there are some ways, and but yet it'll answer that exact question much better for hurricanes. So I just find that I don't know, maybe some of the answers that I previously would have gotten aren't as good, but I definitely could be wrong as well. Or it could just be I'm not answering it like you're saying in the correct way. I've just found that when you go to jailbreakchat.com, it does have those up to date uh, like how beneficial the prompts are, and I find that prompts are having to get more and more complicated, which tells me ChatGPT is getting better and better at blocking some information. How do you use it
Yeah.
to make money?
Oh, you just just ask it. How can I use you to make some money?
I personally, at least today, well, just recently, I'd say in the past like 3 days, I've gotten over 100 new Twitter followers, which for a small account like mine is good, especially organically. I've just been like, it's hard. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I guess I live my life online, and generally, I think my friends would probably say I'm somewhat of an extrovert, but deep down, I'm an introvert. I just like being by myself, and I don't necessarily always like interacting with people. But I've said, if I'm really going to get this stream to get big, I need to introduce myself to, random rooms and tell them about my story and things. And I've gotten a lot of really great feedback recently. And so I've been going into rooms the past few days, and especially like random rooms, like NFT rooms where they just have like a community there. I'll introduce myself, tell people what I'm doing, and I've gotten some really great feedback. So I'm excited about that. Do you ever just randomly go into rooms, not necessarily just listen, but like introduce yourself and really jump in, you know, feet first, essentially?
No, I never do that. No, I should definitely should do that because it's well, really the only reason I would do that is for to kind of uh how do they say um like that I don't know it's the word is like And you have to just like put yourself out there, but like that's not really the point. Is to I don't know. I think I've been drinking too much, maybe. But yeah, or not enough. I mean, but and drink some water. But just to make money, like, or not make money, but like get new followers, right?
Definitely. I mean, I'm finding that like I just was came out of a room, and by the way, I misspoke. I meant to say head first, jumping in head first. I just came. Just I'll go into random rooms though, and people be like, "Hey, this is the Truman Show guy. Bring him up to speak." That's really exciting to me when like I just have to go into a room and people are starting to know who I am. I did have another account that I had like for many years that was at Rabbi Rothschild. It's like a very simple one. It had over 10,000 followers, and none of which were real, all of which were purchased. And I don't honestly believe like if you have 50,000 followers, in my opinion, that doesn't happen organically. If you have like 10 million followers, that definitely doesn't happen organically. The biggest accounts, I mean, you're someone who hosts a show every single day, and I know other people who host shows every single day, big time shows with lots of people in them, sometimes hundreds of people in them, and they only have like 5 or 6 thousand followers. I really think those are all organic, real people. And in my opinion, there are only about 10,000 people, which is still a lot, on Twitter Spaces regularly who interact. And those are the ones that you really want. I know that with my other account, I had like 10.1 thousand followers. It cost me like $100 to buy the followers. And unfortunately, what happened over a year ago, I don't know how, but somebody got into my account and tweeted a whole bunch of crypto stuff. Of all the things that they were going to tweet, that's not a bad thing. So I had to contact Twitter, ask for my account back. They gave it back to me, but they got rid of all of my followers. So I'm just, I'm who cares? It's like 10,000 followers. I could easily get that back by just purchasing them. But really, organic people, and it's exciting to me when I start walking into rooms virtually or and such. People know who I am, they know my story, and they're excited about it. So I think that's really cool. And if you do ever have the
That
opportunity,
is cool.
oh, thank you. If you do ever have the opportunity, it's an interesting experiment to just basically jump in and try to network as like as well as you can. I'm not saying that you have to necessarily shill yourself, but essentially sell yourself to the room and then go into another room and just keep doing it and see how many followers you can get. In my opinion, you can get hundreds a day, or at least I've gotten about 100 a day, and but even more than that, just having people have awareness of what you're doing is very exciting to me. It could be any day that my stream could go viral, and that's very exciting because once it does, Logan, you're not going to have to look up ways to make money anymore. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of Mars. I'm going to take care of the woman and Alicia and all the other. I'm going to take care of Sally Rogers
Yay!
and all her friends, Taylor, everybody. We're all going to be billionaires and then trillionaires.
Then I could just do art and like cook whatever cool foods I want to cook and sit
Absolutely.
in the yard and not worry about it.
You're definitely right. People would probably want to watch you do that. So you know, you might have to contemplate because they're going to want to watch you do art and perhaps cook. So you might even have like your own YouTube stream or something. I know because well, I say this I know, but I mean essentially like anybody who's on my stream is going to in their own way be a little bit of a celebrity themselves, and they'll have their own followings, and I'm sure people are going to want to see what you do. Mars, what kind of art do you do?
Let's see. I just like all of it. I don't know. I like trying new things, I guess. Like um one of the sorry, I'm like sleepy, so I'm going to be talking slowly. But one of the projects I have been working on recently is I took a picture of just like some junk that was in like a cool pattern in like trash, literally trash, in my house, and then drawing over it, making like a futuristic kind of cyberpunky sort of city. Um, I drew on some like wood slices to make them into one's an eyeball, one's like a monster guy. Doodled on my hand to make it like a little bow and tattoo and like a little heart gem tattoo. I like I've sewed, I've done crochet, I've done knitting a little bit. I've worked with clay. I've done like a little bit of stop motion animation. I like like art and creative things. I've done some music. So yeah, I just sort of whatever tools I can get my hands on, I get my hands on them and I mess around.
You sound like a very well-rounded artist. I think those types of characteristics will, believe it or not, be much more valuable in the future. I think with society moving in the way that we're moving, where AI is replacing a lot of people's jobs, I think eventually, pretty quickly, we'll all be on universal basic income, unless you're really highly. You're in a field that's in high demand, some kind of software engineering. Not to say that some of us aren't. I mean, I know Logan is, I am as well, but I think perhaps we might, if things go according to plan, we may we may be super rich, as everyone in this room will, but not everyone may have that opportunity. And I think that artists are people who will be able to create new content that has a human touch. And I think that will have value in the future, not so much AI generated art. Not to say that that isn't amazing, and I think it is amazing, but when people are buying art, I don't think they're going to want something that a computer made. They're going to want something that Mars made, and Mars made with Mars's own hands, whether it's sculpture, whether it's painting, and perhaps I think live music may be really in demand as well. So I think perhaps in the future it almost might be an artist haven, and hopefully it might be, because for too many
Hmm.
years I think artists have been essentially they've had to live the starving artist type of life, and I want to avoid that for them in the future.
Yeah, I'm also like I'm excited about the idea of being able to like um make more content like on my own, like because I kind of tend to like have a lot of ideas and try to like do everything myself. Like I like collaborating, but like I really like just being able to direct all elements of stuff. So like every time there's a tool that lets me do more than one part of a project and faster, like I can get those ideas out there more. And so that's a cool idea to me. Like I could maybe make like a whole movie by myself using like AI things, but like still have that like, authentic kind of feel to it. Just I can actually do it. Like that would be so cool.
Absolutely. I'm excited for text to video. I know text to image is a thing, but essentially, we're going to be moving very quickly to text to video, where you're just able to put in a prompt and get an entire television series or movie series in a matter of minutes. That's very exciting to me.
Yeah, I think my one of my main concerns is just like where they're getting the movies, they're like the images and stuff like that. Like, um, it takes a long time to like learn the skill of art and to create your own style and like hours to like paint a painting or something, and then the AI can just sort of lift that and copy it, mimic it. And well, that is part of what's really cool about it. And it allows like people who, for whatever reason, don't have those skills to like express themselves artistically. And that's honestly like amazing. And also like um you can so quickly like even like I have artistic skills, but like I can just generate a ton of like related ideas in image form like so quickly, and like it's pretty cool, but it's just like I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. I can't quite explain it, but like just uh, I, mm, come back to me.
I think I'm picking up what you're laying down. Tupacabra, welcome. How are you?
Doing solid. What's up, Rabbi? What's up, Logan? In Mars, I was vibing with that. Here's how I look at it.
Yeah, hey dude.
What up? So I think like art. as a trade and a skill is very useful and always will be valuable. It's a language, and when you learn it, you can apply it to anything from audio to visual, whatever. You know what I mean? If you're so inclined. But the cool thing about AI, I think what's happening now is that like everyday people are going from lowly artist to full on like head of their own art department, which is important because that kind of utility was kept from people, from everyday people, and it was reserved for the people who could, who were, what's the word, who were assigned those roles, to command a crew of artists, right? And so now I feel like with the AI art and stuff, like you can really, you have at your command a full production studio worth of people. Like the things that I've just did today, I couldn't have done, and I mean this, I mean today, right? I couldn't have done in 2 weeks because the things that I needed done for this project were like kind of tedious. And if I did them myself, it's not my second nature. Um, so I would have to go over it a lot, and I'd have to really analyze it a lot, and then I'd get like cold feet, and I'd have to re-record it, all this stuff, and it's like okay, and then the writing process too. So I feel like now I just walk into a room full of creatives, and I go, hey, write me this, this, and this, and then I need it by this, and I need it to be 2 pages long, and then I just go have lunch, um, and by lunch I mean do anything else. And what it does is like these like short bursts of energy and creativity can make a lot of traction as opposed to before. These tools weren't available, and I felt a little stagnated. And I consider myself to be kind of autistic, and like I consider myself to be creative, and I like hard work, and I like learning it and knowing the trade and knowing the craft and the physical discipline to do it. But at the same time, I also love a finished concept. I love finishing things, and so sometimes you don't want to get lost in the weeds, right? With like all the little details, you just kind of want to get through it and be like, this is the overall idea.
Oh my God, yeah. I get so lost in the weeds. The weeds is where I live. Pretty much.
I feel you.
Hi, Tupa.
What up, Heather? What up, Red
Hey,
Ganga?
Heather.
I rolled the
Everybody,
I
hello.
rolled the dice to see whose space I was going to go into. I'm playing. I just picked Logan because Logan's OG, and I was like, all right, here we go.
I've just been
Woo!
popping around.
Space traveling is
What's up,
cool.
players?
What's up, player? Logan, are you using the AI
So,
yet?
Goddamn right, I am an AI. Rabbi brought something up a second ago, like about I asked him about like if he's using ChatGPT or whatever, and blah blah blah. And I told him I was like trying to use it to make like a little bit of money, maybe like doing different things that you can do with it. And he asked me like, how you doing that? And I just told him I was well, I just asked GPT, how do I use you to make money? And that's pretty much how I'm doing it. But yeah, another way to do it is that would be kind of more beneficial for society that I wanted to talk about was a prompt I wrote for actually kind of helping to like serve kind of underprivileged like people in communities, right? Like what technologies are different ways of like um I don't know, what ways could I like technologies could I like develop or could be used to like better serve like underprivileged people or like people that are broke to like kind of help like get them out of whatever situations they're in or whatever. I forget what the fucking prompt was, but I've been searching for like the past 20 minutes for like I'm fucking madman. But yeah, I was going to show you that prompt, but yeah, sorry I've been gone for a minute. I'm trying to find it because it's like super important. Actually.
Logan, do you record all these spaces to use for AI voices?
No, these are pretty much useless for AI voices.
I haven't heard my AI voice. You said you were trying to make all your friends, and I haven't heard mine yet. Although I
Yeah,
know
they're
it's
not
going to be
quality
cringe
enough.
as fuck.
Yo, my AI voice is so fucking dialed in. You guys want to hear it real quick?
Of
It's
course.
so
Yeah,
it's
sure.
so dumbly real.
Not only in the physical space in which it is presented, but also in the dimension of time.
No fucking way.
Game over.
Creepy.
Game over.
That's
No
yeah.
fucking way. Oh, you're set. That's perfect.
I really did set out and was like, I think I think if I really try, I can do this. Because I love new shit, dude. I love learning new stuff, new software. And I basically been like having a whole career off of like software I learned 10 years ago. And so like new challenges really present a new opportunity, really. You know what I mean? So um, I thought that I'd be able to pull it off in terms of making an AI voice of myself, and it worked. Because I don't have a recording studio, so like recording my voice is difficult. You know, there'll be like all of a sudden a fire truck will go by, or my mom will call me. You know what I'm saying? Like all kinds of funny shit will happen, and I'm like, fuck this. So this and mentally those are a lot of hurdles before you sit down and go, okay, I'm going to hit record now. You have to overcome those hurdles and then get in the zone and then do it, and it's a lot, and that in between that time, like, you can lose momentum, and that creative energy is lost. And now, I mean, it just, you don't want to lose it. If you're a one-man operation, that's so vital. And so I encourage people who are procrastinators but also creative, test this shit out.
My ex, he made a little soundproof studio in his bedroom in the corner. He made the frame of it out of PVC pipe, and then he had some sort of soundproof material that he wrapped it in. And I just go in there and be perfect, and he would record things, and it worked out really well for his stuff. It was like the size of a closet, essentially.
But that's pretty cool. I bet I have enough space to do something like that.
Oh, it took up a nice portion in the corner of his bedroom. We had a big ass bed, and then that in the corner, 2 dressers, and his fucking desk, and his entire work setup with like 3 computer screens and all that shit.
That's literally like I have a desk and 2 dressers and a queen size bed in this room. That's
Yeah,
just so
everything
funny.
just shoved in there. You'd be like, he'll be at his computer, and I'll be trying to squeeze by, and I'm like scooching between the bed and his chair. I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I ain't got that big of a butt, but still, I'm not that, not that skinny.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, I do have like enough room to walk around, to get to things mostly. I mean, I have a lot of crap that needs to be cleaned up, but aside from that,
I can't tell you how many bedroom closet studios I've seen. I know a lot of people who rap and have rapped since they were like kids, and I do like music videos and stuff. And so I've gone into a lot of people's quote unquote studios that were a blanket over a closet door.
Oh yeah, fucking, my ex, they got their current YouTube channel and their show that they do, and their studio is his garage. Like, they have in 3 different corners. They've tacked up. They made like 3 different little sets where they sit down and like talk or whatever, with like different backgrounds and stuff, and they rotate.
Yo, what's his channel? Is it lit?
Yeah, it's a good channel. If you're a movie critic, you might like it.
Is it Red Letter Media? It'd be so fucking funny.
No,
I mean, I would
it's
die.
it's TTFT. It stands for That's the Fucking Trailer.
How many followers do they have? How many subscribers are they rocking right now?
I'm not entirely sure right now. They got a few Patreon members, though. And they're pretty big in the Jacksonville scene because they've done a lot of stuff. They made their own feature film there, and they do a lot of extra work, photography, directing. They help film other YouTube channels.
I'm trying to find their YouTube channel. It's called
TTFT.
TTFT show.
The TTFT stands for That's the Fucking Trailer.
Yep. Okay, cool. I'm gonna subscribe. Would you feel? Is that cool? Am I crossing lines here?
No, you're fine.
I know it's your ex. I don't want to like. I don't want to like.
That picture of the dude at Walmart that I said, that was you see that picture I posted? That was him.
Oh, word.
The one I
Well,
compare you to.
that's great, and it's funny.
You
We're
guys
both in
don't
film.
look anything alike, but you sound exactly alike. You guys have like say similar things, you're like TBD, and that's like one of his random ass things he said, and it like
Oh,
trips me the fuck out. Oh, like, wow, this is weird.
does he like the movie Signs as much as me? Because that's creepy.
Probably not as much. I will tell you, he absolutely despises even the word Cloverfield.
I thought you were gonna say something totally different when you got that CL out of there, but Cloverfield kind of is crazy.
No,
Cloverfield,
he
I
hates
think.
it.
I
I
liked
love
it too.
Cloverfield.
What did
He
he
doesn't
have
like
against
it.
it?
The point of view from the camera, like, and all the shakiness and stuff, like he said, it just like totally turns him off. He can't watch
Oh,
it.
like
He
the
hates it.
That's
found
why I
footage,
liked it.
Yeah,
handheld.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like that style at
I'm with
all.
Rabbi.
Hey, he's entitled to his opinion. I thought that was groundbreaking, like where you did not know what was going on essentially, and it was like you were living it out. I thought it was
Yeah, it
great.
was dope.
And it was
I thought
it
it
was
was
a
cool.
blockbuster, like big budget, basically big budget Blair Witch Project, right? The found footage.
Exactly,
Kaiju.
Chupacabra, you nailed it.
Yeah, like there was that scary movie that did it also, Quarantine.
Yeah, I feel like
It was
Cloverfield's
like,
like one of
did
a
you ever
kind.
see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, there's like some sort of outbreak in this building in the middle of a city, and they fucking quarantine the building, and these people are trapped in the building with whatever the fuck is in it. It's been forever since I've seen it, but it was from like a point of view kind of perspective. Somebody was recording it with a camcorder. It's fucking
That's lit.
terrifying.
That's lit. The found footage stuff is great because the budget's so low, right? Like with the Blair Witch Project, it probably cost $10,000 to make, maybe 20, maybe 20 to 40 grand to like distribute right away. But I think raked in like millions and millions of bucks. After that, I think the next best one, Paranormal Activity, where it's not handheld, but it's still found footage. It's just security cameras, and that's so good because I mean, at first it feels like a limitation, right? Because you can't move the camera, you can't get these weird intimate moments, but because the audience comes to expect that it's all locked in there, now as a director or storyteller, you can tell a lot in there, and then even then, like little things sell big, like when her leg got dragged out of the blanket on that movie Paranormal Activity. It's like in a regular horror movie that would be like the trailer jump scare, but in the movie it was like the most terrifying aspect of the movie because there's nothing else to see, so it becomes kind of like a game of context. I don't know, I like when filmmakers get creative with it, but too much handheld can be an issue.
Hey, I found
Both.
it. It's in the corner in the thread. That thing I told you I was looking for. I finally
Yay.
found it. It you know what the problem is? It's just I have too many devices. It takes a minute to get through all of them. But I put it in the thread anyway, and I was
All
close.
right.
It does seem like you have a lot of devices.
I'm going to check
Like,
out this
lot.
thread, but while I'm down there, I'm also going to like the space and then retweet the space. If you guys are checking the thread out while you're there, do that too. Logan, is it this one? Using Chat GPT to help others. This is the prompt. You are an AI assistant designed to generate diverse fintech app ideas that primarily target undeserved populations in the US. Your idea should be based on the use of a large language model, such as GPT-4, to assist in various financial tasks and services. Consider innovative ways in which this technology can be utilized to create value and improve financial inclusivity for undeserved communities. That's a cool prompt, man.
Underserved.
That's a big difference, okay? Undeserved and underserved is a
Yeah.
huge, that's a big mistake on my end. That's a
It's
big
okay.
one.
Yeah.
That changes the
Wow.
whole thing.
Darren, please tell me you got that one.
No, Darren, no.
They don't have, they're underserved, but they
Damn
also
it,
don't deserve
Tupa.
it.
Like that
You
has
done
to be
fucked up.
brought up. That has to be mentioned. That I was sitting there saying undeserved, and I was like, "Man, Logan, did you mean to write this? Because it seems like it's saying the opposite of what you want, but it wasn't. It was me saying the opposite of what Logan wrote. User error.
Oh man, you know what? I thought like I made a mistake, so I was like, oh shit, I need to fix this, and I just deleted it.
Uh-oh.
No.
So this is what
No,
this is
you
why
were
I have I
you
have
were right,
AI write
Logan.
this stuff. I have AI read all my stuff because now there's no mistakes like that. Isn't that right, AI?
That's right.
The Jackie Hernandez haunting is a well-known case of paranormal.
Sounds so real. Oh, wild.
Who on UFO Twitter is an AI?
Who has the most monotone voice?
MC.
Dan?
John.
What's that guy's name? He's got his TikTok is banging.
Paranormal Chris?
No, I think his name is Dan, but it's not Dan Zetterstorm or whatever.
That is him. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, okay.
White
Paranormal
guy,
Chris.
blonde.
No, I know who you're talking about. Like he's older. He's like a mechanic. He has like a beard or whatever.
Short beard. He went to the hearing. Luke. Maybe it's hey Luke over there.
Bing bing.
Bing bing bing. What does he win? I'll take it.
Boing.
But yeah, he's got a monotone voice. Unfortunately, for my theory, he's on video a lot, so he cannot be AI. Who else?
That doesn't matter. It's 2023. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's true.
Yeah, he could be like a robot or have some sort of implant in his brain.
Deep fake.
He doesn't seem
Some
that
random dude on UFO Twitter is a deep fake.
Yeah.
I have a theory about AI, and when I say it, I notice that no one it can silence a room. And I've picked up on the fact that it's probably very insensitive. And I want to preface this theory by saying I understand that, and I'm not trying to be insensitive. But I'm thinking outside the box here, okay? And in my explorations of outside the box, I've come to suspect that maybe, just maybe, Stephen Hawking like wasn't doing anything. Like, was it the computer? Like, is he an AI? Was there an AI driving that guy around, like answering questions? Because it was so rudimentary, right? But like, could have worked.
Same with Bitcoin.
Same with Bitcoin.
What? Satoshi or whatever.
One thing at a time,
Yeah.
at least with Stephen Hawking. Have you seen some of the theories that there have been multiple Stephen Hawkings?
No, but I'm all ears.
Yeah, so essentially, like, if you look at him through the years, there are a lot of facial changes in him, and essentially, like, who came up with that fucking computer? Like, I'm sorry, that technology, I was, would see it in like the 90s, and it was like, we don't even really have that technology now. I don't know another person who has like a computer who talks for them. Have you guys seen anyone aside from Stephen Hawking who has ever had a computer talk for them?
No, just the voice boxes.
Darren.
So wouldn't you think that, like, I mean, I'm just skeptical of everything because I think we've been lied to so much. That somebody else with that disease would have that kind of computer built for them. It's just like we've never seen anything before nor since. I'm just very skeptical.
Exactly.
He was a puppet.
Exactly. Something's not right. Like, he also lived the longest of anyone with that disease.
Exactly.
By a long shot. Okay. Some miraculous thing was happening and we were all just listening to him talk about physics. He was alive. Like, I don't know. I don't know, guys.
No, you're right.
I agree. Yes. He didn't write that book either. I think he was almost like a celebrity. And then he went to Epstein's Island. Like, what the fuck is that?
Really?
Absolutely. He went there many times. There are pictures of him there.
That's true and sucky because he could have went, I feel like he could have got like a mail order, like legal situation going on. He's a smart guy, I guess. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I think a lot
Go
of
to
stuff's very
Lazar's
suspect.
Ranch, not Epstein Island.
Yeah, he should have went to the Bunny Ranch. Stephen Hawking. Some people who were. What do you guys think? Do you become so intellectual that you stop believing in God, or is faith a low IQ thing? What do you guys think?
No, I could see going both ways.
I mean, I don't think we can, like, we have 10% like conscious mind. We only have 10% connected to our brains. 90% is subconscious. So we overall should have more faith than thinking we know everything, right?
Albert Einstein believed in God, didn't he? Because he has the quote about God not rolling dice with the universe. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, as far as I know, Einstein was a German Jew, right? Like who escaped
Swiss.
Austria or something? Swiss. Yeah, so he probably was raised in the faith, and like the idea of I think back then the idea of science wasn't antithetical to religion. I think that grew over the following decades.
It's like how we're trying to merge woo and science now. It was like already merged back then.
The man that created the speech synthesizer, Dennis Klatt, I think is his name. He ended up losing his own voice, but he was like he developed the Klatt talk, which is talk to text. He did that also, so we all use the same technology that Stephen Hawking was using.
That shit clats.
Nikola Tesla was way better than Einstein.
Kimby, I'm gonna flick you in the forehead.
Clats those cheeks. I think there is a.
Hey, hold on. Why is like the need to like insert Tesla was better than Einstein?
We weren't even talking about that.
His inventions, in my opinion.
Well, classically, isn't it Tesla versus Edison, not Einstein?
Wow, Logan, you're pro-Russian and anti the Jew. That's super surprising.
Darren, that's not true. Don't clip that.
Y'all are funny.
Dude,
it's not like I'm not for like Tesla being better than Einstein or whatever, but it just seemed kind of random. Like I don't know why it had to be out there.
Oh yeah, I guess it was kind of random, but I mean,
you got to pick, bro.
Well, Einstein and Edison are status quo, and Tesla's like the rock star. Tesla's like the counterculture. Like he's the real hero. He's the underdog. You know what I mean? Everyone else is kind of like, all right, we get that. You know, we all know the most famous equation of all time. We all know the haircut. We all get it. But you know, Tesla's that underdog, and America loves an underdog story. So we go, you know, this dude was not celebrated in his time, but even the geniuses who were celebrated of his time secretly celebrated Tesla.
Well, yeah, Tesla was like the mad genius. I mean, the whole like shaking bridges to like destroy them or whatever, like that's insane that he figured out stuff like that.
Hey guys,
it's true.
Cool.
Hey,
apparently he lived in Tartartia too.
My name's Alex. Hi. I wasn't planning on saying anything, but you guys are killing me, so I had to jump in. The big difference between Tesla and Thomas Edison is that Thomas Edison invented alternating current, and Tesla invented direct current. That's the major difference between the two, and they invented them at about the same time. The reason that we have alternating current and the reason that Edison was picked over Tesla is that Edison was good friends with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan ran the country back then. So anyway, I just wanted to interject that. Great conversation.
Alex.
Yeah.
Thanks for hopping in, man. It's good to have new voices in here, and it's good to have that insight. Like,
wait,
that,
so what
that
we
classic.
now...
Is that Taylor? It is. Sick. I didn't even see you in here. Okay, cool. Taylor's in the mix. Let's go for it. And then Benno's popping in too.
Damn, you must really love me, Tupa.
It's just, you know, when you're in the conversation, everyone knows. And I didn't see you come in. So all of a sudden you were just in. I'm like,
too, but it's okay. There's nothing wrong with loving each other.
For sure.
Right.
Tesla invented the AC, not the DC. You had that around the wrong way.
That's what I was about to say.
Wait, what'd you say?
Tesla was in AC/DC. Edison was in Aerosmith, which ripped the whole thing off. And it was just one of those things.
Time travel. And he had UFOs. He had UFO patents, so he invented UFOs.
Alternating current was
and
invented by Tesla. Direct current was by Edison.
Direct current was Edison. Alternating current was Tesla. And then Edison did a smear campaign on Tesla by electrocuting elephants in front of live audiences and saying that it was the result of alternating current. Edison was kind of a prick. I think we all know that. I think we all
Wasn't
know
there
that.
buku dead bodies
Yeah,
found
he
in his
tried to
house?
diminish his
There
work.
was. Thomas Edison.
I'm dyslexic. I got them mixed up. But yeah, exactly. That's the story.
Yeah, like, but the story too, right? I mean, I think that our culture creates these archetypes, and we have these underdog stories and so on. But there's these people who just don't get talked about. Like, we don't talk about Faraday. We don't talk about Charles Proteus Steinmetz. We don't talk about all these other people who did all this stuff. Christian Birkeland. And these are people who are in the same probably 60, 80 year period window. And like they invented the electric world that we live in today. It wasn't just
Even he
Tesla.
invented water-powered cars.
At about the same time, Walt Disney was hanging out with those guys too. And they pretty much unveiled MK Ultra at the 1966 World's Fair.
Well, Alex, I think it's way later. I mean, I don't want to split hairs here, but if we are talking about timeline stuff, like Tesla's like, way earlier than Walt Disney.
No, they all hung out.
Werner von Braun was best friends with head of Disney, Walt Disney.
All right, maybe that's it. I'm kind of stoned. I'm on like bong hit number 35.
Oh, if you were thinking about Werner von Braun, then you're totally right. They not only hung out, there's like, Walt Disney made films with Werner von Braun, like little educational films about rockets and shit. You're totally right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is something you don't know. This is breaking news. Walt Disney was actually Hitler.
How so?
He looked up to Hitler. So did Henry Ford, because Hitler invented the assembly line, and that's what inspired Ford to build the first assembly line here in America.
Henry Ford invented the first assembly line, historically speaking.
Alex, I honestly, everyone,
it was Hitler.
These are not facts. All right, everyone's talking about their own opinions here. So don't take this and fill out a history assignment or whatever with this information that Alex given. You want to double check all this stuff. Alex, I do think you're blurring a lot of lines. So far, you've stated maybe 4 facts, and they've all been wrong. And I just want to say that that's real. That's a real statistic. You were wildly wrong, and I've been there. I've done the same thing earlier. I read a whole quote by Logan, a whole thing, and I misread one word, and it changed the context of the whole story. So I feel you. But
I think we've all been there. He's got 35 bong hits in him. We have Heather who has their hand raised. Go ahead, Heather.
Hold on. I just wanted to clarify. No, you got it wrong. Walt Disney didn't look up to Hitler. I mean, Walt Disney was literally Hitler. Literally Hitler.
That's where he was hiding this whole time.
Wait, but why do you think that?
Well, Hitler was an artist, right? He painted. Walt Disney drew things. Those are the two correlations I can think of.
But
yeah, that's not stretching at all.
Why is Disney? You said Walt Disney is Hitler.
Wasn't he kind of anti-Semitic?
Yes. I think Walt Disney was anti-Semitic, and I think that he was also a eugenicist.
Did you guys ever watch the Family Guy spoof on Disney? It's so good. I could probably find it on YouTube. One sec.
Did you know they're talking about Jews and Hitler and shit doesn't bode well for us?
Well, they say
these are kind of facts diving into the myth that I guess that these things kind of seep their way into our culture kind of through the back door, and it's interesting to talk about it because then we can kind of snuff it out. No one enjoys anti-Semitism. It has to be snuffed out. It has to be kind of figured out. But the idea of discovering it in our history, I think, is important because if it gets subdued, like with Werner von Braun, right? These guys just came over. Operation Paperclip was a real thing. No one called them out. And then you go down to Argentina and you find out that there's a ton of a lot of Nazi, they just fled there. What was happening? How come in our culture we're made to believe that they were all arrested and justice was done, and then you find out that thousands and thousands of them were like given asylum, and you know what I mean. I think I want to know why, and I also want to know why we have to like go through the back doors and look this stuff up. I think it's kind of
And
alarming.
it only bodes poorly for us because we have a Jew hosting this space who records it.
No, it's because words get twisted by other people and then framed to be something that they're not. So I'm just throwing it out there. It doesn't
Very
bode
true.
well. That's all.
Very
You
true.
know, the
Okay,
intent may be pure.
my
I
joke
don't
wasn't
know.
okay.
Does anyone know why Hitler wanted to kill all the Jews?
Can it be my turn yet? Like, y'all
Absolutely,
just
Heather.
give him.
Heather has been here so patiently. Go ahead, Heather.
Okay, so back to the Stephen Hawking things we were talking about. The creator Dennis Klatt, he actually created 3 different voices. The one that Stephen Hawking used was his own, and it was called Perfect Paul. So, like people who knew both of them, like they every time they would hear Hawkins, like they would just like hear like this rough kind of version of their best friend coming out of Hawkins. But he made a female version and a child version, and the child version was created based off his daughter. So apparently he spent hours and hours and hours using text to speech and recording his own voice to make the voice for Stephen Hawking's. Just the whole Stephen Hawkins conversation made me go down that path. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Heather. They're fun facts. I enjoyed
Yeah.
that. Thanks.
Yeah, that was
You're
really
welcome.
interesting. Thanks.
So yeah, look at the top. I shared some things at the top. So go ahead, Brian. You might want to look at that.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question real quick about Hitler. I'm not favoring him in any way, but he's half Jewish, half German, but for some reason he wanted to kill all these Jewish people. My question is, do you guys maybe know what his point of view was, why he wanted to, like, why did he want to kill all the Jews?
Dude, we don't know.
I've heard a theory. I've heard a theory.
Go ahead. Let's hear your theory.
It was because of like the economic situation in Germany at the time, and anti-Semitism was already going on at that time. He just played upon the fears of it, and that's what helped riled up the people to get behind him.
Wait, so he wanted to kill people because they were
Yeah.
anti-Semite?
No, because of the social economic situation in Germany. He used the people's already existing fears that Jewish people were taking over the economy, and he played on those fears and got them to rise up, and then he just became a fucking mass murderer along the way.
Because
This guy said Hitler.
if he's gonna, I don't know. I'll say this real quick. If someone's gonna kill millions and millions of people, it's probably not for something right now. It's probably something that's gonna happen hundreds of years from now. And like, who owns all the money right now? The Jews, or they print the money.
Brian.
So
we're gonna. That's enough of that.
No, okay. I'm sorry.
I was just giving you what I learned from a couple documentaries.
You're dropping historical fact, Brian. I feel like you're dropping historical fiction and also kind of like stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Have your own opinion. Live your life. But at the same time, I think you guys are having 2 different conversations where like one is trying to like drum up conspiracy and fear of the other. Heather's breaking down like what, to the best of her ability, and I think was accurate.
The thing I'm curious about is that he said Hitler was a Jew. I did not know that.
Yeah, he was half Jew, half German.
Yeah, so let's clarify. He was actually probably a Rothschild. So his father was Alois Hitler, who was allegedly the love child between Rothschild and Alois's mother, and perhaps a product of a rape. We don't know. Essentially, that would mean that he would be not necessarily considered Jewish, but perhaps certainly Rothschild. There's the theory as well that essentially he was able to make a deal to have a quick rise to power. He would be the world's boogeyman and then be able to live his retirement essentially in a lap of luxury in Argentina. Whether this is true or not, I'm not. Well, I mean, I've provided evidence in the past. I won't necessarily do it again, but that he did survive the bunker And additionally, if you are in those types of circles, there's the theory as well that the Rothschild family wanted to essentially get rid of major contingent of Ashkenazi Judaism within within Germany, and essentially was able to take over the religion, and at least from the Ashkenazic part, so that now whenever you essentially attack a Jew on behalf, like basically, if you attack a Jew, you're not necessarily just attacking a Jew, but perhaps someone related to the Rothschilds. I know I can trace my lineage back. I know many others can as well. But I also know 271,000 people who I have some relation to died in the Holocaust as well. I do think there's a lot to it, though. The fact that it's not just serendipitous and it's not just coincidental that Hitler's, let's see here, it'd be his grandfather, I guess, would have perhaps been a Rothschild. And then essentially that family or our family takes over the world. And then Hitler essentially is able to escape to Argentina. I don't think these are all
So
coincidences.
Yeah, he went to Argentina.
I don't. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. So, like, was he? Was I don't know. So why did they want to kill those Jews in particular? So they didn't
Great.
want to kill just normal ones. They wanted to kill that particular.
Yes. So the theory is that most of them were part of the reform movement that had broken out after 1814, essentially. And essentially, in order to cleanse the bloodline, essentially, you could get rid of a large group of Jews and then essentially repopulate it with your offspring, as perhaps the Rothschild family has.
They didn't believe those particular Jews had the right bloodline or something.
All right, so there's also some weird esoteric stuff that goes along with this stuff. I mean, there's an occult history to Germany around this time. I mean, it's no secret if you look into it. The Germans, the propaganda and the belief system, and the height of Nazi Germany, I believe, was that there were two races on the planet, and it was described in the Bible that there were the sons of God and the sons of man, and that like the as far as I know, in the occult side of it, the Germans believed that they were the Aryan race was the descendants of the God line, the Nephilim, whatever you want to call it, and that everyone else was a descendant of the creatures who evolved from Earth, the earthly people, and so they just would be like, we're above them. We're the people who came down to help them. And when our bloodlines mixed, right, this is what they thought, that it diluted our mission. And they so this was like a weird kind of mythology that backed their probably their economic fears, their inner turmoil over World War One, all different types of things. It's a very complicated thing that like fed into this weird system. And what we believe now is the myth. And this is, I think, kind of important to, we don't really know what it was like to be what they were like thinking or why Hitler did what he did. Because we can say that this is also a group of people. This is a entire military situation, right? It wasn't just him dictating everything, like he was up there fucking high on meth, like tweaking out half the time as a figurehead. And he was adopted into a group who was already propagating these myths and stuff in the culture. Right? These occult ideas, these ideas of eugenics, these ideas of the other, and these bloodlines and stuff were already kind of being seeded, right, from this older time. And now, when this stuff hits, it's a culmination of like, again, I said, like economic issues and all this like inner turmoil. They were just able to direct all of this anger, all this weird confusion into one problem. And when you can convince a group of people that like, hey, we do have a problem and it's them, and we would be great if it wasn't for them, that isn't just like a marketing tactic. That's some weird crack to the brain where it absolves you of your blame. It absolves you of everything while elevating you above the other, because when all you can see is the other, and now they're dropping down, and now you can justify any action. You don't have to feel sympathy. Your brain is now on crack. Something is going wrong now. And so there's this code that gets kind of pushed into cultures. And, the issue I think with what's the word? The issue I think with making all of these people uh, extreme villains and extreme goods, all this stuff, is that you lose the fact that like we all have that within us, and we need to check ourselves with it. Like, when you continue to say that, that's the extreme, and that's the meter, that's the metric we use, right? When everyone's like Nazis, I don't think so. I think the metric should be way lower, and people should recognize that, like, these we're kind of romanticizing and turning into, like, you don't have to have an armband to be prejudiced. You don't have to have all these different symbols. These things are so subtle and they're ingrained in things.
Yeah, they played on patriotism as a way to get people to turn on one another.
The opposite's going on now here. And
what's funny is I think I shared it at the top, but you can see how like how like history repeats itself so much. Like, look at this picture up there. It's like it's an insane amount of people. Like, it's just a sea of people for as far as you can see, and they like all supported Nazi Germany and all their mission, right? But then like 8 years later, after this picture, when the Soviet Union defeated Nazi Germany, they all deny supporting the Nazis.
And it's crazy how many followers
same thing's gonna happen again, probably.
You see all the symbology that they have, especially just in that photo of the crowd. Like, it has like a religious connotation to it also. It's just a weird way, and how they do things to like brainwash people and make them excited. It's just weird.
All right,
you're right,
so
Heather.
It's a really good phrasing you use there, right? And I'm not going to rant on for 20 minutes, but I will explain something really quick. The Nazi rallies that you see, right? The Nazi, what's the word? Like the really strong propaganda, the really strong like marching, where all the people in the crowd are chanting, where there's aerial shots looking down on like the crowd and stuff like that. Like that's all done for the very first time. When you see, if you've ever seen those clips, those have never been done before that. That was the Nazis and a lot of political people created propaganda, and they did it through film. And these people pushed the art of film forward by creating by what's the word?
Herd mind.
Yes, they really they were able to capitalize on this weird type of symbology. And there was this chick named Leni Riefenstahl. So like they were like creating these propaganda. So this is an interesting thing. Like, Hitler created and set up all of those parades for the film. Okay, these were basically big budget films. No, there was never really parades like that. It wasn't like a camera crew happened to be there that day. All of the footage you've ever seen of all the banners and Hitler on the truck and everyone, like, all that stuff was made to prop him up by himself, like, like to prop him up. And this is something that someone else brought up, I think a scholar, someone smarter than me, that I think is interesting, is that when we, the people who defeated him, or the people from the society and the culture who defeated him, when we portray him in our fiction or in our nonfiction, we use the images that he wanted us to use. We're not, I think there's something wrong with that. Like, we're actually using the propaganda that he designed to make himself look larger than life. We're co-opting that, and we're saying, hey, yeah, he is larger than life. Look at all this stuff. But like, that was propaganda films. Those weren't the reality.
And also to show that, look at this super strong adversary that we defeated. We're super strong.
It's also to make him look like a big evil, had this incredible sway, and it did. What's that Rahm Emanuel quote? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste, or whatever. Hitler rose to power the same way populists do, right? When people feel they're victims or they're being screwed over, of course they're gonna elect a strong man, and that's how societies go to shit.
Well, to Tupa's point, either way he wins because, like he said, we're showing that propaganda over and over again, good or bad. He wins because we're seeing it, and it exists still in our minds, and will continue to as long as we continue to show it in even in whatever context we show it in. That's just kind of how these things linger. But it goes back to any news is good news for evil. Just to get their point of view and image across.
Yeah, it's everything. It's everything, right? The image is everything. The images
North
we replay
Korea
in our
does it.
mind. Absolutely.
Optics.
Exactly.
It's optics. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first image you see, the headline, right? The image, like the picture, it says 1,000 words, right? It's like instantly you see what's going on. Your mind fills in all these gaps. You go for it. I just think that it's an interesting. I don't know what should be done about it. I just think that obviously it would probably be good if we stopped projecting and showing and portraying this evil person the way he wanted to be portrayed. It'd be much better, I think, if we portrayed him the way he was, and not like the fucking weird crackhead evil person, not the weird like
exactly
organized supervillain. You know what I mean? Like he was.
Isn't it weird how like there's very little audio of him just speaking because he had like this I don't know, this like voice that sounded weak. It was only him shouting. Like those are the only real audio clip. We have a few. There was like a hidden audio of someone took of him just talking regular, and he sounded like a total beta, Heather.
I bet. Not even gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. When I think of him cowering in his bunker with his wife, and then opting the fuck out because he can't man the fuck up and face what he did.
Like
Heather,
a puppet.
check this out. There is evidence to suggest that. Sorry, wrong chat GPT.
Oh, are you talking about Walt Disney?
No, the skull found in Hitler's bunker in 1945 was. It's obviously people thought it was Hitler's, right? And that's the idea. He died. That's what's up. They had his skull. That's the end of the story. But in 2009, a team of researchers at the University of Connecticut did a forensic thing, and they found out that is a woman. The skull's a woman's skull. So it can't be Hitler's unless Hitler was a woman. I mean, I doubt it, but I mean, it's not Hitler's. So we don't know how he died, where he died, or anything.
That I
we have
do
no
know.
idea.
I have heard that. That is crazy. I don't know what to think about it, but personally, I would just like to think of him cowering, fearing, knowing that the Allied forces are about to be at his doorstep and that he's going down, and he fucking put a bullet in his brain.
And also, before Hitler in World War II, they had the Antarctic Treaty and Operation High Jump. You know what I'm saying?
Or, yeah, like he took off in his UFO and went to Antarctica.
Maybe World War II was a psyop.
So, Brian, what do you think about the Walt Disney Hitler thing? You see the evidence there?
So I think Nazi formed What?
That was funny.
You said NASA. You mixed up NASA and Nazi. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, Nazi soldiers formed NASA. Werner von Braun was a Nazi, bro. When he died on his tombstone, it was Peace Psalm something. He said the firmament shows it's the handiwork of God. You know what I'm saying? Just in case he doesn't know where he's going in the afterlife, he's going to show us the truth. Just in case, you know what I'm saying? But the woke ones will figure it out, see the truth, and then overall, after hundreds of years, we'll go back to, I guess 5D or whatever. I don't know. What do you think, Heather?
What are you even talking about? How did you go from NASA to 5? I'm so confused.
We're already treading on very sensitive ground by talking about this.
All right, my bad.
But
someone asked me a question.
When we get into our theories, I think is when we really cross the line, right? Like we don't want to be. I don't believe what you're saying, by the way. You know, I mean, those are your
someone
theories.
just asked me a question though.
For sure. But I'm just saying, everyone's opinion.
Yeah, that was with Walt Disney. Like, what do you think about Walt Disney being Hitler? I'm saying.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think
There's no way.
I don't know about any about that part. I mean, I'll say this about Walt Disney. That apparently they said his head was frozen after he died, and then Disney made a movie called Frozen. That's kind of funny.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Yeah, I don't think Hitler is Walt Disney. I think Obama is related to Hitler. I'll say that.
Oh my God! Please
All right,
expound upon that theory.
No, don't. We're gonna change the subject.
Okay, because
Is it
it sounded really dumb.
Interesting.
I just
really
wanted to hear it.
interesting. I think it's great.
Is it through Stanley Dunham?
Who's Stanley Dunham?
That was his mom.
Lena Dunham and Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, Rabbi, you have to excuse me. I'm a little drunk and a little stoned. So, what are we talking about?
Well, Obama's mom.
Oh my God, we're back on Obama.
Well, how
We've never seen Obama's birth certificate.
Chupacabra, you just made a statement that Obama was related to Hitler, and I'm wondering, was it through his dad, who would be Barack Obama Sr., or it would have to be through his mom, with Stanley Ann Dunham?
I mean,
I don't think there's significance.
But to be president in the United States, you have to be born in America. You cannot find Obama's birth certificate. You know, have y'all heard about that?
Can I see your
Yes, we
certificate?
lived through the Obama administration. This was a big deal. There's that whole birther movement.
Yeah, but this is a whole separate issue than what we were talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about something else.
I feel
Thank
like
God.
Why? Because you don't want to
feel
show
like-
me your birth certificate?
Wait,
Absolutely not.
I was just asking Bryant if I could see his birth certificate.
Yeah, Brian, you got the proof, Brian?
My birth
Yeah, how do I know
certificate?
you're human and actually from here?
Wait, what?
Can I see your birth certificate? I want to make sure you're from here.
All
Hey,
right,
Brian, I'll sell you one.
You want to see my birth certificate for real?
Why you get so nervous, Brian?
I want to make sure you're an American.
That's something that someone from Kenya
What
would
is that
say.
America.
Prove? Like,
Not really. I don't actually.
If I showed it to you,
I was just being stupid because what you said was really stupid.
Real quick, Kent, will you please butt in? Just cut in. Just a quick one. Give us a quick one.
One.
A quick one. What?
Just get us on a turnpike off of this freeway.
All right,
hey Kent, what's your favorite number?
8.
33.
3.
27.
69.
Only if it has a dude. Oh no.
I'm 33.
Could I ask a question?
No, you can't. But you did bring up a good point earlier. We're going to dive in on this. Operation High Jump. Now, supposedly, right, it is a expedition with Admiral Byrd to hunt down the missing Nazi Navy boats and shit that were gone. And they figured out that they went to Antarctica. So they're like, all right, listen, Byrd, get the fuck down there, see what's cracking off. All right. And this is like literally right after World War II ended. I mean, World War II ends in 1945 and High Jump is in 1946. So it makes sense that it's like, they're like, hey, we went through the paperwork, check this shit out. So he goes down there. Now, we don't really know factually what happened down there. But what we do know is that when he was back, he went on like a TV show called like, I mean, we went on a TV show where people had to figure out if he was like a liar or not about what he did. And he talked about this expedition down there. And he mentioned on record, like different things like, we should be really weary of the danger of the poles. Like there's, the enemy could be flying from pole to pole very quickly. This weird kind of cryptic stuff. That's real. But apparently his son found some journal. This, I don't know if it's verified, where like he
I heard
talked
it
about.
wasn't.
And I've heard the same, right? But supposedly he talked about what happened down there, which is that he went down there, they found like actual like green land, they found dry land that wasn't covered in ice. The temperature was like at least 70 degrees, and from some of these bodies of water came these silver discs that decimated his crew. And I guess Bird came back with his tail between his legs with like a lot of missing things, right? But he went down there with a lot. He went down there with a posse, dude. Like there was ships and planes, and he had the whole thing to do. But
6,000
we don't
troops.
really know what happened.
I've heard another story about down there, but it doesn't like back up that story. Maybe it's a different area, but I don't know who got this. But like some airplane pilots had to go pick up somebody at another station. There was an emergency, and instead of flying around this one area, they went through it and ended up getting in trouble. And they saw like this big ass hole at the South Pole. And they were saying how it was like an entrance to somewhere, but they didn't. I don't think they mentioned anything about green trees and water and stuff.
Have you guys heard about the Philadelphia experiment?
And before we move on to the Philadelphia experiment, I've watched a video, and anyone can look this up. It's Admiral Byrd's nephew, and he's on the record as saying, "I am his nephew," how he's related, which side of the family, etc. And he confirms what the son claims to be found in his diary. So that's on record as well. So you can look that up on YouTube.
Wait, what'd you say? It's hard
Wow.
to hear you.
All right, so his son went on record.
His nephew. So his son found the diary. His son found the diary and released the diary. And then his nephew went on an actual TV interview with a news reporter and gave a full-length interview saying exactly and substantiating what his son had said. The claims about the South Pole. And they go down nearly every year. Like, it's crazy. Like, they had it last year, Operation High Jump or Deep Freeze, one of them. It's been ongoing.
Well, listen, like it sounds crazy. It sounds far-fetched. But let's not forget, this is 1946. This is a year after the atomic bomb was released. A weapon that like we grew up with it in our existence, in our lexicon, in our mind.
That's when the aliens came.
But people didn't know. But people,
No.
Hey, real quick, Bryant, you're on short.
Way before that.
Short lease.
Yes. The Operation Paperclip was top secret. Okay, the Philadelphia experiment was top secret. Right, like a lot of these things were like myth before they were released, before we found out about them. And the idea that high jump could have included some type of discovery of something isn't far-fetched. It's not. I mean, we also know that in these occult practices and research that was happening within like Europe and Germany for sure, they were looking for all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of rumors, right? Like of esoteric, weird, occultist stuff, and also things related to UFOs and secret technology found from ancient, like discoveries. And these German occultists in like the 20s and the 10s were supposedly in India studying the Vimana. How did when the war ends, and you have such a large influx of Germans to Argentina, and the descendants of those people proudly proclaim their like heritage, and they have their ancestors at this point, memorabilia. They were soldiers. A lot of these Germans weren't just regular citizens. A lot of them were soldiers. A lot of them were generals. A lot of them seemed to have upper tier things. There was a guy on Joe Rogan who investigated this and went on there and talked about it, and found some evidence that he claimed that you could make an argument that actually Hitler did make it over to Argentina and did live there for some period of time. So how come these people were granted asylum if they were also these like very, very like bad people? Like what happened? I don't know the answer.
Because they're the ones who did all the crazy tests on living human beings and shit. Like the Nazis did some horrible shit in the science lab, and rather than the Americans kill all those people and waste all the research, they thought, well, we'll just make it ours. It's part of the spoils of victory, isn't it?
Well, what relation did Argentina have with Germany at that time? Any?
It was a colony.
It was a German colony?
Correct.
Oh, okay, then that makes sense.
Well, there's also like a small village that has a huge, statistically improbable amount of twins, and supposedly that I don't know what his name is, but there's a German Nazi German scientist who was doing a lot of experiments on twins. I mean, horrifying stuff. I mean, stuff that he should have been completely arrested, tried, hung, whatever you got to do for justice on that end. But Mengele or whatever, Mengele, like,
Mangalove?
yeah,
But
there's like
didn't he think they were magical in some way, and that's why he was doing it?
I mean, okay, I don't want to dive into like the value of what his research
Right.
was, but I definitely think that like that might have been what it was, like something weird about that. When you look
I think I've definitely
into,
heard about it because there's tons of stuff out there involving like Hitler and the occult, Nazis and the occult, like tons of different documentaries and shows. And I'm pretty sure I've heard that in one of those.
a lot of people don't know about the occult history of America, and that's kind of mind-boggling to me because, like, you know, it's supposedly, you know, it's like supposed to be like mainstream, right? Like the history of America, how it was founded, and all this stuff. But there's, I mean, it's rooted. It's rooted in occultism. It
Are you
was
talking
a
about all
cult.
the symbols of like the streets in DC and like the pentagram and the stars and like isn't there like an owl?
Well, hundreds of years before that, there was a prophecy that there would be this holy land, and it would be found on the 77th meridian. That's called the God line. This is real talk, right? And like that, there was like a prophecy about it, and it was in like Rosicrucian and esoteric stuff. It was in the very early parts of it, like, you know, like the Knights Templar stuff, like the idea of Columbus
Yes.
going to America. The reason why he did, he was married to a woman who was, I think, the daughter of a Knight Templar, right? So like basically tasked with this thing of like, hey, we believe in this prophecy, we believe in this thing, we believe in this holy land is going to be over there. Go find it. You know, all these myths about him thinking he was in India and all this stuff, I don't know if that's true. I think he knew exactly where he was going, what he was doing. He didn't get there though. They sent a later expedition, right, to find it, and they did. And when they found it, they put a monument there. And guess where the monument is? It's in Washington D.C. That's where the God line is.
X
So
marks
like
the spot.
from there, from D.C. to Boston to New York to to like I think Philadelphia, like it's a straight line. A lot of these cities early on were built, you know, because of esoteric beliefs and like occultist beliefs. I don't know what you'd call them at this point. Definitely like Rosicrucian at some point, but what are they doing, right? They're looking into, you know, all different. It would be hard to label, but Freemasonry, 100% is in the mix. And so, you know, you have all the early monuments donated and created by other Freemasons, and then you have the architecture of the entire capital of our country, America, right? Designed with these occult symbols, the owl, all these straight lines, the pentagram, they're all within the capital. It's very strange. But I think we look at it passively, like, oh, whatever, you know, it just happens to be that. But what we don't realize is that, like, before a certain year, people were really proud of being Freemasons. I think that the occult was celebrated for a long time. You have all the early paintings of George Washington with his sash of the G and the compass and shit. Like they celebrated it, but then this is historic. This is fact. I think like then essentially there was a Freemason who went out and blabbed about some shit. And this is back when people were wearing fucking pantaloons and the judges wore those wigs. So this isn't like recent, but there was a guy who made it to a upper level or found out about upper level Freemasonry rituals and blabbed about it, and other Freemasons killed him. And people tried that guy. Like he was arrested. The people who killed this dude, they were arrested and then they were tried. And during the trial, reportedly during the trial, the defendants made a gesture towards the judge, and the judge like nodded and smiled, and then they were like let off. And it turned out that the judge was also a Freemason. So this was one of the first like real political scandals that like happened where like people were like, holy shit, Freemasons are like kind of, this isn't good. that they're above the law. And so
Yeah, they're taking over.
this huge campaign came, and like it just made it so being part of these secret societies was not cool, and they had to go completely underground. And so we're living in this time where the history is washed out because of this one scandal, probably more. It was obviously happening all around, but it just went from society to secret society. So the fact that like we just don't talk about it, but it's really there. And like, who is the Statue of Liberty? Right? Who's
Was
the
a gift
Statue of Liberty?
from French Freemasons to American ones. Who is it?
Yeah, like who's that woman?
Lady Liberty, from what I understood.
No, it's a goddess. Who's the woman on the state capitol? Like there's these golden goddesses always at the capitol holding up shit. We never talk about who that person is.
They're all Greek
No one ever,
goddesses, aren't they? Aren't most of them Greek?
I think it's Athena.
Yeah.
Like there's just
I
like
don't
there's there's other things too. Like there's some of them who aren't, that are specifically like kind of darker.
Yeah, they're proper god, like ancient gods. No, I don't even think that one's Athena. It's on one of the ancient aliens, actually, Sam. That she's the goddess of something prosperity, I think.
The Whore of Babylon.
Yep. Yes, sure, Brian. The whore of Babylon. Who knows?
That's me in a previous
But I'm just
life.
saying. That was my dancer name.
At least the Statue of Liberty is Libertas, the Roman goddess of liberty. If you weren't familiar, there were anti-Masonic political parties in the 19th century. I personally am a Mason. Everything I've heard here is generally been historically accurate.
Whew. Okay, good, because I didn't check my notes, but that's what I know so far of like what's been going on, and like how weird it is. I think that the history, the prophecy of America was way back. It was started way back. The reason why the pilgrims were supposedly what's the word, fleeing religious persecution. What was their religion? What were they doing? Why weren't they allowed to practice it? What were they doing? What was their religion? And why, how was it different than that of the place they left? No one really talks about that either. It's a very interesting thing.
Wasn't that what led to the witch trials in Salem, though, Sam? Wasn't that paganism that they started that lot?
And the Christian Crusades?
Well, I think like they dipped out. I think that the Pilgrims might have been part of these secret society religious orders, and they dipped out to fulfill these prophecies. And that was one of the idea of like finding these areas and going, just hooking shit up and going there, and they did.
Did you hear how they got their confessions? Like they'd put a piece of wood on the guy's chest, and they'd stack rocks on the wood, and they'd say, if you admit to being a demon or possessed or a witch or whatever, we'll take the rocks off. But because he refused to say that he was a witch, they just keep stacking the rocks on there day by day until he can no longer breathe. And if he dies, then he's obviously not a witch. And yeah, funny way to go.
Hey, you either die a hero or you live
Puritans.
long enough to be a villain. I think there's also, right, with the witch trials were awful. Okay, that's a real part of history. But isn't there some research into like the idea that their like bread went moldy and they were all high on acid because
I've heard that one.
Right, like ergot and LSD is the crystals from the mold on ergot or some shit. So like there's these rumors that they were or suspicions that these Salem witch trials were a byproduct of people being unknowingly dosed for long periods of time, and their reality would become a little bit more plastic and
How do we know they were
hyperparian.
abductees? Imagine if they were abductees.
I also heard that a big part of the population there was Puritan, and anyone who didn't follow the beliefs was thought to have been working with the devil.
What is a Puritan?
It's a Christian sect.
So the Salem witchcraft trials, I'll say this real quick. It was agnostic versus gnostic. If you believed anything outside of this realm, they would kill you.
Word. There's this film called
No,
The
seriously.
Witch. Have you ever seen this film called The Witch, Brian?
Wait, say it again.
The Witch. It's pretty dope.
Is it a
This
movie?
yeah, it's a movie. It takes place, I think, back in that era, and this family gets outcasted from their village, and it's
Uh-huh.
like kind of a death sentence back then. You know what I'm saying? But they make do, and they're out there just kind of grinding. It's really dreary film, but like they have this goat. This is bad news. This goat, and there's a witch out in the wilderness. They don't know about that, but it's very interesting. Period piece. It's a horror film, and I recommend it for anybody who hasn't seen it.
Is 2015?
That sounds right.
I
Solid
bet I'll
film.
watch it.
I mean, because it's a weird time. Like you're kind of in between technology where you kind of can see a little bit on the future of how things could be automated, but you don't really know. You won't see. You might not see a car. You won't see shit. You won't see nothing. You won't see anything of like the modern world, but there are hints of it around. It seemed like there was a lot of mud. People wanted to get around, but nothing was paved yet. You know what I mean? We were spreading out, but we didn't really have the infrastructure to kind of support what we have now. We consider like kind of parts of nature, like our sidewalks and our buildings and shit. Like, but that shit has to be built. What's up, Brian?
All right. I have a couple questions. All right, changing the topic, talking about Jeffrey Epstein. So they said he faked his death, or he didn't commit suicide. Apparently, someone killed him. But his Max, right? So she
They
was
weren't
in a
married.
right, but she was in a court case after he died, and um, they didn't record any of it. They actually only made a painting, and it was pretty much there's a big list of people that went to the Epstein's Island, but the same time that court case was going down, um, they slapped us with Will Smith and tackled us with Dave Chappelle. And then a month later, they had the Johnny Depp trial, and they recorded everything about that. And there's people on YouTube that had a couple thousand subscribers. And when that court case went down with Johnny Depp, they have subscribers now, millions. And every app was talking about that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's some truth to the misdirection that's going on. Recently, a lot of information got dropped. Same guy related to Epstein. And that same day, I think, and I'm not a fan of this person, but the Andrew Tate arrest happened where if he was arrested for, human trafficking and stuff, and he was even let go because all that stuff was accusations. But if you looked up human trafficking at that time, you would not find anything about Epstein. But a lot of Epstein files got released then. So there was this weird like smoke screen that went up that was like celebrity, driven in order to possibly keep from that news. And if, I really could care less if at this point, if anybody is doubting any and all conspiracies related to Jeffrey Epstein, I think you're kind of like maybe a little glib because there's so much that this person was involved with that was bad and high up that like people and his even to the point of his so-called death, like it's all on the table for me.
Yeah, but
I'm
he's
in
like,
agreement. All that.
Oh, you cut out, Rabbi. Say that again.
Sorry about that. I'm in agreement with you that all those trials were essentially misdirection or diversions. Maxwell has been detained since 2020, and she's due to be released in 2037. She's in Florida now, apparently.
What's that feel like, right? How do you describe that feeling that we know that something is amiss? Very, very wrong,
Powerless.
right? It's very wrong. And we have to watch it like unfold, and we have to hope that it unfolds in the way of justice. And this is a clear-cut case. This isn't anything like where there's a lot of nuance here. I mean, this is pretty black and white. Yet the money adds an unprecedented amount of gray area. All of a sudden, there's some gray area. Like what? I find that to be kind of appalling. And Rabbi, I think you're right. Powerlessness is definitely one of those descriptors. But I wonder if there's a language even that can help us define what that really is, or if there has to be new words invented for it. Because we're dealing with a type of in your face fuck you that like I don't think we've ever felt before.
You're absolutely right. Dollars to Donuts. She gets out before 2037. Bryant, go ahead.
All right. Like referring to the Bible real quick. What is our war? What are we battling? It's not flesh and blood. We're battling principalities, and it's spiritual warfare, right? So it's like I'll
Taylor, what do
say
you
that.
think?
Wait, what'd you say?
Oh, sorry. I thought Taylor was going to have something to say about that. You were
Yeah,
asking some
just
good
slaying
questions.
demons. Hashtag. Hashtag Bible thumper. Hashtag religious zealot.
Sick.
Wait. You said Bible thumper? You're describing. Okay,
Bible
so
thumper.
why are we in 2023 right now? It was 0 AD, 0 BC. They rewrote the whole timeline in favor for Jesus. And Jesus taught love overall. I'm not religious. Religion is religion. Like I'm, I'm. The Bible is the most scientific book known to man. Like you're saying
Skeet skirt,
Bible?
what? What?
Dumbest thing I've ever
Put
heard.
down the glass, Barbie, bro.
Man, okay.
Oh no, it's actually very historically accurate. But
Yeah, but
anyway.
the most
I don't know how
scientific.
well versed they are in history, Brian. So we're just gonna assume that they don't. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying we're in 2023. They rewrote the whole timeline in favor of Jesus. So that's the one.
I mean, I'm all down for like talking theories and facts and stuff, but I don't know. At a certain point, like it's just too much for me. You know what I'm saying, Chupacabra?
Yeah, I feel that. Like ideas and theories are great, but when we start to state them as fact, it becomes hard because it becomes an immediate argument because no one can add to it or take away from it because you're saying this is what it is. And while if we talk about, maybe oppression or something, broad for sure, but to talk about these details as if they're facts might be hard to engage with. So we might want to tone that down, and draw the line between have you heard of versus this is what it is. Because I'm interested to hear what you've heard of. But
me too. And if you got some facts, brother, I would love to see them. That I would just love to see them. Like all those science facts in the Bible. Whoa.
Hey, I have a book that I can send you. I don't know if I can send it, but anyway, I'll refer you to it. It has like thousands of artifacts, historical ones from the Bible, and you can check it out. That's what I mean by like scientifically accurate. I didn't say scientific. I said historically accurate, but anyway. But I think it's also scientifically accurate. Ha ha ha. Who is that? Fuck it. Why worry? I like that you're laughing. I hope you can bring that joy up here.
Were you
Anyway,
in a
Brian,
conversation
what were
with
you
yourself
saying that
just
they
now, Taylor?
changed the timeline? I've also heard that they changed the timeline or something, like they added some years or something like that.
Absolutely. So
a
that's
1,000 years.
well, as I understand, there's the phantom time hypothesis, which essentially is there were three major leaders around the year 700 who wanted to align their like the coronations to the same timeline and make it the year 1000. So that's why the Dark Ages don't really have too many historical events that occur, and so many more occur during the medieval period. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but it is not discussed enough, and I feel that it's a very important hypothesis, and it's known as phantom time hypothesis.
Brian.
All right. So I forgot what I was trying to ask earlier, but I have a different question real quick. The Bible is it's already been rewritten. The story of Jesus, it has been already accounted. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying my point of view real quick. But the book of Enoch, they took it out of the Bible, but they talk about the Nephilim. Um, I'll say this part real quick. They talk about the flood, right? I believe that they say in the Bible, in the book of Enoch, the Nephilim came down here, interbred with the women, and made a new offspring
No, that was
species.
the Watchers.
And then, yeah, okay, so let me finish. And then, if you actually look back in history, the Anunnaki, the Egyptians, Mayans, Aztecs, they spliced our DNA and made us only 100 years. That's the flood. That's where our timeline starts. I don't believe in evolution or Big Bang Theory, dinosaurs. I'll say that part real quick. I'm sorry.
The flood happened off the flesh was defiled, and you're right. They were fucking with our DNA, and many other beings. They were fucking with animal DNA, plant DNA, all kind of DNA. They were just going haywire, and that's what the flood happened. But yeah, the Book of Enoch and Jesus were very far apart, like the timelines. But yeah, we do got papyrus and we do got Dead Sea Scrolls, which say that Enoch should be in there. So
No way.
yeah, papyrus in the New Testament too. It's like extremely. It's like one of the youngest New Testaments. Within 100 years of Jesus' death, which is unheard of in historical document terms. That's really earlier. Usually, manuscripts and stuff come out way after the person dies, like Plato, for example. Plato's writings. What's up, AI?
Hey, so in the movie Star Wars, there was a galaxy currency. This galactic currency was called Republican Dataries. And even though, the Star Wars movie kind of conceptualized super intelligent AI robots that could, go into space and stuff like that, intergalactic stuff, that currency was like a Bitcoin cryptocurrency type of thing. Well, it wasn't at that time, but I'm thinking that we need some type of galactic blockchain cryptocurrency now.
Not Bitcoin.
Are you in favor of the New World Order? They're trying to make like a centralized digital
We're already
currency
in
as
the New
well.
World Order.
Yeah, probably, but it's gonna get a lot worse. Agenda 2030. If you look at their agenda, which you have access to their agenda, which is crazy. Why they're telling us what they're gonna do, and we're like, oh, we don't believe them. it's literally hysterical. But yeah, that's something that
So my New World Order, I'm sure maybe we, our each of our idea of the New World Order could be different, but my New World Order is that people with PhDs are going to be working at McDonald's.
that could be the case. I don't mind working in a garden, by the way. Fucking right. I've already got like multiple fruit trees growing, and I'm like kicking ass. It's doing great.
But like George Bush Sr., George Bush's dad, that president, he lived 80 years ago. He said, New World Order, we must usher in a one world government. If you look on the back of a $1 bill under the pyramid, it says Novus Ordo Seclorum. That's Latin for New World Order. This is not God's money. This is
And Joe
backed
Biden
by
said New
gold.
World Order. Joe Biden said it too. They were moving into a New World Order.
So let me ask you guys a
Oh yeah,
question.
the Great Reset. there's a reset coming again,
So
but it's not
the
Bitcoin.
currency in America has United States presidents, and probably fiat currencies of different nations have their own presidents, and and people of importance, right? A one world government currency would have who on them?
Lucifer.
They want to make every single body on a level playing field.
We're gonna all think with one mind. Apparently, the mark of the beast is gonna have everybody thinking with one mind. So they're gonna have a collective consciousness.
We already
Anyways,
took the mark.
freaking crazy, huh? Well,
We
I
already
don't
took the
know. Some
mark.
people say that, but no, people are gonna have a collective consciousness, which means they're all vibrating on the same frequency and trying to ascend or something of that nature. But really, they're just headed for. It says whenever they claim peace and safety, just know that total destruction is near. In the Bible, so whenever they're like peace and safety, just know that, and don't take the mark. They're gonna
We
get
already took the
scammed.
mark.
Do not get scammed, bro.
They say Adam and Eve were apparently the first two
What's the
people,
mark?
but Eve.
What's
Yeah,
the
but how do
mark
you
and
not
what
know
would it
this?
do? Well, I mean, what's
Eve.
the mark to y'all? I'm not trying to play dumb. I just mean like
Yeah.
I think
when
it's
you
gonna
guys.
be it could be I mean, some people say obviously the whole vaccine, but I don't know, because you definitely won't be able to buy or sell, and I guess that did happen with that ordeal, but
I saw
mean,
something on
a lot of
TikTok.
people
This
lost their
girl,
job.
What'd you see,
th-
Rabbi?
But
this
apparently,
girl.
go
Go ahead.
ahead. No, I was gonna say, like, Microsoft is already rolling out like this chip, and it has the mark that the number of the mark that was
06,
like its patent
06.
number. Yeah, that's patent number. And I actually found the patent, like, and I have the patent. And it's supposed to be like biometric data and stuff of that nature. So with that, and if they're like, if you bring in the idea of like frequencies being used, which I was just reading about yesterday about how different frequencies can like change the microtubules, and that can change your consciousness, and just a whole rabbit hole of information. But yeah, so the mark is going to be on the right hand or the forehead, and they are all going to think with one mind, like a collective consciousness.
So
have you seen the movie? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Essentially, if just all you have to do is Google RFID 666, within every single barcode, if you add up the numbers in a certain way, every single one across the board, they add up to 666.
Damn,
I saw this girl
I saw that.
This is what
saw
666 is. 60 seconds is 1 minute. 60 minutes is 1 hour. 24 hours is 1 day. 2 plus 4 is 6. That's what 666 is.
Rabbi,
No, I
what
mean
were you
it's really
talking about?
it's really a triangular number. It's so essentially, it's there are quite a few of these. So one is one, uh, and then three is one. Basically, you can take the 6 is one, 10 is one. Basically, if you arrange the numbers, I can post it as well. But basically, let's just take 10. If you take 4 and then 3 and then 2 and then 1, they create a triangle. And the same is true with 6. So 3, 2, 1. The same is true with 3. So 2 and 1. Essentially, 666 is one of these numbers with which you can do this, and it goes in ad infinitum, essentially forever. Additionally, though, what I thought was really interesting, I don't know if anybody else saw this. It was on Twitter, I believe. Within the last 2 weeks, there was a girl from, I believe, somewhere in Asia. I'm not exactly sure the country, but she got this chip in her hand, and she was so happy that she had gotten it, or it may have been in her forearm, between her palm and her forearm. And she was so happy, and she's like doing this video where she can pay for all of her items using this chip, and it had all her medical data in it, and it basically had it was her way of paying for things. And then within like 2 days, she posted another video stating that none of that stuff works anymore. Basically, whatever group was behind this shut it off, and she wasn't able to get in her apartment. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So it had three things in it that were major. It was connected to her money, her access to places, and then it had her medical information in it. Did anyone else happen to see this on Twitter or anywhere else?
I saw the woman able to pay. I saw multiple videos of people able to pay with their chip. It's like in Amazon stores. And yeah, I saw that one. I saw multiple people in multiple videos. The people have gotten it already, like gotten this chip or whatever. But yeah, I didn't see where they actually shut it off. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. And I looked at the patent.
Do you guys think the Neuralink is like the chum bucket SpongeBob? You know what I'm saying? When they put the bucket over their heads on SpongeBob, that's what I think the Neuralink chip could be, maybe.
Bro, you got the best visuals. I want to welcome All Good Jesus to the space. What's up, man?
Yeah, so my idea is that if there was like an
He
intergalactic,
twisted his name too. But he said all good Jesus. Look at his name again. But I fuck with that. That's what I'm gonna call you.
so the
All good.
intergalactic currencies of like different galaxies. We're in the Milky Way galaxy. This is our solar system, right? But what about other galaxies? Well, they would have their own different current. Like if there was aliens in another galaxy, they would have a different currency, right?
Yes.
And so if it becomes intergalactic exchange, then it'd be like exchanging the Earth currency with this other galaxy currency, right?
Yeah, they probably have each planet has the same currency, multiple planets. You know what I'm saying?
That's if aliens exist, right? But
why? Why if aliens exist?
Then they would have their own currency.
Oh my gosh. I've been watching too much Star Wars. I see.
I don't have enough credits for that. Why do you think aliens would have currency?
Well, so there's a new Star Wars movie coming out with
they don't even have buttholes. Aliens. So why would they need to buy food or anything?
So according to the movie Star Wars,
I agree.
Humans are an intergalactic race and live with aliens.
Right.
Right, and I think that's as good as gold. Good times.
That's the goal.
Well
wow,
said,
we've
Logan.
set our bar really low.
I don't know. Being an intergalactic race and living with aliens sounds kind of dope.
Damn, that's not. Have you heard about the Majestic 12's like experience? Apparently, whenever they went to another planet, and it was like aliens start eating one of their friends or something.
Aliens did do that, and they took their friend apart, but their friend had already died.
That's disgusting. Why
they
do y'all
just
want
use
that
their
crap?
genetic?
Every
they just use their
time I've
genetic
seen
stuff.
somebody who's actually seen a gray, they're horrified. They say, "Get the fuck away from me!" Like they hate them things.
Well, it's a demon.
Well, now why do y'all want to go have dinner with them? They're so creepy and stuff.
Why do you all think that other species or
aliens aren't
species
real?
have a currency system?
Oh man, my ADD is kind of like it's finally like tripped a wire. I can't take it. Should we go to hands? I can't hear everybody at the same time though. You know what I'm saying?
I try to get a word in, but Taylor's
definitely hands. Definitely.
Yeah, hands for sure.
Benno, you were going.
What about no hands?
Taylor,
I'm down with that, Taylor.
No hands is the opposite, I think, of what we were trying to go for. So that's cool. But let's switch to hands and see if we can help Logan's ADD out. Benno, and then Brian definitely has some type of reply to that.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say that once again, humanistic thinking, if you're assuming that some sort of other species have a currency system and that life can exist without sort of a numeric or a currency type system, I think that's just very humanistic. I think that the monetary system is fucking horrible. It's caused a lot of pain and heartache for humanity over the years, and I don't believe that future generations on this planet will even have any sort of currency system. There's ways for us to exist on this planet and in this 3D world without having money. We just haven't sort of worked out how yet. That's all.
Oh, that's great, man. I sometimes think of the economic system and capitalism as a man-made recreation of the natural order, right? The survival of the fittest, where our corporations, our companies, our ideas, our inventions, represent an animal, an entity. And if it can survive in the habitat that it's, been brought into from your own your own mind, and it can. If it can't, it can't. But we really obsess over it. I think one of the reasons we do that is because we pulled ourselves out of the forest and we removed ourselves from the laws of the gods and of God, right? With our agriculture and our inventions and our clothes and all this stuff. Now we live in man-made rules, man-made systems. And I think that capitalism is one of the ways we cope with that reality we're in, where we incorporated within our weird fake reality a natural order that actually kind of dictates quite a lot, right? So we're back to something more reasonable for our brains to comprehend. That's just a theory. And I'm
just quickly, if you look up the definition of company, you'll find that if you can Google this, the definition of the word company is a never-ending entity. So we actually attribute energy to it. Like it's actually called an entity that never dies.
There you go. They say energy never dies, but companies.
They say legends never die.
They really do. Good point.
That's why I'm still alive.
Benno, you read my mind. You read my mind. Hearts in the chat for Benno, the only legend in the space right now. And we'll get over to Sigma and then to Bryant. I know Bryant's got something spicy for this.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves if we're worried about what the aliens use for currency. If anything, if we even go to that and, entertain that topic, I would just say energy would be the only thing I could think of that they would want to trade. And I think currency itself is completely a moot point when it comes to this topic. That's all.
Bling bling, dude.
Yeah, mic drop.
We anthropomorphize. I said it correctly. Fuck yeah. I guess the trick is 8 beers. So we anthropomorphize, aliens a lot, and we really make them into what we would do, and that's a mistake. It's not that dope.
Hey, can you spell and define that word for me, please?
Anthropomorphize. It's AN7Q14 square rhombus. And I think after that, Google will help you autofill the rest.
Well, we're busy anthropomorphizing, and I can't even get that one out, Sam. Wouldn't the only form of universal value be intellect, consciousness? Wouldn't that be the only form of universal value-based system?
Yeah, we don't know of any other planet that has life on it, but I think one of the interesting things, Kent, is what if consciousness sprouted or spawned genetics? What if this thing that we think of life as a natural process that eventually spawned consciousness? What if it's the opposite? What if our non-physical consciousness eventually found and formed genetics and this type of life?
I mean, do
That
you
could
think
be a
that we're
valuable
smart enough
resource.
to even form a
we
DNA
found
code?
ourselves.
Who's smart enough to
No,
form a
Taylor.
DNA code?
Taylor. No, in your definition, I think I would look at it if I was explaining it to you would be God created a code so perfect, right, that eventually people would create, would be created, and that the what we do and how we do it is all functional, it's all an echo of that kind of system. But if God created consciousness and souls, right, and then souls through their vast experiences through time, or maybe a nonlinear time or something, needed to expand and evolve, and in order to do so, they needed to incorporate or even on their own manifest limitations, right? So then they pop into
Imagine creating humans. How smart do you have to be? Oh my gosh, to even fathom the intelligence required to create all this. Oh my freaking god! All the mathematics and everything. It's I can't even. It's incomprehensible, honestly.
Yeah, if someone made us, they're millions of years ahead of us.
Okay, you think aliens are smart? God's 10 steps ahead of them.
Well, Taylor, if you look at it like a quantum computer looks at an equation, it doesn't go through each individual equation. It uses information clusters to get a general consensus of what it's going for. So I would doubt that a god would have to understand how a frog reproduces down to the nth degree. It would understand life as a thing and allow
Good point.
to the point where it
Nah.
engages with nature. There's
No.
create species, you know.
Ken, I think you're totally right. Well, all you'd have to do, right? I mean, think about this, and this is something that we're in 2023, so this might be super retro, but if you guys know anything about fractals or fractal geometry or screensavers, right? There's obviously these fractals. If you've never done this, definitely check it out. You can zoom in infinitely on these fractal shapes, and the reason is because they're built on coordinates, and it's to get these very complicated arrays of designs, which is strange because if you start with one design and you zoom in infinitely, you'll encounter a ton of different designs, which are still part of the whole. But fractals are made from a very simple equation. It's like one number plus a number divided by another number, and it loops again. And
like a Fibonacci sequence?
Kind of. And like, all I'm saying is that
the
God
Mandelbrot
would be
sequence.
right. Mandelbrot and the the fucking Julian sets, right? So God would be so smart as to create a very simple code that would propagate all of this, everything, all of it. So it wouldn't have to be micromanaged. That like it's a simple equation, and then it builds it starts this process, like life and gravity, electromagnetism, all this stuff. That's one of the reasons why I say like life could be a byproduct of consciousness. The thoughts could have came first, and the life wraps itself around it. I think there's something to it.
Duh.
I know what you're talking about too, but it's essentially there's no such thing as random. Like if you put enough random numbers into a generator and it keeps building it over time, eventually a pattern emerges. Regardless, there's always a pattern.
Yes.
No, that's not true. That's not true. The reason
It is
why.
true. I'll put a post up if you want.
Well,
It's
I
all
mean, okay,
experience.
but the whole idea of fractals is that it was a very simple equation that creates two sets of numbers. One set of numbers gets ever increasingly bigger, and one gets ever increasingly smaller. And it's where the two sets of numbers intersect is where you create a Mandelbrot set. The reason I mention that is that for the chaos of life on this planet to have some sort of cohesive formula, all of that fits into a sperm and an egg. So before we go getting so fantastic about life and how it's all something that we'll never get in our tiny little brains, it all fits inside a sperm and an egg. All the sequences, all the T cell instructions for your entire creation, the shell for your existence and your consciousness is so small you can't even see it until you use a microscope.
The actual definition of fractal, I just looked it up. A fractal is a never-ending pattern. Fractals are infinitely complex patterns that are self-similar across different scales. They are created by repeating a simple process over and over in an ongoing feedback loop. Driven by recursion, fractals are images of dynamic systems, the pictures of chaos.
Chaos. And then they had to make order out of chaos after the flood.
But it's self-emergent. Order appears. That's what I'm saying. Patterns appear, which it would give you. Well, there's a pattern. I mean, as long as there's a pattern, there's a structure, there's an order. Although technically it's not, but it is. In the end, it becomes the properties of itself become, emergent. It's like the economic system. Same sort of principles apply.
Not really, but anyway.
Well, we're all just observers observing the observation, and then now we all have names and stuff. Like the people who control us is the government, but if you define the word government is govern and ment. Govern means control and rule. Ment is Latin for mente, which is mental, mind. So it's
Brian,
mind control, right?
I have to do a little breaking news. And Brian, also while you were talking, I was imagining those chocolate mints, which are so good. They're so good. But real quick, the new trailer for the film Oppenheimer by the visionary director Christopher Nolan has dropped 1 hour ago. Do you guys want to listen to it or just watch it in your own time?
Yeah, play it right now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, chuck it on, bro.
Here we go. Now, this is about the historical figure. I'm going to shut my window so that there's no distractions. Again, this is for the historical figure who created the Blues Clues television show, changed the childhood of a lot of our lives. Sorry, no, not that. It was the guy who created the A-bomb. Sorry.
Okay.
Totally different.
Script.
Same script, same director.
I'm still stuck on Supermorphos.
This is a national emergency. Detonator charged. We're in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means. If the Nazis have a bomb. We have a 12-month head start. 18. How could you possibly know that? We've got one hope. For all America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. Secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done. Let's go recruit some scientists. Build a town, build it fast. We don't let scientists bring their families, we'll never get the best.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
You're the great improviser, but this you can't do in your head.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world? Chances are near zero. Near zero. What do you want from theory alone? Zero would be nice. This is a matter of life and death. I can perform this miracle.
World War II would be over. Our boys would come home.
That's happening, isn't it?
The world will remember this day. Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen. Until somebody builds a bigger one.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves, and the world is not prepared.
Arnold.
Truman needs to know what's next. What's next?
Wild. You guys just experienced the audio version of the trailer for Oppenheimer. The things you couldn't know was that Matt Damon played a big role in there. Cillian Murphy plays the main character Oppenheimer, but we had Matt Damon in the mix, and at the very end of the trailer, there was a Robert Downey Jr. situation happening. Emily Blunt looks like she plays Oppenheimer's wife. So that's cool. But that was a powerful trailer. I suggest everybody check that out when they can. Goddamn.
What the fuck, Matt Damon?
Dude, we were just talking about Project Paperclip. I mean, I think an hour ago we were literally talking about it, and the trailer for the movie dropped. This is crazy. That's pretty good. A little synchronicity for you.
Could I say one thing real quick?
Please don't be about a particular religious sect, but go ahead.
All right. Well, this is talking about aliens. I don't really believe in like outer space aliens. Like within the word alien is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Also, the word believe is be lie. The first man on the moon was Neil Armstrong. If you look, the first letter of Armstrong, go backwards, it's also alien.
Dude, you can't spell banana without nana, but I can't peel my nana.
Dude, you're so right, bro.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Really?
And you
Really?
can't spell fantasy without nasty.
Hell yeah.
True. Brian.
And guess what?
That's actually incorrect. There's no nasty in fantasy the way the letters are. Sure.
Guess what?
The letters are in there, but yeah, they're not in sequence.
You can't spell Kent
Guess
with a U
what?
either.
Yes,
Aliens
you
are
can.
interdimensional.
Guess what?
Aliens are interdimensional, if anything.
We all know that.
What's up, Taylor?
If you type flatearthbackwards.com, NASA's freaking website comes up. I'm not kidding, because I've tried it.
What the fuck? That's cool.
And NASA has $60 million budget every day.
What if I type in flat Kepler?
Yep, and if you type in
bring up?
Gizoogle, you can have Google be in Snoop Dogg language.
Dude, if you type in flatearthbackwards.com, NASA's website comes up. Can somebody tell me why?
That can sound on the same premise. Why would you need to type in Gizoogle and have Google
Come on, Heather,
be
quit trying to
in
be a
Snoop Dogg?
distractor. Like, that's lame.
Distractor. You're the one who's pushing your stupid religion into every conversation yet again.
Wait, Taylor, are you saying you're a flat earther? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. So that's actually strange.
Well,
to
I'm
me.
a flat earther. Fuck it.
You are? What's the best?
I mean, it's not a globe. I'll say that.
I haven't seen the Earth personally, so.
All right.
What do you
Here's
have?
the deal.
But no, I
Here's
don't
the
identify.
Just look
Guys.
down. There's the Earth.
Open your eyes.
Here's the deal about a flat Earth.
Heather.
I heard if you type in Gilligan, you get an
NASA's
island.
website come up though.
Just real quick. We all know the Earth's not flat. But to your point, even Brian Cox, who's a great physicist, you know what I mean, especially in relation to CERN and all these other things, he says, and this isn't something that he didn't come up with this idea, but essentially the universe has been found to have been flat. It's flat. The physical universe is flat. They've ran the numbers. That's what they think. So, and this isn't like to say that like it's a flat Earth situation, but the universe as we see it is presented on multiple layers, right? Like, and
so flat is 2D.
Flat.
Flat is 2D. The universe is definitely 3D.
Dude, look it up before you what's it called?
The Earth is flat.
Before investigation, condemnation before investigation is the greatest form of ignorance. So if you condemn something before you even investigate it, you are ignorant, according to Albert Einstein.
Facts.
Oh, sorry. Einstein was also in the trailer for Oppenheimer. So he's going to make an appearance.
Guys, instead of actually talking about, Albert Einstein and this and that and all this other ignorant stuff, just know the truth about
We're having an honest, good debate. We're not arguing.
I'm just saying the Earth is flat.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was an oblong.
It's an oblong.
Neil is a spheroid.
The Earth is definitely round. Planets and moons are round. But something about the universe is
so every
flat.
round object has a tangent. And a tangent is a flat part of every circle.
All right, can I ask why is the North Star, the North Pole, Polaris, it's always there every single, you know what I'm saying? It's always.
Yeah, I thought about that. And for
circles don't have parts.
It has not moved.
Every
it slightly rotates, slightly, but still
has a tangent.
The definition of a tangent is an intersecting point with the circumference of a circle. It's not a flat spot.
Correct. There's no flat spot on a circle. That's what I'm saying. You can't just
the
take
tangent
fat
is
and
flat.
make shit up.
Although my Pirellis, I don't know. There's a bit of a flat spot there, I think.
There is no flat spot on a fucking circle.
A tangent is flat.
Yeah, because you're taking a quadrant of the circle. You're taking like a section of it with the right angle, and that's the tangent where those intersecting lines meet. That's it. It doesn't denote that the fucking circle or the sphere is flat on any section of it.
Yes, it
You need
does.
to go and revisit it, bro. Please Google it. I don't want to. I've got to debate with facts, not shit you make up.
Yeah. So the tangent of a circle is flat.
Because you're taking a fucking right angle out. It's like taking a piece of pie out of a circle. Imagine that, right? And
It's
then you're
kind
telling me
of,
that when
isn't
you
it
cut
more
that
like,
pie out,
isn't it more like a Mobius strip? Where like if you were walking along, you wouldn't know that you had done a complete circle, but you did. You know what I mean? You wouldn't know that you know what I mean? There's all
If you
kinds of
put
weird like phenomena that
those
go
little
with
like weight rulers that have the little bubble in it, and it's
a
used
level.
A level, yeah. If you put a level on the ground, it's going to be flat.
No, not if you're on a hill.
And hey, and Kent, that's science. So all good Jesus, which I think is a dope name, but your name is Al God Jesus. I wasn't trying to fuck. Like
It's
I was out.
That's AI
yeah,
God. He's an
yeah.
AI God, mate. He's all artificial on us.
I thought it was Arabic for
I'm an
all God.
artificial God.
Artificial God Jesus is as
Do you have
cool.
an artificial?
Did you know that Polaris wasn't the North Star during the Egyptian
And I'm
dynasty?
anthropomorphizing myself as that.
Well, at least you can say it.
you should go and sit down in the corner of a round room.
Watch out
Polaris
for
has
them.
not always
Watch
been
out for them flat spots, boy.
And in the southern hemisphere, you can't see the North Star.
My God, that is fucking bonkers. Like, I was having like this idea, like, what if we like started talking about something, like, I don't know, let's pick a topic, right? And let's talk about it. And then talk more about that topic, maybe, and then even more about it.
Let's talk
Because like
about
all this jumping around has kind of got me schizo a bit.
All right, I got one.
That's what happens when Bible thumpers into the room.
Benno, is it true that if over here when we flush a toilet, it rotates down the thing like clockwise? But is it true that in Australia it floats up, like out of the toilet and up into the sky?
It does. 100% correct.
Can you
It's actually a pretty cool video.
It's called Turnado.
You take a shit and it hits you in the face.
What the fuck?
Tornado.
That would be the worst.
I'm going to have me a tornado today, boy.
There's a place, there's this guy, he makes money, he does it for his job. It's like a little tourist thing. And he's got like two buckets with funnels above them. And he literally goes like probably 10 meters apart. And this place is like right on the equator. And he shows you like, on this side here, it goes clockwise. This side here, you take 10 meters, it goes anti-clockwise. And he puts it in the middle, right in the middle. And it kind of does a weird, so it just goes down on its own. So it is a real thing. It's not just something made up in The Simpsons.
100%. No, guys, the things drain in opposite directions in each sun. That is definitely a thing. There's no bullshit about it. They definitely drain in opposite directions in each hemisphere. No doubt.
Same with cyclones, tornadoes. Yours go a certain way, ours go the opposite way.
So of all things to talk about, we're really talking about tornadoes right now.
It was a good segue. But here's the real topic. Now, we know that we're evolving. We always are because we're existing. But like, what are we evolving to? Our senses kind of expand, right? And we know, like, let's consider for a second, like that some of the phenomena that we're seeing is a result of expanded like senses. What
okay, I'll
like?
go first. I'll go first.
Ahead, Kent.
I think and again, you'll think I'm being nasty to the younger generation. I'm really not. But I think the younger generation is seeking digital enhancement of our bodies because our education system failed them.
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
where you pulled that from, Kent. That was
All
out
of the
there.
older generation that's a product of the education system, it's like they're just like idiots, huh?
No. What I'm saying, mate, is that it's okay. Someone posted it the other day. They said the instructions you got with your car 50 years ago included how to set your timing and do a valve change. Nowadays, it tells you not to drink the battery acid. That's a pretty good depiction of where we are.
That's awesome. That's funny.
That's not
Well,
really
I mean,
fair though. That's because lawyers. Lawyers have kind of fucked our whole country up with all their
Oh,
fucking
you could not
lawyering.
be more wrong. I'm more right, mate. The fucking you add between the lawyers and the accountants, they've taken the testicles from society, mate.
well, we exist on multiple planes, right? We have the physical plane, mental, right, and then some other shit. And right, we've tend right now. What it looks like is that we're coming out of an industrial age where people were really focused on the physical and all of that common sense that came with it. Common sense about just fucking the way the world works, right? Nature. But now, and I'm not talking about sticks and stones and bricks. I'm talking about like industry, right? And regular shit. But now we've become so dependent on our intellect and the products of our intellect that like the physical stuff is almost it's just a lot less. Like I don't know. It seems like
Damn,
we're
even the
building our
most
world that way.
when I lied about my age to work in a shop when I was a kid to get some pocket money, and when people came in to order their burger and their fries or whatever they were ordering, you would add it up in your head and give them the change after you calculated the change too in your head. Um, and I'm sorry, the kids that work in shops these days can't do that. Mental arithmetic's gone. When I mean, calculators came into schools. We weren't allowed to use calculators in tests when I was in school, and now kids can't even do mental arithmetic. I mean, I'm sorry, mate. That's not a good thing. I think that my personal opinion, we should be developing the human mind, not developing tech. We should be developing us, our bodies, our minds, our abilities. Things like your experience that time when you were walking in the park. Imagine if you could do a version of that on command just because you were taught how to do it. You know what I mean?
Hey, Kent,
Oh
check this
yeah.
out. We got places in the United States, such as Florida, right? They want to make the curriculum easier. They think it's too difficult.
Oh
So
yeah, no,
that's
no.
it, if it says anything at all.
But by the same
Well, the
token, one of
curriculum
the
fucking sucks.
but I mean, by the same token, I was one of the guys in Western Australia that said, "How can I take guys inside this chemical plant and expect them to be safe when all the documentation I have sounds like it's come out of a professor's ass? How can I have procedures for these guys to work to when it's all subsection D, paragraph 3 of the occupational health and safety?" So we actually came up with what we call layman term procedures for safety, and that was like back in the friggin' 80s, mate, because
SOP.
people couldn't just go and work in those places and know what they were doing.
Yeah, I think AI is a great tool. Um, Building it up is gonna help society a lot. It's gonna give, you know, like I was saying earlier, like that prompt about like helping, not undeserved people, but underserved people. Like that would really do a lot of help for
Yeah,
like a lot of people, right? It's a great tool.
For that sort of thing, I couldn't agree with you more, Logan. For people who've got a social or a physical limitation to their engagement, if we can use AI for that, mate, no one would get more support than me for something like that. What I worry about is it's taking the imagination away from our youth for our future. And I don't think anything compares to the human imagination. Nothing.
What is the imagination? Honestly, like what is that? Why does it exist? Why do we have it? What's its purpose? How is it helping us?
I don't know. I've always thought it was the greatest thing about humans.
I think it's the key to eternal life. I think it's the conduit to heaven. There you go.
Hey, is that what you tell her every night?
It's a dope line, dude. It's a dope line.
I get your laughing gear around
This
this.
Blizzy will be your conduit to heaven.
Yeah, just get on and go for a ride.
You can't do anything you want on Earth, but you can do absolutely anything you want in your imagination.
Kent's just telling us his pickup
No, you
lines before he
cannot,
pulls out the
actually.
peacemaker.
You can't. Have you ever heard of the Cannibal Cop? Because he was tried in court for thought crimes. He never actually did anything. I mean, he did some weird, sus shit. I'm not gonna lie, but he never actually ate anybody or harmed anybody. But he had to go to court over it for thought crimes, for things he posted on the internet, for things he got in his own mind.
You sound like you're in a nuclear bunker, but you're saying
Well,
that.
I'm in my room.
Oh, okay. Just like the sound that's coming out sounds a bit nuclear bunker. But you're saying a guy went to jail for thought crimes?
No, he was tried. He was a police officer for the NYPD, and I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but if you Google Cannibal Cop, you'll find it. And you can see all about it. But essentially he was tried for thought crimes because he never actually acted upon his instincts, like he was posting on some shady ass forums on the internet, and then I think he used like the police search system to like look up a couple people, and then like he had written something about it, but he did weird shit, right? But he never actually killed anybody and ate them. But he did have to go to trial over, just his thoughts.
Imagine like eating somebody and then shitting them out.
No, I'd rather not. That's a weird ass thing to
Sounds like a
do.
typical Friday night for you, Bryant.
I'm not doubting you. What I would say, he probably got actually in trouble for accessing personal information through the crime computer rather than thinking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the trial was about what he posted online and his messages with other people. And of course, yeah, it came into play what he used, the police system for. Of course, he was partly in trouble for that. He was also his thoughts. And I'm not condoning his thoughts. I think they're fucking weird, but I also think that's treading a very fine line, right? That's like that fucking what was that? What's that Tom Cruise movie?
Minority Report.
Yeah, that one. I just feel like it's kind of treading a fine line.
I think I haven't looked. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to look it up. But what I kind of think is it's more about like, is he inciting violence? Like, so that's where free speech sort of comes under attack, and where I guess terrorism, them getting online. And back in the day, it was, the terrorist groups from Afghanistan or whatever they were, Al Qaeda, all those groups, and they brought out the laws to say, okay, you can't incite violence, because we had local mosques in Australia, for example, where the muftis would be. I mean, like it was alleged, right? I don't think this actually happened. It could be just another way to sort of, curtail our laws, pull back some of our freedoms. But essentially, look, I kind of agree with it though too. You shouldn't incite violence, and you can't hold mass fucking things in the name of religion in another country and say, okay, now go out and kill all the infidels. But that's what actually happened. So it's sort of more a case of freedom of speech inciting violence, but I mean, obviously, the guy breached policy with the police force using his position of power to access. That's what they probably would have got him on, that sort of legal technicality. But I want to look him up. It's quite interesting. You bring up, can you be charged for, for thought? It's scary if that's the times.
Yeah,
If that's the world we live
I
in.
think he ended up winning his case, and he did get in trouble for the things that they can prove. I don't think he ended up in the end getting in trouble for his thoughts, but he does have that stigma and that dark cloud hanging over him for forever, and maybe rightly so, because that's really fucking taboo. I don't think we should be eating each other.
just remember that when they're trying to profile people, the worst mass murderer in, I think it was Norway's history, had only ever had a parking ticket. He'd never been in trouble for anything in his life.
Is that that guy that went to that Republican?
He went to an
Hey,
island. It
imagine
wasn't
just like cooking a human on a skewer and just like taking a bite
No,
of
shut
the eye
up.
or something.
Why? You're being really weird.
Yeah, why do you want us to imagine that? That is really weird. What's up, Ganga?
Yeah, I suspect Brian and Heather are both reptilians because one keeps talking about eating people and the other one sounds like a reptilian. Who's up for that?
I'm definitely not a reptilian, but that's something a reptilian would say.
And only a reptilian would know that other reptilians say that.
Exactly.
Jokes, Heather. Heather's not a fucking reptilian, bro. She's a normal person. Neither is that other dude. Unless, they want to come up and admit
The
they're
other dude is
reptilians.
weird. And so is this guy over here who keeps wanting people to imagine eating other people. It's really fucking weird.
Your mic, I don't know if you have an effect on it and you don't know, but your mic is sounding very alien-like. I think that's what Ganga was talking about.
Right. Yep.
Like aliens would just like eat your brains.
So AI, God, Jesus, you seem to be very preoccupied with the idea of eating people. And I want to say that stop.
Yeah, I agree. Stop. Does that sound any better?
Yes.
It's way better.
Much better.
Way better.
Okay.
It's way better.
Okay, good.
And yes.
I mean, whoever brought it up, like,
You're the weirdo over here telling us to imagine things when we're just having conversations. Yeah, I'm telling people about something they've never heard of, and you're over here telling us to imagine eating people. You're weird.
Well, yeah, because I've seen that in a movie before, though.
I don't care. Why would you ask us to imagine
Why
that?
would you bring that up, though?
Why not?
Exactly. Point proven.
But you're the one talking about imagining eating people.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm
bring
telling
it up,
them
though.
about a dude. You're the weirdo here.
I didn't bring
Okay,
it
don't
up,
try
though,
to pin
weirdo.
it on me because you're weird.
I didn't bring it up, though, so.
I don't give a fuck. You're still weird.
I feel like anyone could have brought it up, but
And
only
it's in a
you,
movie, too.
only you could have asked these questions.
You act like that's just
made
like,
it
it's
weird.
not in a movie. So I didn't brought it up, and it's already in a movie.
Let's be nice to
I
each
didn't
other.
brought it up.
Yeah, who cares? So let's talk about AI. Yeah, since the AI, all good guys here. Let's talk about AI. Yeah, how about that?
AI music, Logan. I know you're a music guy, man. There's been a lot of buzz around AI music, AI generated songs, where like you could make you can prompt ChatGPT, make me a rap song in the style of like Eminem or something, and then there's another AI that uses Eminem's sound of his voice, and then all you do is copy and paste the ChatGPT into the voice of the person, and somebody actually made like an AI raps Eminem song or something.
Yeah, I was using AI to make a song today. I made one actually. Let's see if I can pull it up. I actually completely forgot about it until you just said that. There's no lyrics for it though. Maybe you can come up with some while it's playing. Fuck, I'm on that thing again, like where I don't remember what device I saved it on. Shit. Okay, hold on. I want to take a second.
I don't know. I saw an AI generated MTV clip the other day. Maybe I'm biased. I wasn't impressed.
I was thinking what we could do for the lyrics is go around the room and each person sort of like, adds to the story or says the one sentence or the one line, you know what I mean? So Logan, you should be able to like kick it off, like open up with a sentence and then, pass the mic on to Tupa and then he can add something to it. Then I can add, then Ganga and Kent and Sigma and Heather and anyone up here, we can try and make a song just adding a sentence each. And Fugi and Brian, everyone in here.
I think we're going to have to give 2 sentences to Andrew, though.
Very true. We'll reserve 2 or 3 sentences for Andrew. Kent, you
Maybe
get 2 as well.
in the chorus, then he gets to like jump in every 5 minutes. Sorry, Andrew.
No, I'm with it. Logan, are you going to play the track?
Kent, are you talking shit to Andrew?
Oh, Andrew and I have a special relationship.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Andrew's cool as fuck. I love Andrew. He's absolute legend.
He's going to give me a cannellini one day.
Give you the rusty
Listen,
trombone.
I was about to say, you should probably keep that in the privacy of your bedroom.
The old reach around.
Nobody wants to know about your sexual escapades with Andrew, okay?
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Andrew just sent me a DM. He said, tell Kent I'm the big spoon.
How do you feel about that, Kent?
Well, we can talk about the first thing that pops up, I suppose.
I just got DM'd a picture of a hot dog, like looks like it's looped around in the shape of a loop, and it with the caption "the Kundalini weenie." I think
Glizfinity.
I think that's interesting. I feel like we lost a speaker from that joke, and that's fine. Oh, it's just Brian wanting to tell us about more stuff. That's cool. We see you down there, Brian.
Okay, I found it. Here we go. Let's play it. Don't be impressed. I mean, don't have very low expectations. Very, very low.
Okay, gotcha.
We can barely hear it.
Yeah, that's a lot worse than I remember it being earlier today. My bad.
But an AI made that?
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, that is cool, eh?
Benno, did you hear Tupa's voice?
Here, let me give you like a little tip. So you go to
He used the AI thing.
Beethoven. I think it's Beethoven, maybe Beethoven.ai, and yeah, you can go ahead and generate like an AI song in like 30 seconds maybe, which is about how much time it took me to make that. And yeah, fiddle around. Hold on, see if I can get the exact website there.
Can you prompt words automatically to go with it?
On this specific website, I don't think so. Let me take a look at it.
Is his audio fucking up for anyone else?
Yeah, Logan, your audio is fucking up big time. It's like you're moving the microphone closer and then further away from your
Oh,
face.
my bad. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was leaning on my mic. My bad.
Oh, that'll happen.
Hey, has anybody used Midjourney before?
No, definitely not.
Yes.
Is that free?
No. At first it is. You can get a trial period and then knock some cool shit out. And then after that you have to pay.
Okay, I found it. So it's yeah, it's Beethoven.ai. That's the website. So BEATOVEN.ai. And yeah, it's royalty-free music. You can make stuff in there. I don't know. That tune could be like some kind of like intro for like your podcast or some, I don't know, backing noise for whatever it is you want it to be, you know. Some Hallmark card. Like, I don't know. But yeah.
Doesn't it have a H in the Beethoven?
Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Beat oven.
Beethoven. You guys want to hear my AI voice again? It's pretty dope.
Yes.
All right. So this was not. Yeah. This is AI. All right. 100%.
A narrative exists not only in the physical space in which it is presented.
That shit is spot on.
It's so
it's
crazy.
so crazy.
It's crazy, dude.
Just a little bit deeper too.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like it's got this monotone kind of thing to it.
That's like your hardcore serious voice, right? You're like, I'm being uber professional right now.
It is. I didn't. I used outtakes from a video that I was recording, like I was reading something, right, and it was like a government document, and I had a ton of these outtakes from it. So I just loaded those into the AI and had it make a voice out of that. And so it was like, yeah, it's super regulated. But yeah, I think it's hilarious. It's just
now
fucking fire.
the text prompts you use. Did you use like only periods? Did you use any exclamation points or anything like that to change how it made your voice sound?
No. Commas, question marks, that's it.
You know someone's gonna accuse you again of scripting your phrases and stuff.
So?
They should. I mean, you know what I mean? It is. They keep it coming. I've been accused of so much.
Who the fuck cares how Tupa makes his content? Like, it's all just a bunch of tools that he's utilizing to make his shit. Who cares?
Oh, I think Ganga's referring to when someone accused me of pre-writing my responses to live questions that were being asked in the moment.
Oh, well, that's just silly.
It was silly.
That's like the ultimate compliment, honestly.
Now he's got an AI voice to do that for him, so he doesn't even have to be present.
Which one's the real one? TBD.
It'll say TBD. Will you be able to get it to say TBD? If so, it'll be nearly impossible to tell.
It'd be so funny. The tell is that when it goes, who knows? Tibid.
I think I'll be able to tell. I'll be like, hold up, he didn't say one of his normal little thingies. That's weird.
You think about it though, guys. We're reaching the point in society when we need to find out real truth the most. We are at the highest level of ability to fake it. I mean, I see the benefits in having this technology, but mate, you think about it, Sam, with all you've been through recently. Imagine if someone prepared a manifesto, all said by you, in dulcet, wonderful, beautiful fireside tones, that made you out to be the nastiest piece of work that ever walked the face of the planet, and you'd spend the rest of your life defending it, and yet it would have nothing to do with you.
The time is nigh, dude. Like, we're upon that time. Where like you can't really trust a video or audio. Really, you got to have like boots on the ground. Who was there for that time?
Yep, already there.
Things right now are very plastic.
Hey guys, it's 2023. We're at the super intelligent convergence of space and time right now.
Have you walked around lately and actually spoken to people? Like, I mean, some of these people do have trouble walking and chewing gum. You realize that, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Twitter hasn't always been like that, though.
No, but I'll be a real dick. Like, I am not bathing in a bastion of super intelligence when I go around these days. I'm not saying I am or I'm not. I'm just saying, like, it's not ectoplasming everywhere around me.
But Twitter before Twitter Spaces was just corporate America.
I've had a Twitter space since 2000. Twitter, there
No, it
wasn't
wasn't.
Twitter back then. I've had a Twitter account since 2009. We had really good content on Twitter back then. It only got bastardized very recently.
Bro, the content on Twitter in 2009 was just like people just shit posting.
Well, then that must have been your part of Twitter. My part of Twitter back then, it was esports. That's what my timeline was, which is all esports players, organizations, tournaments. That's what my shit was. And it wasn't toxic or shit posting, like you say.
Yeah,
so it's just your corner.
You're right, Heather. It was something that you went on for a specific reason. Exactly. It wasn't just garbage. Now it's kind of overrun with garbage before this.
So you guys are Twitter fans pre Elon Musk?
Yes.
Yeah, my original account I made in 2009.
Oh, hell no. I was...
Pre.
Twitter sucked.
Like before your testicle dropped.
Before Elon Musk. Before Elon Musk took over this platform and made it what it is today, Twitter was like the worst social media.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Maybe in your neck of the woods on Twitter.
Facebook? Compared to Snapchat?
Yeah, so
it was your corner of Twitter, not all.
No, I'm saying compared to Facebook and Snapchat.
Snapchat is garbage. Twitter was about to go is Facebook.
Twitter was about to go bankrupt in 2013.
They got 44 billion for something that was going bankrupt. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they almost went under. Twitter almost went under. You guys don't remember that?
Still doesn't mean it was a shitty app just because you had a bad experience on it.
No,
some of
Twitter
us
was
did
gonna
not.
go bankrupt. That means it's a shitty app.
So why did Elon pay 44 billion for it then?
He got that at a low price.
Heather's making a good point.
It was poorly managed. It was poorly managed. It was run by fucking woke Silicon Valley. Let's be honest. It was run to shit.
But you can't say that Twitter was just full of one thing or the other. It wasn't. It's a series of communities. You know what I mean? Like, to Heather's point, like, it's whatever you wanted it to be. If you found yourself surrounded by people who were, shit posting and stuff, that's on you.
But it was short form.
That's not true. Before Elon bought it wasn't that way. It was basically censored. For example, if you're pro-Trump, you're censored. If you're anti-Biden, you're censored. If you're pro-Biden, you were promoted.
It got very bad. It got very bad.
Guys, that only happened about a year before Elon bought it. Before that, it was okay. I would do
it was
it got really bad.
Short text form that almost went bankrupt.
A lot of successful companies almost go bankrupt.
Brian, you're missing the true potential of Twitter, mate. Like the free speech side of it, the world's richest guy owns it, right? The richest guy on the planet owns it because he saw the potential in it. So you're going back 2-3 years. You make a good point. It was shittily run, but Twitter in itself and what it allows us to do is what, to me, when I first came out, I could go to my political leaders. That's why I very first got on here when I was young. You look, I've been on here since 2012. So not the whole time Twitter was active, but what it did give me the ability to do was to reach straight out to my local political candidates, leaders, et cetera, and communicate with them, right? So it gave me an avenue to try and cause and affect positive change in my community. And then I love that about that. It also, you could put in complaints direct to complaints lines with companies. I mean, you could go straight to the source. And so you tried not to abuse that, though. But it's got huge potential.
So, and it was censored and poorly managed, right?
Not as recent as 2 years ago, but it was been around longer than that. The politicization, as far as probably the last 2 American elections, you'd say that Twitter sort of came into its own and was sort of used as a political tool, if you will. It was an extension of the Democratic Party for the last sort of 8 years.
Hey, AI God, can you point on this chart and tell me where Twitter hurt you?
What?
It's because he's generalizing. He's generalizing the entire experience for whatever he's reading. But at the same time, what Heather's talking about is individual experiences on here. So if you're speaking to a very general, broad view of if Twitter was a shit app or not, sure, for a while, then you're right. But to Heather's point, it wasn't always that way, and maybe it was never was for her or for me or for anybody else that went on this app and any other. It's just
No, I'm saying in comparison to Facebook and Snapchat, what Twitter was
I
10
was never
years
on
ago.
Snapchat or Facebook, only Twitter. Yeah.
I mean, it was social
You're making
media, though.
pointless
You got to
comparisons.
realize too, this whole app changed during AstraZeneca days when when they when they started using the social media to generate target groups. The whole thing changed when they started introducing the algorithms. It all changed. I would make a post and I'd get 6,000, 8,000, 12,000 people see a post. I'd get up to whatever amount. I never really checked my
I
followers,
mean,
but I
even
saw
even Instagram and
on
YouTube, right, have their
on, yeah.
place.
And at
But I
the end
mean, now
of
we're talking
the
about TikTok.
day, do you know what the word "hang on" means? Look it up. So at the
No,
end
I
of
hear
the
you, man. I'm just tired of listening to you. But
just run
TikTok.
a
Okay, then you can
run a
go
buddy.
away.
You guys want to talk about TikTok or what?
Not really.
No.
We want to talk about AI, don't we?
So once the algorithms cut in overnight, it went down to 300. And I'm saying that's when they started manipulating all of this stuff so that you guys get directional feeds and you only get to see half the picture.
Hey, AI, just forgive me if I missed it, but what was your point with that question? I just would like to know your point.
So TikTok's algorithm has proven to be the best social media algorithm because it's short form video, YouTube, short form text, all these shorts and reels. TikTok really took over the social media space, right? And now Elon Musk is saying he's trying to incorporate short video clips into Twitter.
Well, that worked mostly for advertising for companies in the past and still does. They could sell that. But still, I mean, that's for each his own or her own if they want to look at what they want to look at content wise.
So by no means am I comparing Twitter to TikTok. All I'm saying is that social media as a whole is meant to influence the media. So I'm not speaking to individuals' experience. I'm talking about the masses.
And so you're saying Twitter is inferior to these other apps by not being able to influence the media as well as they do.
No, I'm obviously on Twitter. I like Twitter because of Elon Musk. What Elon Musk is doing now, right? I mean, he's making the platform better. That's what I believe.
So
imagine Twitter in 10 years from now, like the capabilities, like this is like he's bought the nuts and bolts, the mainframe, and just the idea itself, right? But as far as the potential of Twitter, it could be its own worst enemy as well. Twitter could absolutely fuck itself. There is a thing called vicarious liability, and one day some things may happen on Twitter which may lead back to, you know what, Elon, you facilitated this, you should have governed it better even. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
yeah, well, Elon is saying AI needs to pause. AI can be evil, but right now I'm contributing to AI right now, speaking into my microphone.
I think what's evil is humans, and we just always project our personality traits and what we do to each other onto every fucking thing else.
It's perspective. You're right, Heather.
Yeah, it's called a cop out. 100% right.
Okay, so AI and creativity.
Yeah, I just wanted to pause for a second there, kind of reflect on it for a moment. What's like you were saying earlier, like creativity is what makes us human. It's like the greatest thing that makes us human, right? Yeah, maybe. It's probably at the core of our humanity is our creativity, right?
Oh yeah, I was saying our imagination. I think that's one of the I think the greatest aspects of humans.
Ingenuity to survive, and that is born by creativity. Therefore, if we need to survive as a human race and depend on AI at some point, we should, but it needs to be within reason. It needs to be within the scope of our understanding and control.
Doesn't that defy AI though? Like essentially the definition, you want artificial intelligence. You're saying you want this thing to be autonomous. Essentially, that's what you're saying, and then you're saying, but you can't be autonomous because I need to have control of you. So therefore, you're still just a machine to me, so to speak. Like it's not really truly. How can everything truly be on its own, with free thinking and free and no restraints, no control? That includes humans for it to be truly AI.
Well, that's true in the end, but not right now. It's not, and that's the point. Is now we need to be able to govern it until we are benefiting, and we're sure we can benefit because, according to what everyone's reporting, there is a definitely an opportunity to let things go or get out of hand, I guess you could say. And there's different things that we don't know, we're not aware of, and I'm no expert, and I'm not speaking that I am, but I think that we should have a truthful summary given to us and where we're at with this. And if countries are going to start using it, look at where we're at with politics. I mean, you bring AI into the mix during one of the most hostile times that
Imagine
could be
how
in
far
history.
along AI is already, and we don't even
There you
know.
go. Exactly, and that we don't know. We just don't know. And to let it just run wild, you're giving them a free rein to say, okay, well they're done. It just, I get what you're saying, Benno, but at the same time, we're still human. We're still fucking human.
Or even worse, you just touched on it. You weaponize it, not just let it run wild, but you actually weaponize it. That's worse.
Well, that's the point, right?
Or you enslave it and weaponize it.
But then, what's the point in the end? To achieve what our human race has achieved over time, and the evolution, and for it to end that way or become that, yeah, that's another scenario that's just as bad. It just is useless. So, it's a matter of making sure, we are doing everything we are meant to do, in the sense that we're using our intelligence and evolution in the right way, not for weaponizing, not for competing. And I think the competition part of it, that's human nature. It's competition's necessary. It's a good thing, but when it becomes overwhelming and the sole purpose of what a human achievement is, that's a very bad scenario. We need to be on that level.
I think one thing that would help is getting rid of those imaginary lines on a map. And once we stop making it about America this or Russia that or Turkey this or, whatever, and we make it about Earth and humanity, then we won't be as scared.
That's the same point I'm making, Heather. Exactly right. Because right now we can't do that. We can't, because we're not that evolved. And with AI, we're not that evolved, obviously, yet. When you get to that point where the evolution has gotten that far, you do remove those lines. And that's where it starts. You start with our lines here, and then that way the AI will be able to work in a sense of one race, one artificial intelligence, we call it now, whatever we'll call it then, but it'll work as one to our benefit as us. And then you move on to the next level.
How's it going to? A couple of things to think about. One, all this stuff is being developed by guys who've never studied sociology, psychology, or cultural development.
Good point.
Yeah. Secondly, isn't it just convenient that as the corporations are trying to take over the world, all of a sudden we've come up with this super duper AI to blame on all their callous judgments. And so that in the future, when all these accidents start happening, oh no, we're not trying to get people out of that forest so we can mine it. It was those fucking AI drones again. They just went in and got them out the way because they thought that was the right thing to do for the corporation. We're so sorry. Let's get the trees back and grow them again.
That's not gonna last though, Kent. I don't think. I think you're right now, but like people are gonna be so pissed at AI in like 3-5 years that yeah, they'll change the law. I guarantee it. They'll fucking sue programmers of AI if anything goes wrong, and no one will feel bad about it at
What do
all.
you mean? What do you mean if anything goes wrong? you don't think there's mistakes being made now, Kimball?
No, I am, but under current law, like if you post some shit on YouTube and it causes damage, YouTube isn't liable. It's the
Okay.
creator of the shit. But I'm just saying they're gonna make programmers of AI liable. I bet.
Yeah. Just my last thought. I promise, Sam. Just my last thought.
It won't be, so don't promise that, but we want to hear it anyway.
On this subject, I was sitting there watching Guardians of the Galaxy last night, and I won't spoil it, but it does have a little bit to do with how Rocket became Rocket. And you know what I was thinking while I was watching Rocket being tortured as a baby raccoon? I was thinking that's just exactly what Elon's doing to monkeys and dogs right now in the interest of giving us AI enhancements to our tiny little brains. And it made me cry.
Go
Yeah,
on,
it's
Benno.
unfortunate, but they've been doing that to animals for forever. There's a statue dedicated to lab rats. I can't remember where it is, but it's a really cool statue.
It's the Statue of Liberty.
No.
I thought it was at the CIA yard.
I thought it was some university or something.
It's a rat, right, with a lab coat on, like knitting something, and it's like DNA or something.
Yeah, it just got back from Russia. It just stole their nuclear secrets.
The Russian rats.
Why'd you
It's a
say that?
shame.
Now we're on a fucking watch list.
Oh, Heather, we've been on a watch list. What's up, Darren?
You've
Yep.
you're not on the list already?
I probably am because, I'm an American who likes Russian and Ukrainian music. So, yeah, probably.
I've had like 8 law firms look up my LinkedIn in the last month alone. It's so funny. Carlisle Group, sorts of weird people, eh?
I think the title of the watch list is Kent Reynolds and American Number 2, American Number 3, American Number 4, something like that.
Yeah, that's this list. You're right.
G'day, Zim.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Back on AI, because we shouldn't be talking about that other shit anyway, but like back on AI, I read an article the other day that I thought was interesting. It was essentially asserting that AI will be what kind of makes contact with the ETs. It won't be us, it'll be the AI or sentient AI, AGI, that will be most likely the catalyst for contact, for open contact, and that would be done through sentient AGI. And I thought that was really fascinating the way it was sort of like it was laid out, the argument for it.
I wonder if AI will help us obtain nuclear fusion, like substantially.
Well, it's a human tool, isn't it? I mean, we use telescopes to see the stars. We use AI.
I don't know. Continue.
To achieve our future endeavors.
I love the interview with Andreas Karpathy that Lex Friedman does, and he's an AI programmer. He worked for Tesla, I think. He was the head of Tesla AI department for a while. Andreas Karpathy, I think his name is. And he speaks about self-regenerating AI and it basically cracking the code to the universe, essentially treating the universe like a program of some sort. I don't know, just looking for glitches in it, in reality, I guess you can say, and not glitches. What we'd call glitches now, what we don't understand, we call that magic or whatever it is. But AI will be that intelligent when it's self-regenerated 3 times. This is what he predicts. So this is from the guy who makes the stuff and would kind of probably know, and that's why Elon is so concerned. But essentially claims that by like AI Gen 3, he predicts will be smart enough to work out time travel, work out basically how everything works in this 3D world to, just work it all out, essentially. And it'll be thinking stuff that our smartest minds won't even know what the fuck it's doing.
I gotcha. So basically regenerating itself. Regenerating itself.
He said 3 times over, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. It's wild. We gotta have that creativity, though. Kent has his hand up crazy. Hold on a second. Let me just say real quick.
Because I can't see when your microphone comes on. It still looks like your microphone's off to mine, Logan.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I just kind of knew it opened because after like hitting it on and off, like it like just glitches out my device. And then if I like try to like unmute myself, it takes like 15, 20 seconds sometimes. It's just a bummer. So I just said, fuck it, just leave it open, you know? But anyway, yeah, I mean, our ability to come up with like new, like, original and like big ideas, right? Our creativity, right? It's fueled by like what makes us, all of us, right? Like our diverse experiences and emotions, our imaginations, like Heather was saying. That's how we're able to like kind of envision all these new possibilities. And AI is just a fucking machine, right? It only knows like what we teach it, right? It can't like I don't know, it has like algorithms and like I mean, there's no doubt, it's made amazing advancements, and it's, machine learning and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think it can like do what we can do, right? Oh, well, it can a little bit, but not to like quite the depth, right? I don't know, like I was saying, like machines rely on data and algorithms, which means it can only come up with stuff we give it. So is it going to be able to like understand, like abstract concepts and emotions? I don't know. I think it's not useless, but I think it's like a great tool that can help us enhance our own creativity. Stuff like with the music thing I was doing earlier, and I know, science stuff, art stuff, helping out like poor people, like we were saying earlier. Yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to mention that from earlier, but yeah. Anyways, what were we talking about?
I think you're right, Logan. I think you've got it. That's the perfect use for AI. Doing rapid calculations, doing gene comparison, doing that. So I think that is the perfect use for AI. I worry so much that we talked about imagination before. I think that's a uniquely human gift. I think that might even be the part that identifies us as a sentient being, in my opinion. I don't think people really understand the part of us that makes us us, that makes us just the very process of thinking is so much more complicated than just words and phrases and syntax. There's so much more to it. You know what I mean? A machine can't understand that. Not that I think anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's what you're saying earlier, like increasing our reliance on AI just might lead to like an erosion of our own creative abilities. Instead of viewing AI as this like helpful partner, it could be like this enemy of our creativeness. We should do like a lot more work on focusing on nurturing our own like our human creativity, making sure that our innate ability to imagine and innovate is something that remains just like a cornerstone of like who we are, and we don't just become like a bunch of people like a idiocracy, just sitting in front of the television screen laughing and Terry Crews is like the president doing like a suplex off the top rope or whatever. Yeah, that's pretty soon. What's up, Kimpy?
When do you guys think we're gonna have like AI in the form of basically indistinguishably real physical beings like humans walking around? Because I mean those robots basically will possess artificial intelligence as like individual units. They'll probably be connected to some greater AI through Wi-Fi or whatever, but just to get there to like create that robot, AI is going to do that too, right? Like AI is going to be doing everything. When do we get to the point where it's actually sci-fi and there's like, Data from Star Trek walking around? We have no idea it's Data. I don't know.
It ain't going to be having batteries up his cartridge, I can tell you that much.
You think I don't think it'll be in our lifetime. I mean, well, I mean, are you saying like how long until like it's like your everyday person will see them walking down the street just like normal?
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but also just when that can even be a thing.
I think that goes back to what Logan was saying, and that he had the point I wanted to make. Is it depends on when you talk about creativity in our society of humans, will the creative humans outnumber the lazy humans, and where do we allow this AI to go? But you need the creative humans to create the AI in the first place. So, to what Logan was saying, though, I mean that's the thing that will always define us, and I don't think AI can ever conquer that part unless we allow it.
Call me old-fashioned, but the scariest thought for me is if I had the ability to build a completely human-looking robot with a big hole in its skull, ready to accept a human brain, that if I was crazy enough to do that, I bet you if I advertised it on the internet, I'd have 1 million volunteers to have their brain removed and shoved in it. And that scares me more than anything else.
Yeah. So, in order for someone to be fooled by AI, like you're saying, Kimball, like, do you think they have to have like a consciousness? Yeah. Are they going to need that? Could someone like Data per se? Could that person ever have consciousness? You think, like in the way that we do?
It just depends on definitions. I think you get into philosophical territory because a lot of reductionist materialists just say that consciousness is an emergent property of like finely packed neurons, right? So if that's the definition, then yeah, they will be.
Like Kit from Knight Rider.
I reckon the best example is Mr. Spock. If you watch Mr. Spock trying to be a Vulcan on Star Trek, the whole premise of a Vulcan is that they're very similar to humans, but they've removed all emotion, almost like an AI, pure logic. And yet, if you have a look at it from a sociologist's point of view, almost everything he says is emotional. Even though they try to portray him as this unemotional, purely logical being, almost everything he says in the Star Trek series is an emotional response to the circumstances. And that's what I think you can't put into an AI. An AI, you can pick a human being by the way they walk. You can tell if they've had military service just by the way they walk. How many weeks of programming is that going to take to give someone a gait so that you can say, oh, yeah, I know it's Fred the robot walking up the street because of the way he walks?
So let's look at it a little different. Just imagine you could take a dog or a badger or an animal and increase its intelligence enough. When does that become consciousness? Does it automatically, with increased intelligence, have a consciousness and a soul? Because I think it would. I think so. The creators of people, whatever it or he or she was, the consciousness? Is that the goal, or is that something separate?
Take your kids to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I won't spoil it, but there's a great thing in there about that. It's really funny.
Yeah, don't spoil it, please.
What, you were going to interrupt him to tell him to see Guardians of the Galaxy? Jesus Christ.
I loved it. I thought it was great. We went and saw it last night, and
that's not the point, but yeah.
Greatest movie I've seen for a while. Very entertaining, but very funny, but very well done.
Yeah, it's at the theater. I'm going to, I think, go watch it at the theater. Haven't done that in a while.
10 people in the whole place, mate. 640 last night.
Zim, I think animals are here to sort of teach us in a way that life does exist in different forms. And I think that all those animals have souls. I think they all do to an extent. And I guess to try and answer your question in my mind, I kind of think that maybe we expect for us to be able to communicate with it in a way where we can converse in our kind of way, how we converse, even if it was through thought, as long as it was in our language, or through voice, as long as it was in our language or we understood it, or it was translatable as such. I guess that's when we kind of have that threshold where we sort of have that expectation when we think, okay, now we can class that as alien, whereas there could be life forms that are just absolutely, totally different from that, in every way imaginable. So yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I think there is no really sort of magic line on what we call that has a soul or that doesn't have a soul. I think if anything has life form, it would kind of make sense that it kind of has a soul of some sort of energy there, and it's maybe from a different pool. I think that we're from. That's why it manifests in a different shape, different form, different life. It's not to say it's less than us or we're better than it, but we have reign over it foreseeably at this point in time over the fishes and we're the one creature that can ultimately. The question before come up: what separates humans? I guess what makes us special is imagination. But the other real fundamental difference is the ability to change a planet, and that's what we have as humans. So, whereas animals really don't have that ability to do that. So there's a different type of sentience there. But I think, if there was a line, I guess that would be it. It would be, when you communicate with something, when there's some sort of understanding, whether it's coming down to our level or had to come up our level a little bit even. I mean, imagine if we did meet these aliens and had a technology and they gave us technology and we could traverse the universe. And imagine if we come across a planet that was, 1,000 years behind sort of like where we're at. But that's all hypothetical. And I mean, whoever knows our true history, so for me to be able to say that. So, but anyway, I hope that tries to answer your question a little bit. It kind of doesn't really answer, but I think everything has its own kind of little soul. It comes from its own little source.
I think we're more likely to have a humanized other intelligence out of an intelligent animal that's already here, that's already to work with, and that our AI helping it learn. That would be our first real step of a conscious AI. You know what I mean? Did you guys watch the coronation concert thing after? I saw it on the other day, and they were doing these drone shows as they were performing. Did you guys watch that, anyone?
Yeah, I saw it.
Hell no.
Did you see
anything worse?
With the drones, they actually did a bunch of like pictures up in the sky, like hundreds of feet across above this crowd, and they did a rabbit head and then an owl face. It was creepy, dude.
Yeah.
What, they really did that? Oh my god. Unbelievable.
Logan, they really did that. Let me find some stills of that.
They're just really out in the open with all that shit these days, aren't they? Fuck.
Hey guys, I don't know if you noticed, I watched a little bit of it, and when he was given the scepters, now make of it what you will, but when he was given the scepters, I mean, he looked like he could barely handle it. He looked like he could barely stand up, but he had one bare hand holding on to one scepter and one glove hand hanging on to the other. And then he took the glove off while the Bishop of Canterbury shook his hand underneath the veil and bestowed the blessing on him. And then he put the glove back on to re-hold the scepter while he was walked. Now, we can think of it what we like, but they have to go through a really serious set of ritual protocols to coronate that king. He also had to go and visit a certain place in Scotland as well before he could be crowned king. And it's really interesting. Even today in the 21st century, they're putting so much into those things. Even now, that those rituals are done. There's even film of the Queen doing one, which was one of the Druid ceremonies before she became queen.
Damn. So can we rewind just a second, a little bit? Although I do love the whole Illuminati thing. Why would I was thinking like what you were saying, Eric, if the whole consciousness and being human, like where does our consciousness come from? Like I think it's like divinely inspired, kind of like in a way, like it kind of just comes from like outside of ourselves, you know. But like I'm thinking like hmm, I don't know. Like if I'm like a higher dimensional being, right, and I have all the knowledge and I know everything that ever will be or has been, right? I live like in a higher dimension. Um, you have like access to like just the infinite expanse of everything. And why would you like become a human being? Because if like our consciousness is kind of like if you talk about like people are saying that like we're like star people that are like took like low density forms, right? And I don't know, is that what our consciousness is? We're just kind of like star people that kind of forgot who we were or something like that, is that where like is that what makes us so special that the aliens they want to try to figure us out or capture our angelic nature or something or whatever? But I mean, what reason would you have as like a higher dimensional entity to come down and choose to be a human being? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe like one of them would be just if you became human, you could experience like the depth and complexity of human emotions and relationships and connections firsthand, right? You could develop a better understanding of the whole experience of being human. I don't know, maybe like being like a higher sentient intelligence might kind of lose my dog kicked me grasp of that. And what about like if you're like a higher like dimensional entity, like you just couldn't like learn certain things, right? Because you're not going to have like hardships like you would as a human. I mean, you could develop like new insights and like wisdom that you could only get through being like a human, with like direct experience. And or maybe you just want to come down to like you're like all these humans look like, if they had like a little bit of like divine inspiration, maybe like their lives would be like much better off, right? Maybe you want to come down and just contribute to humanity, and your higher dimensional knowledge and insights might be able to impact humanity in ways that could like guide all of us and support people in their pursuit of happiness and growth, and being able to like make a meaningful difference in humanity's lives, or just um, I don't know. I think I'm like going brain dead at the moment. But what do you think, Ken?
Oh, mate, if I needed an excuse to come to Earth and experience a human body, mate, far out. If you've got a healthy human body and mind, and if you have the opportunity to experience life without inhibition and just experience, mate, come on, this is the most fucking beautiful place. Nature, the humans, animals, insects. The thing I've learned from my studies is not about important people or knowledge. It's about appreciating what we have. So for me, no, if I was some sort of celestial being, fuck, I couldn't think of a better place to come to experience mortality for a while. This is a beautiful planet. That's why it breaks my heart the way we treat it.
Yeah, you're right. They say that like it's not, you know, uh us that should be jealous of the gods. It's the gods that should be jealous of us.
100%. I mean, no bullshit. 100%, mate.
Oh, guys here. Yeah, the beauty of impermanence is something to behold, right? You know, your time is limited. Things are a lot more meaningful, aren't they? What's up, official?
Yo, yo, yo.
Official. What's up?
My bad. Yeah, I'm getting ready for work right now. But yeah, man. The drone technology and stuff. There's a way to. I mean, I'm not gonna be out there. Yeah, I mean, trying to be in a shootout with drones and shit. But I mean, if I am, I'm definitely not gonna be doing it from a surface level. Yeah, I mean, and I'm definitely not. Definitely gonna be off the grid. But if you look at the phones, the triangulation and the surveillance mechanisms of AI, you feel me, and drone technology. I mean, yeah, I mean, it would, I guess, if you have like your biometrics, your facial recognition, active, with your phone, it will be much more easier for drones to either drone strike you or hit you with a whatever the case may be. You feel me? A shell case, a freaking an AI shell case. I don't freaking know, but whatever the case is, yeah, I mean, you don't want to be out there with your phone in your hand trying to record you, trying to be in a shootout with a drone, because the drone is definitely gonna win. But ooh man, I think there's a way to still, have like some guerrilla warfare tactics, to like at least like, because it's just a drone. It's not like it's a man, or a human. You know what I mean? So if you like, if you look at it from that perspective, then you'll have the upper hand. And like it's at the end of the day, it's still like, it's still like an invention, and it's like no matter how precise or technologically on point it may be, there's still things, it's not, what I mean? There's still ways to, what I mean? Like, yeah, like, what I mean? It can identify somebody running down the street, but yeah, it can't identify like a tree that's sitting still or like a bush or something. What I mean? Just think about things like that.
What's up, guy?
Hey yo, I was just trying to post a photo from the street party yesterday. Oh, you're all well. I just want to just cover this quickly, right? Because I'm pretty sure that you may be all aware that I had a try to mediate things with the harassment group. So just to let you know, that I am going to cover these spaces, and anybody who wants to cover, I'll cover them with an administrative productive license. So if anything's used like on a recorded space, if anything's then used, I will then seek copyright and copyright infringement and actual monetary use of our voices and our what's it called? Sorry, so
Intellectual property.
Intellectual property. Yeah, sorry, I'm pretty hungover, man. I got fucking blooded yesterday. But yeah. So the Pat, shut up. The point is that we are being promoted or it's basically like a little argument that stemmed out to label everybody that comes in these groups. And I say I attend these groups because I have never faced anything but love and respect and acceptance from everybody. We accept everybody from any culture, race. We even had somebody in Mello's group the other day who was a mute and we gave them time to actually speak with their actual with their apparatus, which was brilliant. You know what I mean? So we are a very very diverse and multicultural group. And what's being posted is that we are Nazi apologetics, we are racists, we support racism, we support paedophilia, and all this, and that is anything but the case. So they're being taken out of context. I'm gonna actually, and I went around and literally asked most of the people that speak in these groups if they've ever been offended by that, anything like that. Literally everybody said no. The only thing that has come up is halfway through conversations is sometimes somebody will kind of hit on a female of the species or so forth. So if we could just keep that out of the spaces and keep it to DMs, it would be cool. And I don't mean any criticism by anybody or anything like that. Like I say, people don't understand that people in here have been talking for 6 months and they are friends. Do you know what I mean? And they're comfortable to be friends, and some people don't realize that. So just a heads up on that. So guys, yeah. So I tried to do it, but the fact is that I kept being called a Republican, and these are my Republican views. I'm a fucking British citizen. You know what I mean? I have no fucking Republican views.
Good on you, Guy. Good on you for trying to broker peace, mate. No, I don't think anyone can knock anyone for trying to broker peace.
Yeah.
When someone comes along and they see
Let him finish,
communities that are
man.
kind of fractured, I think you should be applauded for that, mate. That's
Yeah,
all.
well. The thing is, like I say, that they pulled and the UF Twitter files that they've put on there literally has absolutely full of malware and Trojan trackers. Absolutely full. I've reported this out to Google, so it should be down in a matter of days. It's literally got about 50 trackers, and also Klaus's Substack and any Substacks like that. If you sign up to them, you are forgiving and sacrificing your passwords, your browsing history, your pictures, everything on your phone. So if you take a look at that, it's pretty fucking horrible, man. It's pretty bad. So yeah, be careful what you're signing up to on here. I'll actually send up the screenshot of it shortly. But yeah, if you sign up, shut up, Floyd. If you sign up to Klaus's Substack as a mail, like on the mail list, it doesn't say what
I
intellectual right.
almost did the other day, actually.
Oh, mate,
I came close, but I didn't. So it's funny you said that. Because someone made a post saying he rose to stardom really quickly, da 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 da, and if it's a case of data collection via that avenue, and they're supporting that, there's almost like political interest behind. They're trying to work out where,
there's loads. They're studying analytics and so forth.
Can you prove this? It's a big claim you're making right now. Is this? Do you have evidence of this? Do you have receipts, brother? I can go
on his Substack and get it up for you. So yeah, bear with me 1 second. I'll go and grab it. Right, Tiny Klaus Substack on set. Tiny Klaus Substack information collection. 1 sec. Information.
Is it in the disclaimer? Is it like if you look at the information on it, it's like it's public information, is what you're saying? Is that, or have you done some background sort of?
No. On the bottom of his Substack, it's information collecting, and it provides consumer several rights. Where is it? 1 sec. You have the right to know what personal information we use, disclose, or sell. We provide that information here in the CCPA policy. Categories and specific piece of personal information we've collected about you. Categories of sources from which we collect personal information. Purposes for collecting, using, and selling personal information. Categories of third parties with which we sell personal information. If applicable, categories of personal information sold about you and categories of third parties to which the personal information was sold. Personal information of each third party to which personal information was sold. Where category identity, we collect your name, IP address, email address, Twitter handle, Google account information, your automatic collection IP address, email address, customer record information. We collect your name, your email, your address, your user bio, your subscription, your unsubscriptions, your settings and preferences, reactions to all posts and comments, user photos, user profiles information, public Twitter profile information, publication of the authorship information, your search history on the website for publishers. We may collect information on the city or the country of residence, emailing. Your Twitter, your Google, we may collect publisher, city, country, residence information, commercial information, records of product services you've purchased through websites, internet or other activity, browsing history, search history, interaction data on your website and links from your Substack emails, your automatic collection, geolocation data, your IP address, tracking technologies we use for information data, sensory data, user photos, Twitter profile photos, your Twitter, your connection accounts, and use of personal information, business purposes to provide support to develop our website, identifies customer record information, sensory data, internet data. That's just like half of it I've read there. So yeah, That's why so when people are asking, oh, I don't know how they're getting access to my emails and all this. This is fucking how they've done it. Fucking assholes, mate, assholes. And it's bigger
Sounds
than
like
them.
a credit card company.
Pardon? Yeah, that's like it's like you say, it's like a credit card company. It's
Sounds
like
just like a mate. I'll say something though. For what it's worth, from my point of view, every single person in this room, anyone who has a credit card, anyone who has any type of personal electronic data, everyone has a digital signature. We've talked about it in spaces before. I'll say this much: no matter what's put at the bottom of anything, your information is traded on a daily basis. You're in a group of individuals that's been earmarked as a certain group, a certain coalescence of likes. They go, and you're worth about, you, me, and everyone else in the room's worth about 0.09 cents as a piece of information to be sold to other companies. And they'll do data trend analysis, and they'll target us with the algorithms to feed us information they think we want.
oh yeah, there is data like that because I used to do it. We used to set up like reward websites where you actually put in your name, your address, and then someone would win a £250 award and then sell the data for like 10 grand. But that is specifically geolocation and tracking data. And on KMF's document files, the UFO Twitter files, the licensing and tracking, the license is produced literally the day before, so the license is renewed every day. Because it keeps getting shut down by Google, obviously, but they have absolutely so many tracking and linking data. So once you've entered on somebody who's come over as reliable, and I don't mean to touch on this, but my mate Vinny from Disclosure Team has been doing this for ages. He's interviewed some of the top people, right? He doesn't have virtually as many followers as Klaus, and who's Klaus? Have you ever seen Klaus? Have you ever actually seen him do an interview with like top people?
We chat with him in spaces all the time, mate.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, but he blocked me for a reason. But may chat with him many times in spaces. But I'm just saying that I've known people who've been doing this, putting their heart and soul into it, and have nowhere near as many followers or supporters that they have. And he's been mates with Lou Elizondo. He did one of the first interviews with Lou Elizondo back with Disclosure Team on Instagram. And this guy's come out of nowhere. And KMF and Klaus, they've been longtime friends on SoundCloud, on Reddit, on Disclosure, on Discord. And I'm not criticizing anybody here. Anybody can follow whoever they want or do whatever they want. I'm just like speaking up because these are horrible accusations, because everybody in this group is being labelled a Nazi apologetic paedophile supporter who is causing dismay to the UFO Twitter Society. But we're not. We are keeping ourselves separate and private from other people. It is so.
Yeah, but who fucking cares? Who cares? Who gives a fuck what they think? Really? Who cares?
Well, I do, because when there's an agenda, when there's an agenda being pushed that they don't like, or we don't, or because we support the fact that there's truth that's being hidden from us, and there's an agenda being pushed by people who have run out of evidence and information, and they are now trying to slide the analytics down, because Chupacabra had a great thing going on with his timeline. He was really pushing that, and people were jumping on board with that, thinking, wow, that's fantastic, that's brilliant, that's great. And that's no longer being really pushed by Tupa, because he's kind of worried in a way. I feel like he's kind of worried in a way to actually push it, because it's a brilliant bit of tech that I was saying I need to license that. It's brilliant. I've not seen that before. And the thing is that side came out with something called Phenom AI, which was an AI driven timeline, which hasn't picked up the kind of momentum that Tupa had done with that. And I'm not, like I say, anybody can talk to whoever they want and do whatever they want. I'm just speaking out as a mutual party of what I found, and I have no hate against anyone. And he even said to that dude, I said I have no hate against anyone. People's beliefs are their beliefs, but when they're encouraging people to incite hate and violence and taking things out of context, because someone was posted about being a Nazi apologetic the other day when it just said that this is my view. This is what I think. When I think of Nazis, I think of people in 1940s in a uniform. I don't really think of it any other way. And then you've seen the videos from Ukraine, and all of a sudden,
hang on. If I can offer an opinion, because
yeah, of course, man.
we've been going down this road for months. We've taken them on, we've banded together, we've separated, we've fought with them, we've argued with them, we've tried to find peace. None of it works. Okay, sorry. My personal opinion is the best way that we can tackle this. You ought to strangle that bird, by the way. Just joking. Or turn your mic off. That would be a good idea.
Sorry.
Yeah. What I would suggest we do is the people in these rooms have the best discussions, open up the minds, get people will come to the best discussions. If people want to hear intellectual discussion about the phenomenon and UAP, they'll find the places where they get it and they won't give a shit about what people say about the people in it. I've been through the middle of all of it. I still get to come to spaces with Logan and Sam and all you guys. And sometimes I think I even get to go to some of their spaces. I don't know why, but I've been in somewhere some of those guys are in it. But I don't, and I've said it. I've said it. It's been recorded. They even made a little bit of a James Bond thing for me, which I thought was really cool. And I'll say it again. What that fucking idiot said to Jules, even though me and Jules don't get along, but what he said to him is unforgivable. It's wrong. No one should condone it, whether by discretion, by non-association, or in any way, shape, or form. That is unacceptable. But we're not going to get any fucking where if we keep fighting with them because they're too good at it. They've got an entire team working on it. I think we can provide good content. People will want to come and listen. And if they get to come into a place that's not fucking crazy, where we're talking about good stuff, interesting stuff, they'll come. And they won't give a shit about all the other stuff. That's the way I work.
You sound like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was just going to say, these people doing this, just don't interact with them. Just block them, mute them. Imagine that they're not there. Because if you're retaliating and interacting, it's just going to continue. And like I say, if people hear a view or a strong view that they don't agree with, speak up. Speak up. And like I say, the one thing that I did mention on is occasionally during space. I know people, like when they've had a drink and so forth, they may get a bit comfortable with other people, but keep private stuff to DMs and so forth like that, because other people may get offended about sexual advances and so forth against other people. And I'm not, like I say, I'm not saying anything there, but I'm just feeding back to you because I was trying to mediate and I was just trying to put this to bed, but I don't think it can be put to bed. I think it's gone too far, so it's just got to be ignored and just let it fizzle out. Okay, guys.
So are you saying I'm not allowed to hit on you in a space? I have to do it in DMs?
And you know, you can hit on me in space, but nothing derogatory, if you know what I mean. Yeah, yeah. Because yeah.
So,
yeah.
like, don't tell him he's got a good face for radio and that sort of thing.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is if just anyone says anything that offends them, speak up and let us know, because if it offends you and you sit there quietly about it.
Why do you think they're doing that? Like, what's your opinion? Do you think because they've run out of evidence? Is that what you think that the grift is, like, to push, not the grift, but like the sentiment for trying to cast aspersions and call people certain things, or
well,
you know, the shit that's going on? You know, what do you think, in your opinion, is where's that sort of stem from?
It's mainly all targeted against Tupa, really. I was trying to find the where it started, why it started, and why it's continuing, why people need to feel the need to actually, like you say, if you don't agree with something in the group, you're then not going to come and jump into it.
I heard that this kind of stuff's been going on since before Tupa, and there were other victims before him. And I also like to say Tupa holds some of my all-time favorite spaces on Twitter. I love his spaces. They're always very informative, and you learn a lot.
Some people say a similar thing happened on Reddit a while back as well.
Well, it happened to my friend Erica Lukes. She went for an interview at Skinwalker Ranch with Joel Murgia to be on the show, and she didn't get on the show because her views are very strong, and she will always seek out the truth. And there was many YouTube shows where she got asked, given a super chat, asked a question, and then like 10 minutes later about Skinwalker, and she'd literally go on that, yeah, they've been able to provide no evidence. They didn't want me on there because I wouldn't sign an NDA. And I think it was Joel Murgia and Brandon Fugel, many others ganged up, but Joel Murgia used to record the UFO Joe. He used to literally record the YouTube shows, transcribe them, and do like six tweet threads about what she said and what she's done. And this is years later, like a couple of years later than when she was asked to be on there. And she does have strong views on it because there's been no real credible evidence been brought to the table, and the fact that the Bigelow is holding lots of evidence about it, and what they do is they take he transcribe little bits off there, and then actually bring that to Twitter, and then use it with his 20,000 followers to actually attack somebody who's been doing this for ages. And Erica Lukes is brilliant. She does interviews all the time, and she's one of those people where you can believe her or not, but she interviews the good people and interviews some right people, and she got absolutely just systematically attacked. There's hundreds and hundreds of like horrible things that have been said about her, and it happened to my mate Josh and Artemis as well. And they just don't do UFO videos anymore. They just trailed off it because they were getting that much abuse, and that abuse was publicly launched by Lou Elizondo, because he mocked Josh's girlfriend's name, and then cancelled the interview because they wouldn't follow a script or a narrative. And I think these things are being systematically done. As I say, these people are then endorsed by these big names, and these big names who literally say that we won't stand for any harassment or bullying are supporting these people. And yeah, and unfortunately, it's not a criminal offence in America, but it's a criminal offence if in England if somebody actually abused me online. It's a criminal offence. But for some reason, it's not in America. But as I say, if you're following these people or anything like that, just if you want to block them, mute them. You don't have to. I'm not suggesting anything. You do what you like on here. But I'm going to stop talking about this now. But I just wanted to feed that back to you because I just wanted to mediate and actually try and put this to bed, because I love these groups and I've never faced anything but love in these groups, and I really appreciate all of you. And yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I tried. And
can I ask how you went when you went in the other room? Did you get booed out of there, or were they reasonable with you in the end?
No,
did
no,
they say they want to make peace? I mean, did you tell them what you're telling us, so to speak, or I mean?
Yeah, I invited I unblocked them, and because I've never really engaged with them, but yeah, I invited them to group, and yeah, spoke to me with up due respect and everything, and they have very strong views on what they believe in, and what they believe in is the democratic way, the unjust war in Russia, the unjust war in Ukraine, the Russian Nazis. There's no Ukrainian Nazis. They don't agree with Republican views. They don't agree with people who say that COVID isn't or wasn't real or was manufactured, or that the government has covered things up. So they do have very, very strong views on that side, and that's fine. That's their opinion. That's their beliefs. But
yeah, but hang on. This guy came into a space one day and quote unquote, I have been sent here to remove evil people from UFO Twitter. That was the words he used. And Panda helped me out because he hasn't had a chance to speak. But Panda was also mentioning that the same people had targeted Lou Jimenez. The same people targeted Greenwald. The same people have targeted a lot of people in our community. And, Sam knows I've talked about this in a space before. There was a deliberate effort, and I think it's an ongoing project, to manufacture a situation where the newcomers to UFO Twitter would be guided to a certain set of people who wanted to guide disclosure in a certain way. And
It
unfortunately,
happened to me. It happened to me. You're right.
yeah, and unfortunately, it seems to, like they say in the bloody movies, it seems to go all the way to the top because there's certain people not reacting who should be. Members of our community, people that we supposedly look up to, should be reacting to this, and they're not. And that's the dark side of this. That's the bit none of us get. You draw the line when someone tells someone to kill himself. There is no moral discussion about that. It's just fucking wrong. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. But then to repeatedly brag about it, and no one's come out and said this is wrong, he doesn't deserve to represent us. There's, in fact, seems to be an ongoing campaign to keep him around. He must be a great patsy. It's just wrong. And unfortunately, our community is being stuck in the middle where if we try and mediate, we get called, whatever. If we try and just stick to ourselves, we're called this nasty group who's doing all this bad stuff. It's fucked. It really is. And it's our community that suffers. It's not these dickheads who are doing it.
yeah, that's exactly what I have put, and I will touch on it slightly because I don't really want to discuss it, but yes, what happens is there's an analytics system called Black Magic, which basically you can control different apps through it, and it'll link other Twitter accounts together, like a business Twitter account, a personal Twitter account, so forth. And it will pick up on buzzwords and retweet certain things. But what it'll do is it'll pick up on the analytics of who's liking this, who's not like that, who's then gone to like something else, and basically it'll study basically like a real time distributors network with music. It'll tell you who's listening to your stuff, who's following your stuff, who's liking your stuff, who's then going to other places and other things. And then what happens is they systematically attack those things. And as I say, it happened with Erica Lukes because she has come out and constantly said that they've got no proof. Same with Stephen Greenstreet. Stephen Greenstreet's investigative reporting is absolutely brilliant, second to none. Because reason being is because I have done all the same investigating reporting, and I've come across the same exact proof that he has, and the exact evidence that he has in it, and it's all out there. And like I say, we were promised 22-minute videos. We were promised lots of stuff. We were promised all this, but it's been 6 years. Where is it? Do you know what I mean?
Is it rogue element or is it deep state? Do you think these guys are paid actors from the government to do this, or do you think that this is a like rogue actors acting on their own with their self-reported sort of get to control the narrative of the conversation? I mean, Twitter must piss them right off because it is the opposite. It allows free speech, allows sort of conversations like this one we're having right now just to take place, and at core, that is the core of democracy, for us to be able to have these, discussions and try and understand without fear and without prejudice also, I might add, in an adult matter, because what's been happening is just amounts to childish behaviour and to some sort of element of control that's stemming from somewhere, and they're doing it through, it's been done through very lowly means. You don't have to be, sort of blind Freddy can see that. So you've brought a bit of light to the table today, Guy, I think, with some of the things you've had to say. You made some very interesting points. And I think, like Kent says, there's an element of who gives a fuck. Just continue on with your life. That's because if that's what they're trying to stop, then you don't stop that. You just probably don't give it the oxygen also at the same time. But at least you're acutely aware of kind of sort of how things sit. But I think also if people are attacked, they need to feel like we can turn to each other and can come to your friends for support. But I mean, I don't think the answer either is though to sort of, respond and retaliate. I think your best friend is the block button, and I think that is really the best way to get past it.
Yeah, just ignore them. It's a joke.
Yeah,
I
damn right.
will add one thing though. I'll add one thing. When I put my analyst hat on, and I look at Twitter from neural linguistic and the analytic point. The thing that bothered me the most in the recent 12 months was, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think we'll find out about this one day. But the thing I discussed with a few people was what I was calling active engagement. We'd be in a space, and there'd be people who would come into the space with deliberate tactical maneuvering speech patterns and targeted words, summoning their friends who tag teamed in with them immediately after they went into the space. And the only thing that made sense to me was that part of the programming for the analysis on these live chats and recorded chats was actually actively seeking out people to go in and nullify conversations going in the wrong way, or going in a way that, for want of a better word, they did not want discussed. And that's the aspect of all this Twitter stuff that's really, I've got a bit of a bulldog grip on that. I think there's going to be a lot coming out about that one day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're just a bunch of people who are really interested in a subject, and we just talk about it. That's essentially what it is. There's no harm being done there, and and as you said, Guy, like my experience in these groups been nothing but one of love and friendship, and I met some great people. I had some great disagreements along the way. Also, Kent will tell you that, but him and I are good mates, and and there's people who I probably don't like that come into some spaces. And there's some people in here who are going to not like me. That's just fucking life, That is life. But we should be able to just have conversations and without any fear, and and as long as be respectful of each other. And we always, I think I found nearly everyone in here is pretty respectful,
I've got to say as well, change that UFO hate group to UFO love group. Because that's being promoted as we're supporting a UFO hate group. Shut up, Floyd.
I'm confused. Who's the hate group? Who's the?
Well, there's that UFO, that KMF. Floyd, just the KMF harassment group that's been set up, and I think someone's put hashtag UFO hate group, and that's being like supported as that we're a UFO hate group, if you know what I mean. So. But like I say, nobody has to do what I say. I'm just a vessel to speak. Currently, anyway, I'll shut up about that now. I just wanted to feed that back to you because I love all you guys, and I respect you all, and I just wanted to try and settle this once and for all, because it's way out of order what's being said, and
it'll only be settled when they get what they want. This is the part that troubles me, right? What do they want? Essentially, what is it that they want to happen in order for them to stop, like, I guess you'd call harassment of certain individuals?
Yeah.
Yeah, Guy, can I say a few things about what you were saying? So Erica Lukes, she was dating a guy at Skinwalker Ranch that was rejected from being on the show as well. She had a personal beef. She has a religious slant where she's accusing him of calling Brandon Fugel, calling out the old owners as liars when there's clear evidence that there were incidents there that are in police reports and witnesses. So there's a lot of stuff that she's done to bring stuff on back and forth when you're on an attack. Let me finish. When you're an attack dog, whatever your point is, you're going to have feedback come back the other way. Same thing with Stephen Greenstreet, whether it's tit for tat over and over, he starts prodding people to attack back. It's part of his strategy. So these kind of things are going to happen in discussion when you go back and forth like that. It's going to happen. Then there's a point where people team up and not only discredit, but do harass. That's where the problem is. Freedom of speech is fine. Freedom of speech is what you want. We want debate. We want to hear both sides of every story. A lot of people have different angles with this stuff, but it's the behavior of harassment, and legal or not, the morality of it, it's outrageous. And the idea that these people are supposed to be good people that are just allowing it, looking the other way, encouraging it, choosing it over not being one of the people cast out of these groups, it's ridiculous. And it's cowardly, and it's just wrong. And if people don't speak about it, then it's going to just keep going on. And that's what I see with these. There's the same people you were listing as your friends and your point of view. I don't agree, Guy, that Stephen Greenstreet's he's taking some things that are evidence, but he always compounds it with insults and the idea that anybody experiencing look back, Guy, at on my page, Stephen Greenstreet a few weeks ago did a Spaces. Listen to the Spaces. In the end, they said, "What is Skinwalker Ranch then?" He says, "Well, it's like when Rey in Star Wars goes before the mirrors in the Hall of Mirrors, and she sees all these different aspects of herself. That's what Skinwalker Ranch does. People bring." He's talking about, after all he's done, a supernatural thing tied to this visit at this place. And he says, "That's what it is." Well, then that cancels your whole argument, Stephen. You know, but that's my point.
Yeah, I will just say I didn't state that these were like I'm friends with these people, but I don't agree with the methods or the deliveries that they come forward. It's like, how I see it is, I'm a United fan. These people are City fans. We have rival interests, but at the end of the day, a morality and a sense of goodness is different. But if somebody then attacks you about something that you've been doing long before that these people have come onto this stage, and you've built up a career and a fan base, and then that's being discredited, then that's not very good. It's like someone coming to McDonald's and I don't know. That was a pretty strange thing.
I want to chime in. I want to support Zim here. Like me and Sam and Zim, some of these guys have been around for a long time in Spaces, UFO Twitter as well. You know, I like Erica. She followed me, I follow her, and we've had a few discussions. But no one's innocent in this. And I can say that I know enough to know that there's no one innocent in this, and Erica's not innocent. Neither is any of the others. There's plenty of skullduggery going around for everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, damn right. 100% agree with you. 100% agree. And like I say, I'm not supporting anybody. I'm not backing anybody. I'm just saying that people have their own beliefs, and we have to respect those beliefs. But when those beliefs get to a point where they are getting radical, then that's a bit over the line. You know what I mean? And I don't want to just feel like I'm supporting anybody. I was just coming back and just feeding this back. Just saying that like I say, in these groups, any derogatory things or anything that anyone's offended by, do speak up, and people in these groups will support you if you have got an issue with something that's said. That's literally all I'm implying. If we give them no ammunition to feed off, then they're going to have empty empty guns at the end of the day. And that's what I was meaning. I wasn't meaning any offence, Kent, or any supporting of anybody else. I'm just saying that this is systematically happened, not just since on UFO Twitter. It systematically happened since 1947, since James Forrestal had an issue with keeping the secrets from the citizens, and people have been shut down. Martin Luther King, when he spoke out about Vietnam, shut down. Malcolm X, all these people. You know what I mean? These people who are talking truth and freedom and the American way, in a sense, they get shut down. And yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I love you guys, and yeah, I'm going to put it to bed anyway. But thank you. I just wanted to jump on, man. Love you guys, and yeah, completely
And one
great.
point you did make is correct. Is you start to see when I first came around here, those groups that were just ganging up. At first glance, you're like, yeah, that other person is out of control. See, look how many people disagree, and that is your first impression. But when you step back, a lot of the people that have been targeted by these groups, they had points to make, and they got silenced, they got pushed away, they got buried, and that's not right. And I agree with you there.
You guys need another platform to talk about those points of view, I guess, if it's going to be like this. Watch out for moles.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Did anyone watch Coronation anyway? No, none of you are British, but yeah, went to a Mad Street party yesterday, and it was damn good. It was damn good, but yeah, I've got my guitar out. It's 11 a.m. here. If anyone wants a song, I'm happy to break this shit up and get back on topic.
You just dropped some fucking truth bombs in the room, man. I think everyone's just absorbing the fucking. Yeah, I applaud you, but you got some kahunas, and if you said what you said to them, what you said to us, and maintain some sort of diplomacy, good, healthy discussion with them, I applaud you. I think that's fantastic.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, it'd make a fucking interesting fucking documentary. I can tell you that much.
Right. We should do, yo. Should do.
Where are these other rooms?
As in, but I'm not sure what you mean there.
Well, you say you're speaking to them and making peace. And what other rooms?
Oh no, I just jumped in a space the other day with him. I did just to see if I could settle a few things. But like I say, I think it's gone way past to being settled. It is, and I just wanted to get
Who
a
did
point.
you have a grievance with? Who was it? Who did you particularly have a grievance with that you needed to settle?
I have grievances with nobody. I don't have hate in my heart for anybody. Like I say, these people are doing these things for a certain reason for them, and to satisfy a reason in their mind view. And people are getting on defensive and retaliating to that and giving them ammunition, which is feeding this further and further. And I just wanted to find out where it started, why it started, and why these are being so investigating. Well, so obsessed with investigating, like 3 years old messages and stuff like that, and stuff that's been put to bed and it's been brought up again. And
you mean direct efforts to character assassinate people?
Yeah, literally, and like say something. Everybody, right, has made mistakes in life, said things that they don't mean, and if it takes a real person to actually stand up, put your hands up, and apologize about that, and say, yeah, I did wrong, and that was done. But then this is now being brought up again and used against these people, and
I think you'll find we've moved on. Who's still being attacked? I mean, Ben's getting a bit of shit, but he deals with that. I mean, who's still being attacked?
Love it.
Yeah, there's. I don't really want to say certain names, but there is specifically like a few, just 4 or 5 people, who have been constantly attacked.
I don't really love it, for the record. I think, you know, who wants negative interactions with anybody else? No one does.
That's it.
You know,
Why don't they come in this space? Why don't they record the fucking songs they're doing and then put them out?
Sounds like a bunch of drama lovers combined with truth hiders. Someone's putting them all to task to make sure that the truth doesn't come out. And you know, I think in the end, at least this is my perspective as a newcomer, outsider newcomer. It seems that when you get too close to the truth, someone throws a red flag, and then they sick the dogs on whoever it may be that has an idea or thought. And then after that's been squashed, it seems that they like the drama so much that they keep going. I don't know. I mean, that's just my initial perspective. Whatever it's worth.
I see a bunch of zeros on that side of the argument. I see a bunch of people that are myopic followers. That's what I see. And the leadership of that group we're talking about is very small. It's a lot of deadheads, man, that if you do listen to them speaking here, they offer almost nothing. You know, I mean, not that I'm bringing everything to the table, but I'm like, well, what has this person ever said except, yeah, what he said, you know?
Hey guys, it's TJ. I'm new to UFO Twitter, and Tupa was in there my first night, kind of getting in, and there was the little war going on between him, and I don't even know what it's about, but I just stayed out of it. And that night, I got obliterated by people on the opposite side trying to like recruit me and tell me why I need to be on their side, and I kind of hit back. I'm like, well, you never said anything to me, so I don't really care. And I started to take a little hate for that. Like I had to pick a side the first day I got in the stupid chat room, it seemed like, and I just wanted to talk about UFO sightings. But that was kind of my first experience in UFO Twitter world.
Okay, that's ridiculous. If anybody here, I imagine everyone here has been messaged by someone, and just like TJ has, and if so, you might send me a message, because we just need to create a record of all these messages. I'm sure it's the same person or persons that are sending all these messages to these people.
Yeah,
and if we can just go ahead and get a record,
my strategy is to
just
stay out of it, man. Like that's my strategy, is just to not touch it. And when I kind of made that clear to him, like I'm not even getting anywhere near this, it was almost like, well, you know,
he's road. If you got a ledger with hundreds of fucking names on it, and they're all fucking there, that speaks pretty fucking loud.
Right, but here's the thing.
I saw the bullshit.
It's been months now, and it's still going on. So, you know, if you want to just, you know, you don't have to like send me a screenshot that includes your name. Just, you know, send me a screenshot with just their message alone, and so that you don't have to get involved in anything, right? That you don't want to.
Yeah,
whatever,
exactly.
But,
it was
helpful.
Mostly like it would be screenshots of like those stupid like messages from years ago on different chat forums and stuff, like trying to convince me so and so's a racist or this person's this, and none of them seemed like anything to me. I even told Tupa that. I was like, dude, none of it seems like anything to me. You just seem like any other guy to me, but I don't know, man.
He uses the race card, KMF does. That's one of his first go-tos. It's the race card, the pedophilia. It's the same old fucking song, the same old tune every single time with every single person to try. And it's just usually if you're guilty by association, or you may just be in a space and just as a listener and listening, and all of a sudden, you know, you're getting fucking hammered, your name's getting tagged, and that's what happened to me this week. I wasn't even in the space. My name gets tagged. And I always stand up against racism. 100%. For the record, I fucking denounce racism and I don't stand for it. I haven't really heard anyone here, and people I have heard being here that are racist, being kicked fucking straight away. So, these I think Logan's got a pretty handy idea there.
Hey Logan, I went out to dinner with a friend and his wife last night, and
Anyway, how's your new internet, Logan? How's it settling in?
Can you not hear Zim, Guy?
No, sorry, I could not hear Zim. Very sorry, Zim. I'll
no
drop
problem.
down.
You hear me
Sorry, very
now?
very sorry, man. Really couldn't hear you.
That happens. So Logan, I was out with a friend and he's into Bigfoot a little, and he's talking about the Appalachian Trail. And I said, "So have you ever heard of Eric the Adventurer?" And he goes, "Eric the Adventurer is awesome." He goes, "I just watched the video last night of something he had." He goes, he turns to the table and he goes, "He's a guy who gave up his life to follow Bigfoot wherever it is." He starts talking about Eric in this legendary terms. I'm like, "That's my friend, man. I know Eric."
Wait, who is this person?
He's a guy from my old neighborhood that has a place up here with his wife, and that's just, you know what I mean, just outside of our little group. He's like a fan of Eric's. He said, yeah, he gave up his life to pursue Bigfoot. That's what he said, and he travels around. And I said, that's him, man. That's Eric.
Are there any sort of groups that are like politically against Bigfoot? Because I'm thinking maybe UFOs are like, that's such a politically charged issue. Those people who believe in Bigfoot and chase Bigfoot, they're kind of safe, from the political spectrum. Bigfoot's not political, not yet.
No, I'm just waiting for T-shirts that say Bigfoot votes.
Who's going to get the first vote, Bigfoot or AI? That'd be a bit of a quandary, wouldn't it? If you gave AI the vote.
What kind of doesn't make sense to me? I can't. It just doesn't make sense to me because I hear everything you're saying, Guy. Well, you said what you said earlier, but I think to myself, like, these guys are proponents of disclosure. They're pushing for disclosure. We're proponents of it, but most of the time we just shooting shit in here about and talking about the topic, and but very rarely we get sort of like a hell of a lot of experiences in here. It's very rare. But essentially we're not really hurting anyone. We're just having discussions, and this seems to be a choice of topic, and that's all it is. So it kind of, to me, it's almost like, is it really damaging disclosure having the people talk about disclosure? I mean, isn't that the whole fucking idea of disclosure? It's about to get the public to engage in, in the subject. So I don't understand why there'd be an active sort of push against those that are interested in the subject and those that talk about the subject. It just doesn't make sense whatsoever.
They want to control the subject so much that they don't want discussion. That's the difference. That one of the big things that they went after Tupa for is for actually having brought up something to discuss. They just did it again like last week. It was brought up issues with Ukraine or something. Like, see, look, he said that's indoctrination, and it isn't. It's a discussion, and if we can't have discussions, we're never going to have a truth. If we can't debate and discuss, and that's the difference. It isn't about them having a point of view. It's about them trying to stop any other point of view from being discussed.
Hey, look at the top, or look in the thread. I went ahead and started a poll, just asking if, after participating in one of these spaces, mine or other people's, if someone messaged you privately afterwards and tried to convince you about something horrible about someone in the space. If someone did that, go ahead and feel free to say yes or no on that poll. That'd be great. Good to know how much that's happening. That'd be great to know. Anyways, yeah.
I've also got about 20 messages that I sent to people saying, have you ever heard talk of this, or this? And have you ever had it directed at you? Have you ever been offended by it? And literally, it was literally all no's. Like I said, I only got like 1 or 2 messages saying, when we're talking about certain things, all of a sudden someone will jump in and say, "Oh yeah, do you want to go on a date or something like this?" And that's why I brought up that, and that's it. Like of 20 of the main people who come and speak at the top, everyone said no, and everybody defended the people that have been targeted. So yeah, it's like I say, it's being used as a way to push an agenda and push new people away. Like, I can't believe that one person come on and listened for 1 day on the space and then got a bunch of messages targeted at them. That's mental. That means people are not just listening on these spaces, but there's people that are jumping in on these spaces who have accounts by them, and then they're listening to these accounts and then coming after these people. Man, it's mental. So it's a coordinated attack, and more than 3 people. It's a conspiracy at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? So well, like I say, when these things are happening, it means you're doing the right things and pushing the right things. And we're not pushing certain beliefs on people. We're not pushing anything like that. We're pushing acceptance for all people, acceptance for all stories, acceptance for anything you believe, and we roll with that, and we all learn off that. I've learned loads of stuff off different people on here that I didn't know, and I retain a lot of information, know a lot of information, but I don't know it all, and I'm open-minded, and I love to hear what people have got to think and what people have got to say. That's the beauty of these things. It's the joy of freedom. This is freedom for me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is, but it's polluted, Guy. Like, I mean, how many different agencies are in not only just probably listening to the room, but how many different agencies from around the world have people acting in these rooms? Amongst us, one of us. That's a fact. And that is separate to different factions or people who kind of, that's what I say, you think you know who's who in the zoo, but I mean, you don't. So, I mean, people could be steering conversations in certain directions for certain reasons also.
Yeah, and speaking of the zoos, moles do have a certain smell, odor.
Yeah, and Guy, it's not quite right to say everyone says they're saying that this guy's not doing bad things. It's a fact that they have been doing bad things. We all know about it. We're being ostracized out of a community. You got to remember, they're not trying to stop people coming into UFO Twitter. They're trying to stop people coming into our UFO Twitter. They want them in their UFO Twitter. That's what's. This is not about turning people away. It's about turning people in a direction.
Yeah, I typically throw my hand up when I have something to say, and I don't want to keep trying to talk over everybody trying to talk after the last person. But what people don't realize is I get messages like that all the time. Hey, I'm new, and this person, my friend, told me that you're shady and I should watch out for you. but I've never seen nothing like that when I interact with you. They literally are telling me that they have the means to make the decision, but still can't. And that's because these people are hitting those people up beforehand. It would be like if I hit up Guy. Hey, even though everything I'm about to say, I probably think about Guy, but I'm just saying in case it wasn't. Hey man, your music's awesome. I like what you're doing in the space, and then I start talking to you, and then now we're kind of like friends or whatever. But then people start saying things about us. So it's like when people like I didn't understand why people would hit me up like in DMs and stuff, and like in real life people don't really do that, you know what I mean? And so I had to like look out for that. And it was the same people that were like kind of like sending me DMs out of the ordinary or whatever are the same people that were involved in all the drama, and it's the same names that pop up. It's not a coincidence that you know, I'm supposed to hate women, but it's all the females that are sending me the message about the same female that's sending them the message. So just please watch out. Use your brain if you can. That there is a way to spot this stuff, but sometimes it is hard. It goes deep because you think these people are your friends, and you don't want to say anything. You want to be nice, but it's that same niceness that they're taking advantage of.
I just wanted to put mine up. Yeah, indeed, that's why I put my original name on it. I've got nothing to hide, and yeah, I mean it's one of those. So and I know I've sent people DMs and links, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not clicking on that," blah blah blah. Blah. But and I totally understand that. But yeah, I'm totally transparent. I've nothing to hide, and I don't care if anybody gets anything about me. But yeah, I'm sorry I brought this up, and I didn't want to make it carry on to a massive speech, and I'm very sorry. So yeah, I hope you all understand that it's a thing that's been going on for ages, and just to ignore it, block it, and just fizzle it out, and it will fizzle out after a while.
Actually, I just heard the opposite in another space. That people that deal with this stuff in a professional manner think that there are only two options. Either they get put in the system and they're physically required by law to stop, or scorched earth. And, everything that other people do in retaliation now look like they are the bad guys. So how do you deal with that, right?
Yeah, you're right in there. 'Cause, as I said, in America, giving abuse and harassment online isn't actually a criminal offence. You can go to like groups like ADL and so forth, but yeah, in the UK, it's a very bad criminal law, and I think that's one of the reasons why I've not been massively attacked. And for people who are aware of this, know the law, you know what I mean. So it's a dodgy situation, but as I say, fuck it, carry on. We're doing good, and we do good, and if people actually listen to these spaces, they will know that, and every one of them's recorded. So there's a backtracking of history of our goodness. So yeah, I just wanted to just touch on that because I know a lot of people, like I say, there's vulnerable people that are in these groups, people that are vulnerable, people that are having a hard time, people that are maybe possibly on the borderline of suicide. We don't know at all, and people then are baiting people to actually commit suicide. I've dealt with many people who've committed suicide. I've had like 10, 11 friends who've committed suicide. One of them even asked me how my mate did it, and then did it the next day the same way. And it's not nice, and it's not nice to be baited on anybody. And yeah, sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional, but yeah, I don't want anybody to face anything like that. And if they do, just come and speak to us, and come and, instead of retaliating, just come and talk to us, and we'll just talk about it. You know what I mean? It's not worth getting aggravated and worried about.
Those are the words of a very compassionate person. The only reason I say that, Guy, is I hear you yawn a lot, and I hear from other people when you see somebody else yawn and then you yawn, well, that's a sign of compassion. I don't know where that's come up, but I've heard it from a few other people.
Yeah, I do. I have a bit of a speech impediment, and it's just a natural thing where I yawn when I'm when I'm struggling to speak. But like I say, I'm not struggling to speak. It's something I'm very passionate about, and yeah, I don't want people to have to go through stuff like that when they're just speaking their minds and speaking the truth. Yeah, because much love to everybody. I say I've never faced any worries in here, and I've been embraced and given the space to speak to people, and I appreciate that.
Freedom of speech, man, that's like sacred. You know, we should be able to talk about this subject till the cows come home. You know, like that's, you know, or talk about anything we want, really. You know, within the realms of respect. You know, I totally agree.
And this is not the first time we've seen this. We've seen this in just outside the Twitter Spaces, but now it's starting to bleed into here. Like prominent members in UFOlogy, the paranormal community. You know, some of them turn and start becoming disinformation setters. You know, so
It's, yeah. At the end of the day, it's about understanding and education, and you know, when you know, like I feel like I've learned a fair bit tonight, actually. And you know, then it's just, you know, then you can just, you know, get on with your life and learn who to tune out from and learn who to sort of listen to more closely, I guess.
Yeah, indeed, man, indeed. But before I talked about this, what was you talking about? Solar systems or what? Has everybody had a good
Well,
weekend? Or
AI, we're talking about AGI, consciousness, essentially sort of, you know, sort of down that track a little bit.
nice, man, nice. I was doing this thing the other night. I was talking about that Piotr Garyev. He run this thing called the DNA Matrix, and for a long while I've been doing the Monroe Institute Hemisync gateway experience, which is brilliant, and it's been very hard to touch on the Piotr Garyev stuff because most of it was in Russian, but now because of the AI situation that's come on, it's really easy for them to translate YouTube videos that are in like Russian and so forth into just like English and I've been listening to some of these and some of the comments are on them because, like I say, when you used to translate things, they used to get lost in translation and so forth, and yeah, this DNA matrix, it's brilliant. It's some people are just saying on there that the feeling healed within like 3 minutes. So I'll post it in the comments, man. But it's well worth a try. It's proper trippy, but yeah, well worth a try.
Can you give us just a brief description, like what it entails that one would have to do to sort of, you know, how does it work?
Well, basically, but Piotr Garyev, he did a lot of work with DNA reprogramming and stuff, and Logan brought it up the other day that a lot of the papers and research he done, they're being pulled and discredited, and I checked into it, and a lot of them are being discredited by the Rockefeller Institute. But he did a lot of work with DNA reprogramming with frequencies and sound, where they were able to connect with real autistic children and actually give them a really means for a good life using DNA, using frequencies for like reprogramming and healing. But they managed to change the DNA structure and reprogram structures of I think it was a salamander, something like that. And he hypothesized that that this works with this works with humans as well, and they managed to like connect telepathically with this DNA reprogramming, actually like using like these words and frequencies to actually contact people telepathically, so forth. But he also had a hypothesis that in a vacuum or a microgravity situation, reprogramming the DNA could actually create wormholes and so forth. It's pretty bizarre, it is. But yeah, the DNA matrix, it's basically like a meditation healing frequency, very much like bell therapy. These frequencies that charge and actually resonate with your body's organs, and because each of your organs resonates at a different frequency that is below our spectrum. It's like your heart resonates at like 7 hertz frequency, your liver at 5, stuff like this. And these actually touch on that and actually apparently heal the body through a natural way. And it's just try it. I did it for like 5 minutes, and you can feel it like energizing yourself. It's not just in your head. It could be just in your head, but yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of comments just saying, yeah, this is absolutely works. And I sent it to my mate who's got MS, and yeah, within like 10-15 minutes she was like, wow, I'm not shaking anymore. So yeah, it can work in some circles, it can work in none, but anything's worth a try these days, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, there's a Asian practice based off of that. It's based off the heartbeat and the BPMs, and that's how they like tell like what frequency is like causing you harm or whatever. Like you said, each thing has its own frequency, so it becomes like a math problem at that point, right? And you just like sub it for whatever. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm just finding the YouTube video, so I'll post it in a sec. 1 sec.
I'm shadow banned at the moment. I'd like all of your stuff. I'll try and like people's things that they post up, but I'm unable to do that, and I'm unable to tweet. I'm on in the naughty chair for 7 days because I told someone from that group to give themselves an uppercut. And I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't incite violence. So I shouldn't have said that. So I'm paying the price.
I learned to start abbreviating. And has anybody Tula might know about this. I've been seeing this meme shared lately that it's talking about like the 411 in the relation to the cave systems. Who thinks Bigfoot could just be taking all these people?
There is one story that David Paulides came across, and I don't know, man. But I think there's more to it than just that, in my opinion. I think there's something to these entities that we can't see. I guess we can coin it now, the predator entity. I think it's a form of technology that whatever these beings are using to do this. But it all leads back to that presidential deal that we've heard back in the day. How they say, what was it with Harry S. Truman? Or was it prior to him where he made the deal with the Greys, were allowing the Greys to abduct people and they'd give us technology? I think it all ties together, especially with something like that. Inner Earth, these caves. I mean, the writing's on the wall. There's more to this story than what David Paulides is doing, in my opinion.
I'd have to agree with you there. In my opinion, because especially after all my deep dive into UFO, right? Like, people don't like when I say this, but I would argue that majority of it is a conscious deal, and we can't rule out like the way EM fields from possible technology affect people's consciousness, and a lot of it Think about how many people see lights before they have an experience. You don't even know the experience you had actually just happened outside of your head, minus marks and stuff on your body, which that light could have done, right? So it could just be, Bigfoot could be like a conscious projection for all we know, and these conscious projections could be caught on video because they become physical. So it's like there's a lot more that I need answers to for that.
Yeah, up here in Canada, actually, from the neighboring town, there was a fascinating Bigfoot story where Buddy recorded a conversation basically between him and the Bigfoot and trying to teach it how to speak. And God damn, it was absolutely fascinating. Like I said, I take it all with a grain of salt, but this one I poured the whole salt shaker in my mouth and kind of listened to what he had to say about it.
That was the Ontario dude, right? Bigfoot Ontario?
I think so, yeah. He's up in Halliburton. I still have yet to get over there. My stepmother lives up in Halliburton, and she's not too far from me. So I know exactly where the guy is, but I definitely need to get up there and have a chat with him.
Yeah, the interesting part to me is they seem to have Egyptian style names.
What, the Bigfoot?
Yeah, like the female's name's like Nefertiti. I forget what the brother's name was, but he's like got names for the family.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, and I don't know if I should discount the guy, but Peterkin, the dog trainer there, he says he put in DNA evidence to Dave Disseltel. Dave Disseltel is a genetic researcher. This guy gets DNA, Bigfoot DNA, like on a daily basis to be tested. So I'm pretty sure you guys, a lot of you people in here, have heard of Dave Disseltel. He's been on Ancient Aliens. He's been on quite a few shows, actually.
Actually, I don't recognize that name. And then when I said those were the names that like the dude gave to them, that's like what they said their names were and what he thought they said off the recording.
I gotta go back and listen to that and find out some more information on that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I also thought it was interesting because the older Bigfoot don't seem to want to mess around with him. It's the juveniles that he is communicating with.
Yeah, I remember him saying something like that. Yeah.
Why is that interesting?
Well, the adolescents, you know how adolescents are. When your parents tell you not to do something, you go ahead and do it.
Oh, it's like interesting because it lines up with like reality.
Yeah, not only that, think about when how many like juveniles, quote unquote, in the human race get contacted.
There are stories from Aboriginals and other people about who gets snatched and why they get snatched. There's actually depictions around Australia of tolls, people who are considered giants. The markings of these tolls are to warn people not to go into those areas because of the things that snatch children are in there. And they believe that they come from beneath the earth.
Yeah, some of the videos, I've talked about this in the past. I've been a part of YouTube since the very beginning, and some of those videos that I put in my playlist are completely gone, and a few of those videos that are just deleted and censored. I'm sure the person could have deleted the page, but I do find it kind of strange how, like, the interview with the kid that grew up at Area 51, that kid's interview is gone. A lot of Project Camelot's videos are completely gone of those interviews back in the day. I mean, it's just something you can't see, especially the other guy corroborating, what's his name, that talked about the deep underground military bases, Phil Snyder's. He's not his buddy, but he was another military contractor that spoke about making this tunnel system that connects Europe to North America. And he goes, well, this is the most ambitious construction project that the human race has ever embarked on, and no one can talk about it. So it's those stories that just disappear that, I don't know, to me bring more validity to the people that have already got their story out. You know what I mean?
Well, we actually had this reference before, and I've said this to a few people, those who have watched the video before it went missing. Whenever something's on the internet, it's really hard to get rid of it. Except for a story like the people who said that who made the Hadron Super Collider who claimed they heard a voice that they thought was God. That video is gone, and that was on national television, and there's no record of it anywhere now. So they can erase things when they need to.
Oh,
We've actually seen this multiple times.
I saw a map today of South America, and it showed the cave system, right? The cave systems throughout America, and then it had a map next to it of all the missing people, like all the pins, like pretty much, and it just lined up perfectly.
Yeah, I posted that close to almost 3 years ago now. I'm not saying, I don't know if I'm the first one to put it, but I've had that map system. I've been an avid spelunker, so I had this cave, that exact picture. And then when I heard about David Paulides' research and saw his map, I just happened to be glancing up at mine. And, you know, I'm not saying I'm the one that put two and two together. Maybe somebody else did, but I've seen that a lot. As soon as I come up with an idea, somebody else has it.
We were talking about it yesterday and how those are the same areas where the magnetic anomalies are. And that's probably why those are the entrances to the cave systems to begin with, because the magma and everything probably got pulled there by the EM fields.
Or pushed away. It's just something interesting that someone pointed out. Where heavy EM fields are, there isn't magma. It's all around it, but it's not where the cave systems are. So they believe that they use that magnetic fields like resonance, like the understanding of how they moved rock back in the day, to essentially forge a tunnel by pushing it away from where they're working. That's why it's around them, but never where these tunnels are. That's why there's huge, deep crevices that go for miles. They're not just small ones. They're ones that they literally have warnings on some of them here in Australia that say, like, if you go in one of these, if you keep following it, you won't find your way back out because they're miles and miles long.
That too, the ultrasonic drilling technology. I think there was a fictional movie about it. I can't quite recall it, but
it was in Core.
Yes, they talked about it. Exactly right. They talked about it in that movie. Well, all of those patents somehow disappeared. They made a mistake by making all of that public.
A company actually does it now. So a company does it now with they drill for geoengineering. So when they talk about gas pipes and things like that, and what they do is they use a drill, but it also oscillates and vibrates. And what that does is it causes the rock that should be hard to essentially vibrate into sand, and they can just force their way through it because it's just like pushing down through sand.
They use a mix, dude. There's a guy called a mud doctor, and he'll make up a mix of all different acids and whatnot, and they'll pump that into the well. That pretty much, and that's how they get the lubrication on the drill bit, on the end of the rod, onto the rock face. I worked in oil and gas, bro. That's my fucking bread and butter, man. Lateral drilling,
the newer ones,
you name it.
The newer ones they actually
I
use
saw
an
a patent for this
oscillating
nuclear device that did the same thing that Phil Snyder was talking about, and you can find the patent online for it too.
Do you know the mad thing is when you think about it, right? The first colliders they were started being built in, I think it was 1950s, and they were only small ones. Now, before we even had the power of using a calculator to get to the moon and so forth, we were already planning to fire particles as fast as the speed of light and smash them into each other and not know the results of what's going to happen.
Want to hear
It's
something
like,
crazier? They were building it for a decade before they even knew what it did. Just
yeah,
let that
yeah,
sink in. They were building it before they even knew what it did. So they didn't even know it was a particle collider when they started building it. So who knew?
exactly.
Who gave them the plans?
Damn right, exactly. And there was there's two of them in there too. Actually, there's one in America. I'm sure there's one in America, a big one in America as well as Europe. But somebody mentioned about CERN the other day and the stuff that CERN are doing. There's a real big worry that CERN this year are going to actually create a controlled black hole. Now, if you imagine that, a controlled black hole, that's one of the dangerous. That's one dangerous weapon. If you can have control of a miniature black hole that could just destroy matter in a matter of a second, without any radioactive residue or whatever like that, that's very scary. But that's a bit off point. But because
It's a theorem though.
Yeah, that's like I say theorem. But I say
the second theorem was that they will punch through the time-space continuum.
Boom. Yeah, that's correct. They've already got the idea that they've been able to actually see around the curvature of time, and I think it's the Vatican telescope that
Looking glass.
the Looking Glass. But the Project Aquarius, the other Looking Glass that apparently have S4, which was built by the exchange of technology with the Greys. Apparently, it can't actually transport biological matter, but it can transport
Light.
Light and like physical, to basically molecules, like a molecular structure. But each individual, like a biological entity, has a quantum signature, which they cannot actually cannot. They cannot reproduce. Replicate, yes, replicate. But the Project Aquarius, the Looking Glass, located at Area S4, and it's like I say, it's something that Bob Lazar brought up a time ago. But these plans and stuff were done roughly about the same time, and there's been many people who spoke about it. But I think it was two late three who spoke about the child at Area 51 who had telepathic contact with. I'm pretty sure this is the same one that it supposedly had telepathic contact with a being, and he was speaking to it, and he actually found his own way to where he was, and yeah, it's pretty mad. But there's so many videos that have gone off YouTube and so forth. There was a TR3, because when I first encountered that TR3B, I had no idea that it was so vastly documented. There were so many people that talked about it, the dimensions, the actual structure, the actual engines, and how it. And when I say to people, if you encounter a UFO, it's not really about what you see. And the people who don't take photos, they don't take photos because they're too busy trying to pick the fucking jaw up off the floor. Do you know what I mean? A close encounter is really, really weird. It just kind of electrifies your mind. But the amount of people who'd witnessed that actual craft, and now all of a sudden, it's been completely denied by the American government, all this stuff. And all the videos, all the real credible videos that were out there, and there was lots of them, have gone. There was this one girl, and I spotted it, and I spoke to her dad, and I was like, I said, you need to be careful, because she not just got one video where she didn't notice it in the background, but there's like two other videos where it's also following in the background, and that video went missing off YouTube, and then it come back on as a short, as a 144p video, and it just looks like a bird now. It just looks like an eagle or something. It's ridiculous. But yeah, the amount of videos that went missing is crazy, and the denial, the straight denial of it, is crazy as well.
I find it interesting that almost every
Yeah,
culture
I'm
has
trying to link
descriptions for
this
most
video
things.
of this dude talking about the TR3B in like the early or the late 80s, early 90s, and he's talking about it as something someone told him and he forgot about. He was like, yeah, it's like fusion tech is called a TR3C or something, and like even he like had forgotten about it. He had heard about it so long ago at that point. I make clips of these videos, and for some reason they're not available, like you were just saying, and then it's hard. If I can find the same video, it's still there, but I can't share that clip anymore for some reason. And then you can't clip it again, so I have to like screen record it and get it back out there. But yeah, all the way back to the Coronavisor and Project Aquarius and stuff. Yeah, I've heard the same thing that a guy was talking about, and if you try to look up Project Aquarius, all you can really find is the stuff about how they were like bouncing radar off the atmosphere or off the ionosphere in a special way. But even that, I found a connection to some stuff that I shared a while back. I forget what it is. I have to try to find it all. But there's more going on there than they like to say. And you get into these like Kozarev mirrors experiments and stuff where people are looking through time, essentially how these other devices are supposed to work, except they're using mirrors and like putting their head inside it. It's very interesting stuff.
I've just posted a Looking Glass link into the thing. I'll put it in the nest. One sec.
Go ahead, Okies.
Yeah, I didn't know if people heard me. So what I said that was interesting was that the overlap of people and the pattern that happens when you say a lot of countries knew about giants, a lot of countries know about Bigfoot. They just call it something different in every country. Here it's called the Yowie. It's still the same creature in terms of what they're explaining. That wouldn't happen worldwide unless they were seen worldwide. There's not a story that would have traveled like everywhere of one mythical creature that's been seen. So there has to be a lot more than one, right? But the idea that they can move across continents that are so far apart, including Australia, would mean that they have to have a way to travel. Yeah. So and these things that we talk about when we say that other creatures have existed before, interestingly enough, we say that they're mythological creatures. What if they're just creatures that we got rid of? Creatures we've hunted into extinction and just then said that they were myth, whether it's the unicorn or anything else. They could just literally be us editing history to find how much we kill stuff because the human race does that. So it's very interesting to hear that stuff. I mean, even the story about the green kids, the video about the kids they found that were green, that's been pulled down everywhere. There's been stories about creatures that have been sighted all around the world, but all of those videos are either massively grainy so you can't prove nothing, and they have experts debunk them, or they're ripped down. Any high-tech videos I've seen don't even last 24 hours, and they're gone. And they're usually the ones I flag as a pattern to say, well, they're the things you should drill down on, they're the things you should double down on to say, well, what is that? Why did they take that down? Resistance is the biggest tell. If you walk in a direction and they're letting you walk that way, you're going the wrong way. If you walk in a direction and you get resistance, it's where they don't want you to look.
Do you guys see the story of the two hikers? The one guy, I forget where they were. I think they were actually relatively in the same location where the M cave was supposedly found by that YouTuber. Can't recall his name at the moment. But the story goes these two hikers were there in that same location, relatively near Area 51, or, well, somewhat near. But one of them stopped, for a drink of water, and he leans up against the rock and falls into the rock. And his friend just happened to look down and see his friend's legs protruding out of the rock. And then his friend goes to come to step up and come through the rock. Well, then, long story short, the two of them ended up going inside this opening that nobody could see. It looked like a hologram, the way they were describing it. And they said the cave system eventually, once they went into it, eventually the floor became smooth, and they ran into three other gentlemen. And the three gentlemen that they ran into asked them, I'm sorry, you can't be here. You guys need to turn around and go out the way you came. And as they're walking back out, one of the three men behind them says, "Are you surface people?" And I've heard this story a few times within different narrations, and it looked like it was also like it happened to another group of people in that aspect. So it makes you wonder, like, is there some kind of it reminds me of that episode of Star Trek where they're monitoring that civilization up on top of the mountain, and their hologram screws up, and now you can see the observatory at the top of the mountain.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that.
There's actually before like mythological creatures we talk about, like Lord of the Rings and things like that existed. They actually had like Aboriginal or Indigenous people used to call people who lived in the earth moon-eyed people. They were people who had never seen the sun, so their skin was very pale. A lot of them were shorter people, and they were said to believe that the shorter moon-eyed people served the giants underground, and that's where they got the myth of dwarves from. Was from that reference.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in mythology. It's just a matter of finding it.
Yeah, with the Bigfoot situation, if you think about it, the next stage in evolution from primates, it wouldn't be to evolve into humans. It would be to evolve into to evolve into a higher form of being, because a socially interactive group that's self-sustainable in their environment, doesn't destroy the planet, and does look out for each other. They're a friendly species. They can be aggressive like most other species, but the thing is, the connection between the Bigfoot and as somebody said, I think there's about 9 different interpretations of what they are around the world. The Sasquatch, I can't what it's called,
even the
one in,
Yeti, the abominable snowman.
Yeah, the Yeti, is it the manticore? I think not manticore or something like that. But yeah, there's loads of them all over the world. I've posted a couple of pictures that my brother has drawn, and this is after his experience. I'll just read a bit of a message he sent me back in 2021. Is like, I saw 16 predators that look like predators from the movie. Shoulder outlines with eye glow. When I first moved here and beat a path through the brambles and made my first tree seat, my internal voice kept telling me that there are 17 demons here, like a silent tick in my imagination. It's like I'm not finding Sasquatch footprints anymore, but I found 3-toed prints of various sizes. They don't seem demonic. They know that there's no fear from me, and it's like I've claimed my stake. It is like, I mean they're like demons, but they're not demonic. I found lots of other tracks and dens for other animals. I've also found a disused tunnel, a train tunnel next to the canal under the dual carriageway. It's like I leave at dusk and there's no light for drawing, but when I go into the bramble gate, in my path behind me, I know if someone's coming. And I was at my old den, and on my way there, it was too dark for a good picture. But right next to the logs, there was 5 watching. He sent me a video. He said I could see 2 cloaked heads amongst the foliage and bushes. That's what I was focusing on. They appeared just like at the end of the Predator 2, when their eyes light up one by one. And when I looked down, I thought the stones were following me to this location, along with a lot of non-police and non-air rescue choppers. then these drones appeared. One second, then these drones appeared, and I still often see them and hear them now. And then he said he saw another. One sec, and then I saw a low-flying canopy hawk. It looked unnatural, and I recognised it as a drone. And it's the third time I saw a drone fly that location, and it passes beneath the branches and so forth. And yeah, he's just he constantly, right, and that's from back in 2021, and he didn't understand what these things were or anything like that, but he sent plenty of videos about them, and as someone says, the videos do go missing off the internet. But I've noticed on a lot of these videos, and I will post one. I think I've sent it to Logan in a bit. These videos, in the background, you can always kind of see it and kind of make out figures and kind of like outlines of beings. And if you think about it, if an alien race came down way before humans were even colonizing the earth, and primates were still the actual main species with us, then they were a peaceful species. And if an alien race came down and said, look, this is basically, we need you to be ambassadors of this earth, we will enhance your spirituality and give you knowledge and so forth. And if they've been given knowledge where they can actually shapeshift or be hidden from the actual spectrum of our vision, create wormholes, so forth, that is a possibility, and we can deny it, but there's so many people that have actually witnessed these things, and there's stories of kids that have gone missing in like the tree line, and they've gone missing for like 3-4 days, and then they return safe and sound after a full like 200-300 people search party has been sent out. And these kids are like, yeah, I was taken care of by a giant ape or things like this. There's a story of 3 kids being shoved into a hollow log because a bear was chasing them, and they were shoved into this hollow log by what they represented as a giant ape, like out of Planet of the Apes. Crazy, but yeah, go for it. Taylor's jumped in, okay, so I'm just gonna let her just speak first. That's cool, dude. It's nice to see you, Taylor.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I mean, what you describe with people coming through portals and like, being invisible and shapeshifting, it sounds like not something that's like biological, but something that's spiritual.
Yeah, totally spiritual. Yes, totally spiritual.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna let Okies go. I think he had his hand up before me.
So this was actually something interesting. There are references to this stuff even in old Aboriginal culture too. There's a place that's a cave system that's just north of Uluru, and it states it's for Adnotina, which is supposed to be essentially like their version of the lizard god, the deity that they said was a lizard. Now there's things there called Abranata, which is the reference of lizard warriors that actually tell people not to go in these caves. And there's another one that is referencing west of New South Wales, a cave system that talks about dark spirits that feed off of you. And if you don't pay attention and lose the light you have, they'll feed off you forever. They'll follow you to your loved ones. So many people who believe they're attached to those used to walk off into the bush and die because they didn't want to have these things attached to their loved ones as well. That's the reference of things, what happens to things after this life. It's not something of this time frame. So once the body is gone, it's what's left, whether it goes good or bad. It's interesting that they even have those references, and they even tried to erase them from Aboriginal history, pushing the dream time heavily and trying to erase the older stories that existed.
There's a film that leaked last week, actually, of someone destroying Aboriginal artwork, or I think a company defacing or getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Mm.
One of the oldest depictions of a face in the world was in Western Australia, and an oil company destroyed it because they wanted to mine there. But it also means that it showed heritage differences and then lying about how old human, like civilization, was. and the claim to all these areas that were their land. So by destroying it, they remove any ability for them to stop these mining operations going on, and they're using mining as a way to hide these things too. So what was interesting before, like if you're talking about precious metals that you don't want to damage and material you want to get out of the ground, why would you blow it up? Why would, it's not efficient. This is the thing that blows my mind when people say that. Mining with explosives is not efficient. Mining with explosives is efficient in destroying what's there. So if they found something, mining with explosives, there'd be a way to hide it really easily. Just completely obliterate what was there. We
They do
actually
have
had one
rules and
here.
Okies, they do have rules and I'll be honest with you, they do. Like, there's a lot of laws and like government regulations, company policies around Aboriginal heritage sites. And when one is desecrated or bulldozed or dug up or blown up or whatever you want to call it, it does get headlines, and it's not very
It's a
good image
fine.
for the company. But I can tell you now, from
They
working in the
Tinto
industry,
did
it's
it.
taken
Tinto did it
seriously.
here. Tinto did it here in New South Wales. They literally blew up a heritage site and then just paid a $500,000 fine. They didn't even shrug at it because of what they made from the area they destroyed. Our own government did it. Tin Can Bay, when they started, they had a military base there, and they found a pyramid, and their options were relocate the military base, or what they did was shell the pyramid and destroy it.
It's funny you say Tin. I watched Haley's comic come through Tin Can Bay as a kid. I used to go there every single Christmas.
So you know where the military base is there? Literally to the north corner of the military base. They shelled it because it was an actual pyramid, and they leveled the pyramid. It's one of the many times they shelled their own areas heavily. Like, it was one of the biggest artillery uses we've had in Australia for a test, as they claim.
It goes to show that, like we were saying earlier, the YouTube videos and these interviews that have disappeared. One of them was an archaeologist from Iraq during the Iraqi war, when the Taliban was destroying all of those ancient Sumerian sites. And some of the stuff that he was talking about basically kicked off that whole conspiracy theory, basically, of
Same in Syria.
yeah.
They had a whole bunch of people there that were saying that they weren't attacking people; they were destroying locations, conveniently targeted locations.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the American, let's just say the American Institute of Archaeology. I'm making shit up there, but it was basically to stop them from coming into their country and taking these ancient artifacts. There was rumors going around that there was Vimanas down there and this and that. You hear that a lot, actually.
Well, they did that when they found the giant, the one they found in South America. The American military were there within a day, and they confiscated the bones within a day because they didn't want them to put them out. So they essentially had photos of them, and they made a version of it. That's what's currently sitting in the museum in Ecuador. Is a reenactment of the bones they found. And people say that it's fake because they don't have the real bones, but they don't have the real bones because they're snatched up as soon as they find them. Like, this is something that's done all the time. Whether they say that they're military operatives or not, this happens all around the world, and they snatch whatever they can. Why do you reckon there's a massive military force where they found new Dead Sea Scrolls in 2021? They now have essentially a makeshift outpost at the Cave of Horrors because they're scared that more people will find Dead Sea Scrolls, which were not biblical. They're time capsules, talking about a time before all this crap, talking about a time before they reset everything. And that's why anyone who spoke the languages back then were executed. They were hunted down and executed, so no one could read the scrolls after a certain period of time. That's why Bill Gates bought the translator software, that AI that they were building, that could read any language. That's why he bought it, so it'll never see the light of day.
Heaps of videos have gone missing. The point you made before about that the history's been scrubbed from YouTube even. And I remember around when the internet sort of really kicked off back in 97. 98 was when it sort of really it was dial-up speed, but and the world had connected for the first time, and in that first 20 years there's a lot of videos that surfaced, a lot of UFO videos also, And there's one in particular that I'll never forget, and to me it looked really genuine. Like, because I mean, just instinctively, some things, are bullshit and some, but this is going back before, you sort of had decent CGI, so it predates it. It's sort of filmed on like, film camera type thing. It's rolling the whole time. There's a guy in a forest, and these perfectly round silver UFOs parked up with 3 prongs down, and there's a ramp coming out of it. And around the craft, there's 2 beings, and this video looks super real. And I've searched and searched and searched the internet to try and find it, cannot find it. And it's been filmed by someone who's behind a tree, and you can clearly see he's behind a tree, and there's leaves sort of, and he comes into focus. And it's a really clearly sort of filmed. It's like a little clearing in the forest, and the beings get into this UFO, this silver disc, a typical looking disc. The door basically just rolls up to form part of the like a seamless sort of like entrance, and these 3 prongs, like this thing just sort of lifts up a little bit, the prongs pop in, and this thing just goes boom, goes straight up like super quick, like a bullet, like just faster than a bullet, straight up, like it tilts on a side and just takes off. And that to me was always a video that I thought, that looks real. Like you could, this thing, it's very, very hard to fake that kind of video at the time. And I'm talking sort of around 97, 98, and I haven't seen it since.
I do have that video on one of my cloud drives somewhere. I will get it. Any video that and most of the time it won't let you put it on YouTube. As soon as you put it on BitChute, boom, it's gone within an hour. There was, if anybody, literally anybody, can find the CCTV of when the smoke started pullering out of Notre Dame, right, or any videos or any pictures just before the fire started, when the alarm was raised, I'll literally give them £100 straight up if anybody can find any of those videos or pictures. Reason being is the next day some guy posted a frame by frame, still it was 4K 60 frames per second, a frame by frame like video of it, a breakdown of it, and literally 10 seconds before the fire started, a black triangle appeared literally next to it, and then it was gone in the next frame, and then smoke started puthering. And literally that video is impossible to find. Now, why would that which was worldwide news coverage be gone? Literally gone. I implore anybody to have a look for it. But yeah, I've got that video. I've got quite a few videos. I posted one at the top, which I sent to Logan, and it's one of the number of Bigfoot video. That's just an example. That was just one that somebody posted on. Well, one of my brothers, he follows all the Bigfoot people. I can't remember what it's called. I think Too Late mentioned it before. But
Bigfoot Academy.
Yeah, I think it might be another guy who's proper like way out there. It's like the guy from what's it called? It's not Deep Impact. I can't remember which one it is. But you know that, and it's Woody Harrelson in the van. It's kind of like that. But that video, the Bigfoot is kind of, it's right to where the blue play button is, but on the left hand side, I couldn't even see the Bigfoot, so I had to zoom in to try and see it. It's not a video; it's just a picture that like a screenshot that I took, and then a recording of me zooming in on it. And I tried to zoom in on the Bigfoot, and I could not see it. And then I looked to the left, and there's this weird little being in the bush. And like I say, if you interrupt a meeting between this is hypothetical, a federation of beings, right? What you're going to focus on? You're going to focus on the big, hairy, burly thing that you think is a bear, aren't you? That could attack you. You're not going to focus on anything else. Yeah, just have a look at it. It's really, really weird, and I can't get my head around it. I've had a few people look at it, and they've and some people have just said they don't know what it is. It could
be make shapes out of branches. I've had it happen to me in the bush before. I've just spent a lot of time in the bush, and you can make shapes out, make faces and shit through reeds when they're going a certain way, and when branches and twigs. I mean, I see I've watched that video. That's what my opinion is. I could be wrong. That's just what I think.
Yeah, like I say, other than the army, so fully aware of that. Your eyes can play complete tricks on you, and your mind has a way of actually making faces, because that's what it does. It does that, but you have to admit it is a strange video, because you cannot not just see the head of it, you can see the actual shoulders and the outline of it, and it is pretty peculiar. I'm not saying it is a being or an alien. It's just weird. But many of the other Bigfoot videos, it's like I look in the background for things like that, because I do see some strange stuff, but a camera can only pick up certain things, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, so it's a strange one.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that they also go over the top of too. Like someone referenced to us that the thing with vampires and those stories were to hide what they were doing when they were caught, drinking blood and eating kids and that kind of stuff. So they brought up that mythos of those things, and then zombies come along. And then when we talk about aliens and aliens get traction, they flood the world with alien movies, so that they have a way to discredit people and say, "Hey, you saw that in the movie. That's not true. That's their goal when they do that stuff. It's a way to discredit people from that system. So it's a way to bait and switch. To just say, oh, you've seen great aliens in a movie, so therefore you must be just drunk or high or something. You couldn't have possibly seen it for real, and that's the way to discredit automatically. Many people do believe, but some have that moment of doubt, and that's what they play on. They hope that moment of doubt will be there, so that you can't sit there and say, "Hey, that's real." Because if anyone ran up the street saying someone was eating people, most people laugh at them and think they're on something. Until and it's showing this in movies too, where no one moves until it's too late.
And in reality, remember that guy that ate? He ate that. Damn it, Twitter! Yeah, he ate that dude on the bus.
I think it goes deeper than that. The phenomena always seems to change with the culture, and to me, that tells me there's a subconscious thing to it, which people are starting to realize. Each individual encounter is uniquely tailored to that individual, with things that they know how to describe, or you can't imagine a Bigfoot unless you've seen one before, right? So it's like, I would say the people that see things they've never seen before are probably the ones higher on the list for having an actual encounter, like a physical encounter, and not manipulated consciousness, which I think is majority of everything. Especially now that we know how the EM fields are, affect people's consciousness, and how they can hallucinate, be put in a dreamlike state, used to make them go to sleep or stay awake and be more focused. EM fields do all of that stuff. So if you know how to properly manipulate them, I can't write off that that's a form of technology being used by other beings, right? Or even drones. The little orbs could be drones for all we know, like a little Tinkerbell drone. But my thing is, say they came across those people eating people or drinking blood or whatever, and now they say, oh, those are the vampires. Well, now that's put into the consciousness of people. Like, our brains are just AI, right? They're doing the same thing computers do. We recognize patterns, and the faster you can do it, the more, like, it affects you, or the better it suits you to make decisions and stuff. But with that, I know everybody, when you look up at something or you're startled, you might think you saw one thing, and then your eyes adjust, right? Because it's automatically presented to you, so you can make decisions in what you see first. So you don't know if it's danger or not. So if it's a loud noise, typically you're going to assign danger to that until you actually verify and observe, and then know what's going on. So that way, for your own safety. So I think it might not be as much as like just saying like, oh, those are vampires, so the people don't get caught. I think at some point people actually do start to see vampires and stuff, once they have an encounter or whatever else. And then it becomes part of the culture, and then it's like confirmed at that point. But all the time it could have just been, manipulated consciousness.
I think about that too, Screen, but what I kind of question is, like, what if it's a group sighting, right? For example, so there's like 10 people or 20 people. Someone goes, oh, look at that. And then they all see it, and it's a craft. So, and I like what you're saying, because it kind of made me think, well, maybe someone had to think it into existence. Even if those people who happen to look up and see it, and there's a conscious interaction there at some point in time, even if they didn't sort of manifest it themselves, someone else perhaps has manifested something into being that's able to we're able to see. So that's kind of where that got me thinking as well. Maybe that's a potential, perhaps.
I've heard that a lot, man, and
that is a reference to unified consciousness, because it's the idea of us all sharing a
what we're
conscious
talking
thought and then
about. I think
ability.
that's what Tulai was trying to say.
Well, kind of. Like, if this, I hear this a lot, and as a scientific person, if you will, we would see evidence of this, of people manifesting thought into reality.
Not if they counter it. So there's actually a control experiment with a robot. You hear about the robot in the room with chickens? That's the experiment.
All right. Anyways, what's Tulai?
Yeah, well, like I said, you'd think you'd see more of this, and I brought this up in a few spaces. All of this information that we gather collectively as a group, to me, it's a numbers game. And what I mean by that is, it's hard to put validity into one dude's story in just one story. You know what I mean? Like, let's just say if someone today in our society started talking about Bigfoot, and we had no references prior to what this gentleman was saying, a lot of us in this room would be like, this guy's fucking full of shit. You know what I mean? But since now that we have not so much archaeological evidence, but like this timeline of these encounters over God knows how long, that's where we can put, okay, maybe this person's telling the truth. Maybe he did have a Bigfoot encounter. Maybe he did. And within the paranormal researching aspect, I've heard that a lot. Maybe it was my thoughts that manifested this paranormal activity at the client's house. Well, prior to that, me and the client never even knew each other. I didn't know where they lived. So if this was a hypothesis, this would be more groundbreaking than finding a ghost on video. If I can sit there and manifest something into reality with my own thoughts, that would be more fascinating than the phenomenon itself, in my opinion. So my point being, I'm kind of on the fence of that. Don't get me wrong. I've seen experiments where they've done experiments with the power of prayer, the power of belief, and remote viewing, and all of these aspects and whatnot. But you'd think you'd see more of it if that was the case. Like, you mean to tell me all of the people in Phoenix, Arizona back in the early 90s just were manifesting this giant black flying triangle into existence, and it was the entire town of Phoenix that saw it? When I first saw that story, I thought, all right, how are they going to cover this one up? And then the next day, the mayor of Phoenix there posted a video with his friend dressed up like an alien, and just made a mockery of the entire sighting and whatnot. So I don't know, man. I have a hard time buying, that aspect of manifesting your thoughts into reality, because if that was a plausibility, that would be more fascinating than any other topic that we discuss.
They did that at seances, right? Even Lamb could be that, but I'm not saying like all of them are like a craft. Like everybody sees could be a craft. I just mean more like the magical encounter type of stuff. Like there's a lot of actual. Look at the observer effect, or how when we focus on probability on a supercomputer program, running probability heads or tails, that you can affect that just by observing it, or consciously putting intent towards it. Even intent affects water and stuff. So it does affect reality to a certain extent, right? Maybe there's just certain people that are better at it. And also, you can find your way somewhere once on accident, but if you have a map, it's easier to get to that destination, right? So maybe we're just not talking about it enough.
So there is an explanation to this, and it's actually the way it's understood from older cultures. They look at it in layers. The idea that you personally can influence people around you, and that's the reference influence, right? You're not going to physically change the world by thinking it. That is a misconception of the understanding. Unified theory would be all of us unifying to make something happen. Force of will would take millions of people thinking the same thing. That's why they say, look what they show us in movies and stuff. It's a way to subconsciously have us think these things all at the same time. You see, that's why they do it. That's why they show us what they want to happen. This is why they show us the future they want. Because it's an idea of tricking us subconsciously into thinking these things and manifest destiny. And I'm not saying that it always works. I'm not saying that the understanding of how the thing functions works, but they've explained this before, that we're tied on the weave. They did this with monkeys. They tested the monkeys on an island, taught the monkeys how to do things, went to another island, and the monkeys on the other island already knew how to do them, and no one had trained them. They just knew.
That's actually just a theory. People bring that one up a lot. I thought it was an experiment for the longest time. That's actually just a theory.
No, the maze dog monkey experiment was real. The same thing about the chicken experiment. People say it was fake.
Link
but
it for me.
I've read the study. I'll grab the
if that's
study
a real
after and
experiment,
I'll
I
send
would
it to you,
appreciate
okay?
if you could link it. Yeah, because
Yep.
I would. I've argued
So there
with
was a
people about
study.
that so much, bro. It's everybody
They try to
talks about it
discredit
like
them. Screen. Remember, they try to discredit these all the
you think
time.
that's what it is?
So just explaining, really. So there was a study they did with chickens and a robot in a room, and it was studied. It was basic. They put the most basic programming in it, and it was supposed to just go around the room randomly. After a couple of days of being in the room, it started to change its pattern. And if all the chickens in the room went to one side of the room, it would guard the chickens and it would go around the chickens only. Now, that's not something they programmed. That just happened somehow. And they changed the robot out and done this multiple times, and it kept happening. And they believe it's the idea of manifest will. The chickens are willing the defense of the robot. Now, this is an inanimate object, and they're still willing this thing to happen, right? That was a basic study done, right? And they've done this multiple times with people. This is what they believe when people say they see a miracle is. And people in religion take that and milk it to say it was a miracle when it was actually our force of will creating something to happen. Now, we don't control what it is, because remember, if you've got 1 million people and they don't think the exact same thing, if everyone's off by a little bit, that can skew what happens, true? It's like the game of telephone. You're never going to get the outcome you wanted if not everyone is thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time. So that's where it gets distorted when people think, oh, well, we could just think of something and it could happen. Yeah, but you have to get everyone thinking the same thing on the same way. Otherwise, it won't happen. Because people can think other things and counter it. That's what they're doing today by having us, damage our self-will, look at ourselves differently, hate ourselves, hate each other, divide us more and more. Because while we're not unified and when we can't talk about these things as a whole, that's where they win, because they keep us divided. And even if you can't say it's magical in the terms of understanding, but it's the idea of force of will, because they reference that. They've even used this before, explaining that the one who was apparently who originally pulled us away from the trickery of the people who are in charge, they called him Morpheus. And that's literally why they used the reference in the Matrix for the name. It's the name they gave the Sandman.
I agree with everything you just said. I would still appreciate if you could link the sources, though. That'd be great. I'd like to read up on it.
And they call me Neo.
Yo.
Well, this monkey's been trying to manifest himself becoming a millionaire. It's not working.
Well, that's because all the other monkeys are doing the same. You have to all focus
remember
the tool line to do it.
Mm-hmm.
This was a thought experiment we done a while ago. Remember, if you gave everyone in the world a wish, the world would be chaotic, right? Because if you all wish to be millionaires, no one will be a millionaire because you're all wishing at the same time. So you can't all be a millionaire. So you cancel each other out by doing that. That's what I mean by the idea of people having negative thoughts, people having depressive thoughts or selfish thoughts. Those things can counter and cancel out anything else you want to do, even in the idea of good. And that's why they say the more and more people who are cynical, who don't want things to happen, it causes those things to be that way.
Well, remember what I just said just a few minutes ago about these experiments done with the power of belief and whatnot. Well, there was one story that I came across where it was on a military base. I can't recall where the military base was, but it was all involving remote viewers, psychics, the whole 9 yards. And they were trying to manifest a pizza, of all things. And just lo and behold, a weird circumstances of events that a pizza delivery guy made the wrong turn and ended up at this damn military base. And I thought that was quite humorous. Whether the story is true or not, and this is back in the 60s, I think this experiment was happening. I thought that was absolutely fascinating. Something like that, I can buy into, because like there's no manifestation. Like it's just a sequence of events. Like we've heard this talked about with Christians. I don't mean to bring up religion, but the point that I'm driving at is, let's just say this has happened to me, ironically enough. I'm hitchhiking. Chances are a Christian's going to pick me up just for the fact that I'm Christian. There's that weird connection, and I've brought this up numerous times. Take NDE experiences. People that have no concept of Christianity or Jesus and whatnot, but yet they still meet him. And my hypothesis on this is it's our belief that keeps his spirit alive. You have so many people on the planet that believe in Jesus. That's what gives him power over there in the spirit world, if you will. It's just my 2 cents.
American Gods is a great show based on that. And I know Oki's been like chilling with his hand up forever.
The book is better. The book is a little more deep into it, I guess. Yeah, but that American Gods book is great.
Oh, it's a book. I got to check. Guy fell asleep.
No. I thought someone was still talking. I can't remember what I was going to say. I can't remember what I was going to talk about. I've just been looking for this for this Bigfoot. Sorry, the alien video for someone, and I was just going through them, and I found the video of the peekaboo alien. If has anyone ever seen the peekaboo alien, where the guy
where his siding got messed up on the side of his house.
Yeah.
There's more to that story.
Been harassing him for a bit, and it just like peeks up at this window and then peeks down and peeks back up. It's proper mad. But as I say, there's lots of people who've actually recorded these things. And if anyone, do you remember anyone the Attica skeleton? There was an identical one that was found in Russia. I think that one was found in Peru. The one in Russia went missing. It could have been the same one, but if anyone's ever seen that photo, and it may be a hoax, may not be, but there's two military officers, and they're both holding the hands of this little tiny alien. And in my mind, that could be the same being, if you know what I mean. If anyone's ever seen that photo, if not, I'll post it in the thread. But I've got tons of pictures of aliens and so forth and beings. But I was half listening then, so jump in, Okis.
I was going to say the concept of what you're talking about there, which is actually something we were talking about in our other space. People got a bit heated about it, but it is understanding that it's a fear topic for people who are religious and people who aren't but have belief. That if we're praying to the wrong thing, we're giving the wrong thing power. Now, if they instilled that belief and we're praying to the wrong thing, they instilled us to pray to the wrong thing to strengthen that. Like that's what they talk about in those shows, that we give too much will for our force of will, our free will, our spirit energy, whatever you want to call it. We're giving too much of that away to something that shouldn't get it. Like even in the reference to Jesus stated, we shouldn't give that away freely. You see, that's the idea. You should look inwards before you look outwards to a God. Even he referenced that.
Yeah, indeed, man. With the God situation, people who totally rely on God, in some ways have a fear of what's coming next. As I put it forward, everybody's interpretation of God is their own personal interpretation. If that instills good and a guidance to them, then that's great. People can believe in nothing. People can believe in spiritual UFOs and aliens being the overlords and so forth.
It's transformative. That's why I always say your belief gives you hope. Your belief gives you comfort. That's fine. The only time I have an issue with it is when you force your belief on me. You know, that's the difference of that. That's enforcing your will on me to change my belief. Now that's wrong. Everyone's entitled to their own belief. But that's what they did. That's what religion did. Religion went across the world doing that. And that's what made religion worse than belief. That's why I always say there's a difference between belief and religion, and people keep defending religion because it's belief, and it's not. Religion is a coercion and a manipulation of belief. That's the system in play. That's what we say. And remember, go look around the world at how many places you see that black cube, the reference to the different shapes, the things that these people pray to.